balloon stuff.
Oi, oi.
You good, yeah?
Yeah, yo.
Yeah. Could you hear me talking before you jumped on?
No.
Okay, it was just silent.
Why is the camera like flipped? I look demented.
I have no idea.
How are you? It's
I'm good, man.
Nadza.
Yeah, she's lying down at the moment. I'm gonna tell her to log on her phone as well.
Oi,
But
tell her to do it. She just texted me saying Chantal.
yeah. So basically, we're having a conversation today about like young people and how they're affected by things like music, computer games. Is one worse than the other? Do people see it as an issue? You know, do,
Right.
and also, if you think there's any other issues that young people are facing, feel free to share them. Like, for instance, um, everyone being stuck in a house. I'm sure people who might have, just come at age this year, just turned 18, you want to go out for the first time, you can't even go out. Can't even go to the bloody pub.
Oi, Naz just texted me.
Well, what did she say?
And she said, why the fuck are you doing NOS for?
Don't make me laugh.
That's jokes.
I'm gonna tell her to.
Anyway, Terry, listen, I'd love to have a discussion with you, but I'm gonna crack on and do my shit.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. But obviously, that's what we're doing over here, and we don't swear on this channel. Sorry, for the swear, ladies and gentlemen. But yeah, if you want to
Sorry,
jump back in,
everybody.
if you want to jump back in later and join the discussion, feel free. And yeah, big up yourself, man.
All right, take care.
All right, bless, done now. Yeah, out to Michelle, my bell. Big up Southeast Raised. Big up everyone that's already left comments in the chat room. If you want to join the live chat, feel free. Hit the link in the comments. I've put that up there already, so feel free to hit the link and join the chat. And like I said, today we're going to be talking about the youth and the influences in their lives, which may, one way or the other, warp their brains and their patterns of thinking for the good or for the worse, for the good or for the bad, sorry, better or worse. And I want to know what people's opinions are on this, because I believe, like I said, we were discussing the other day about social media and how that affects people, and I think that relates a lot to the females in our society, the young people, the young females. you know they're very addicted to this social media stuff. A lot of the males too, a lot of the young boys too, but I think with the males, you know what I see as being a major issue is, some of the music they're listening to now, um, the respect levels they have for their parents and for the elders in their community, some of the games they're playing, I believe, like with some of these digital games, computer games and stuff, it makes them very reclusive. A lot of them hardly come out of the house. Um, it's difficult to have a conversation with them. um you know it influences them to do crazy stuff. Like, we hear this story about this, there was a kid in America, I think it was, and he said that he was playing the Call of Duty and he went to school and shot someone because of the Call of Duty, like that. So do people see this as a real issue or not really as an issue? As far as the music of today, with all the, the sexual references and violence references, do people see that as an issue, or do you think it's just, um it's just part of life? It's just, it's not nothing to do with the music, it's just the people themselves doing the things. They're not affected by the music. I'd like to know what people think. And also, obviously, if anyone's got any other issues that they think might be affecting the youth of today, please let us know. Because, like I said, loads of the all of the youth of today are going to be affected by, obviously, this coronavirus situation. Going to be stuck in a house. Like I said, it's your first time being 18. You want to be able to go to the pub and experience what it's like to be an adult, but not no one's going to be able to do that now. Long story short, innit? So how's that going to affect the youth of today? And the longer this lockdown continues, I'm assuming it's going to get worse and worse for them. More of them are going to deviate away from the rules. You know, And it seems like, the rules that's already been set are becoming more and more stringent as well. So it's only going to get harder for them. So it would be nice if everyone jumped in the chat room and, leave a comment, tell us what you think, tell us what other issues you think there might be out there. Um, what I'm going to do in the meantime, I am going to leave you with a little bit of music playing. Um, and I'm going to pull up some documentation on some stuff that might help us to shed some light on this situation, you know, and hopefully we can get a load of you guys jumping into the chat room and we can have a conversation, like that. But big up yourselves out if you're out there listening. Big up yourselves if you've never joined a room before, but you're just joining for the first time now. Yeah, and we just we keep it positive over here. If you do jump in the live chat, try not to swear, because we want everyone to be able to access the information. And yeah, I think that it's got to be hard right now, isn't it? Like, I remember being 18, and if I remember rightly, for my 18th birthday, I went out to a club on my birthday. Do you know, like that? So imagine someone who turned 18 today, yeah, and it's big Saturday, and you're stuck in the house. You can't even have your friends around to blow out some candles. If it's your 21st birthday, remember these birthdays are the big ones. You got 18, you got 21, you got 25, then you got 30. So how are people dealing with these issues? I'd like to know. You know, does anyone know anyone who's had a birthday recently? I know a couple of birthdays that are just passed. One was just before the corona, so that one don't count. Um, I've got a couple of friends whose birthdays were quite recent as well, but I think where they're a bit older, they've got past 30s. So I think that the issue will definitely affect them less because they've had birthdays, isn't it? They had their 30th, that they had their 21st, cut the cake, went to the club, sip some Grey Goose with your mates and all of that, and just got mash up and just went wild for your 18th or your 21st or whatever. But now, what you gonna do? You're just gonna sit in that house? You're gonna do watch a movie for your 21st? Watch a movie for your 30th? Play a game of snakes and ladders with your siblings or your partner. I shouldn't laugh. I'm taking a piss, like, well, mocking, but yeah, let me try not to swear. So I'm not really trying to mock people though, being big and serious, isn't it? Like, this is really gonna affect people's lives, isn't it? Just like I was saying earlier about the young men of today, listening to all the drill music and talking about stabbing and chinging and splashing and shooting people and all sorts of badness. That's got to have effects on some of these kids' minds, the young males. It's got to have an effect on some of their minds, man. Because when you hear something enough, it becomes normalized to you. And if it's become normalized, then it must be normal to you, you know? Out to Rangs. What did you say? Do you like cheeseburgers? Are you trying to be funny? What about hot dogs? I'll be honest with you. I've eaten a cheeseburger in my time. If we're on some menace to society, you want some of these cheeseburgers type stuff, then I'll decline your offer. But yeah, like, I've had a cheeseburger before. I don't really do hot dogs because I'm not a pork fan, but I'm sure there's people out there that like hot dogs. So yeah, out to yourself anyway. Let's try and keep the questions relevant to what's being spoken about, relevant to the show a little bit, if we can, like that. I don't know what cheeseburgers have to do with anything. Out to GNM Gaming, big up yourself, my brother. I know you're there all the time, so big up yourself. But yeah, I'd like to hear some people come and tell me their opinions, you know. And what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna play you guys something out of my special track playlist, and I'm gonna try and find you a bit of information. And bear in mind, this is my special playlist. This isn't anything you can find on YouTube or anything like that. Maybe you might find one or two now and then, if I decide to put them out there. But yeah, I'm gonna play you lot something while we wait. And don't forget to join the chat. Feel no way to join the chat. I'll put you in the chat room. You can wait while the music's playing. You know, leave messages, say what you gotta say.
Sometimes I feel like I'm stuck in a prison. Obstacles blocking my vision. All of the ism and schism. My life is shaped in a complex way like a prism. I only took what was given. Enough with the drilling and killing. Wake up, look how we're treating our women, and what in the world are we teaching our children? I'm trying to make me a million. Buy me a couple of buildings. These niggas get stuck in the field, caught up in the film, they're stuck in their feelings. I keep it real to the Adams apple. My dwelling place is the tabernacle. Used to be young, reckless and young, back then I'd be aiming the cannon at. That's another day in my life. Time passing me by, trying to make things go right. I'm not the usual type. I'm not your typical guy. No hype, now you don't value life. Now you can't be my wife. I'm not your average guy. Maybe I aim too high. That's another day in my life. Time passing me by, trying to make things go right. I'm not the usual type. I'm not your typical guy. No hype, now you don't value life. Now you can't be my wife. I'm not the average guy. Maybe I aim too high. No fibs. I ain't gonna tell no lies. Certain gal can't kiss my lips, and certain man's heads just ain't right. That's why I'm killing the hype. Positive is what I write. You must be losing your mind. All of the dipping and splashing. How much people have died? How much people are dead? Gunshot fly through the med top. How many kids ain't fed? Look how their mind turn red. No, look how their med gone bad. Look how their face turn vexed. Certain people are too violent. Look how their med turn mad. Look now the place got sick. Look how young gal with kids. Look how they youth turn big. Look now the youth them hungry. Look how the youth them live. Struggling for make that money so they can eat right. Just look how the youth turn bright. Look now the youth want fight. Robbers and teeth in the night. Do it bruise day on site. How can a youth them ask for a help when everyone's pocket is tight? That's another day in my life. Time passing me by, trying to make things go right. I'm not the usual type. I'm not your typical guy. No hype, now you don't value life. Then you can't be my wife. I'm not your average guy. Maybe I aim too high. That's another day in my life. Time passing me by, trying to make things go right. I'm not the usual type. I'm not your typical guy. No hype, now you don't value life. Then you can't be my wife. I'm not your average guy. Maybe I aim too high.
All right, people. I hope you like that anyway. So getting back to the subject at hand, I'm gonna show you the first piece of legislation that I'm gonna pull up. And these are probably relatively old. They're not gonna be anything surprisingly new. So I'm not expecting anyone to be shocked, to be fair. You know, if you do find it shocking, all well and good to you. If you never heard the drill music before, and you don't understand the issues that it might create in society, then you might learn something. I'm pretty sure everyone knows, though, being big and serious. At to GNM Music Gaming Music Media, sorry. Yeah, big up yourself, my brother, man. I'm glad you like that one there. So let me share this screen for you now, so you lot can see what I see. So yeah, long story short, it says, does drill music cause crime or offer an escape from it? And this is BBC News. Yeah. So this is on bbc.co.uk/news, entertainment, arts, whatever, bang. What I'm going to do, I'm going to post the link in the chat as well. So, you know, if you want to read along, if you're struggling to see the screen or whatever it may be, you know, you can either go back and read it later, or, you know, you can get up on your computer screen or whatever now. So this is what this article says. These days, if someone gets stabbed, no one really cares unless it's the family, it's just another young person getting stabbed. Okay. Those chilling words come from a young boy in North London, no older than 14, in a new documentary about the links between knife crime and drill music. He's not alone. His classmates describe intimidating encounters with gangs in balaclavas and the fear that saying the wrong thing will lead to violence. What they're less clear about is whether music, specifically the dark and gritty beats of drill, encourages criminal behavior. I love the way they word things. In the songs, they talk about how they killed so much people and all that observes one pupil. Yeah, sorry. In the songs, they talk about how they killed so much people and all that. Observes one pupil. Sorry. I don't have to check myself there with the wording. Violence is a choice, responds another. Everything is a choice. You don't have to do it. If you think about it, adds a first classmate. Drill has caused more success for people than deaths. So, that's an interesting view on it. Like, has drill caused more success than deaths? Does anyone want to tally the numbers? Because I don't see any statistics here. So, I think the real question there would be, how many people have died as a result of drill music or beefs or arguments related to drill music or influenced by drill music, you know? And, how many people are successful from drill music? Do the numbers. There can't be that many. Like that. There's only going to be a certain amount of people who are successful in any field, you know? The limits to how many people die, I don't know if that's so clear, but let's just read on anyway, because I don't want to influence anyone's thinking too much. But A Way Out, like the students, the documentary titled Terms and Conditions is divided on the question of whether drill's violent lyrics are a symptom or a cause of the rise in knife-related crime. In this time of fake news, I wanted to show both sides, explain Andre Montgomery Johnson, who authored the feature-length investigation. Some people see drill music as bad, some people see drill music as a way out, but we want to see why people have these opinions. In a way, we ask the question, does drill cause knife crime? And the viewer makes the decision. That's the most powerful thing about it. Montgomery Johnson is uniquely placed to explore the issue. Under the name Mr. Montgomery, he's one of the few journalists to cover drill closely from a grassroots level. He grew up on the same streets as some of the genre's biggest names and has lost friends of his own, including the rapper Incognito to knife crime. Okay. Crucially, he files his reports on YouTube, Drill's natural home, giving him authenticity within the scene. Okay. As a result, he has access to some of Drill's biggest stars, going behind the scenes as they record music to shoot videos. In turn, a documentary shows another side of these drill rappers who have often been painted as aggressive thugs in the media. They have pride in what they are doing. They can articulate themselves, says Montgomery Johnson. We're giving them a voice to be understood. Okay. That's one way of looking at it. I kind of get your point there. We're giving them a voice to be understood. The journalist recognizes that drill, like grime before it, offers some of London's poorest residents an escape route. You can record a song on your phone, and within 24 hours, that could potentially have millions of views, which would change your whole destiny, he says. The lyrics are often about obtaining money and status and power because these are things people in the streets don't have, explains rapper Drill Minister, who recently launched a bid to become London's mayor in the film. Okay. But Montgomery Johnson is equally aware the music can lead to problems. Some drill songs do make it seem like it's cool to carry a knife. So, of course, there's going to be consequences to that. There were 90 fatal stabbings in London in 2019, according to the Metropolitan Police. Across the UK, there were 44,771 offences involving knives or sharp instruments between September 2018 and September 2019, a rise of 7%. Figures from the Office of National Statistics show. Police have targeted drill music in an attempt to crack down on the violence, asking YouTube to remove videos that they say incite real world crimes. To examine the links, Montgomery Johnson spoke to knife crime activists, youth mentors, community leaders, police officers, and in his documentary, most move, most moving scenes, the mothers of several victims. Yeah. So it says here YouTube has a massive responsibility. Among them was Sharon Kendall, whose 18-year-old son, Jason Isaacs, died after being ambushed by 4 assailants in on mopeds as he went to a friend's house in November 2017. The boy that killed Jason, he's in numerous YouTube videos and they speak about stabbing people in the back, she says. It's a massive thing, this drill music. I don't think it's the only cause, but it's one of the causes. Several interviews blame YouTube for, hold on, disseminating violent videos without checks in place. A segment that's all the more striking when you learn that terms and conditions is being released under the YouTube's original banner. So maybe that's a change that they're putting into place now with the YouTube. Before I continue though, let me just like big up Papa G, welcome yourself to the room. I'm assuming you got something to say.
What about knife crime?
Yeah, come on, you must have something to say. The way you jumped in the room there and you were silent and patient, I thought, you know what? Let me just finish my last paragraph and then I'm gonna see if you got something to say. If you want to jump in and say something.
Okay.
Or do you want me to continue reading? Out to Fraser as well. We got Fraser in the room.
Tell you something then.
Go on.
When you're growing up, yeah, and you're growing up from a youth into a man, so you're about 14, 15. Did you know when I was 14 and 15, yeah, ratchets were in fashion. You know, ratchet knife?
Yeah.
It was in fashion. So everybody used to go to Victoria to the arcade and buy a knife. I think it was a £5, and whatever you did to get a £5, because everybody had one. It was just one of those things. Can you imagine like 6, 7 people on the roadside trying to flash it, trying to wear it down so it can just flash in and flash out, flash in and flash out. I love those kind of movies of the old days as well. But to think about it was a part of what was normal going on in the early 90s. It's like, come on, man. It's like something to laugh about. 6 men on the road just bought their ratchet knife, flashing it, just flashing it up and down, up and down. But now, moving on, 30 years later, you're saying to yourself, drill music is classed as drill. There's boys out there that have got brothers that are bad boys, and the big brothers are the younger ones' bodyguards, and the younger ones are the big ones' bodyguards. It's just what it is, and this is your brother. You're going to defend your brother. When it comes down to the music you like and the vibration you seek, enough of black boys out there, they wear a uniform. You know, like the black tracksuit. Some of them ain't even going to the gym, but it helps them to motivate towards the gym because they're wearing those clothes, you understand? And you know, girls like buff guys nowadays. So sometimes, you know, you are what you are. You know, I never knock a drill rapper because back in the day, before drill was grime. So one time I went to this place in West End called Dark and Cold. You know the clothing company? It's a black man's clothing company.
Yeah, I've heard of Dark and Cold.
Yeah, and I walked in. They used to sell everybody's CD who was coming up, who was one of the rappers coming up. So I watched music change. You understand? Over 30 years, 40 years of just watching music just change. So when you see the changes of music, and now I have to listen to somebody doing drill, and I don't even understand it. You know, some of the youngsters nowadays, they don't take weed anymore. They take down the drugs. You know, they be sucking on balloons and stuff like that, and getting high off a balloon and stuff. It's a different thing. So
we just had someone with a balloon on here a minute ago.
Yeah, so it's a different form of behavior from where I'm from. You know, when I said to you, I come from sound system. And then in sound system, the first time it was like, you got to read your Bible now. And then it was Cockney translate, and then it became, you know, jungle. You understand? Where it
Who's
was
that
like,
Tipper Ivory, top Cockney translation you're talking about?
so the vibrations of the music has changed to where people carry weapons. Everybody's Don Corleone or Al Capone. Al Capone is a real dude who actually exists. You understand? In them time, it was selling bootleg alcohol. Now it's bootleg weed. I've seen more weed, like different bootlegs, than you can imagine. So now I'm not surprised it's a part of the music.
Yeah, yeah, I hear that still.
Yeah. And I would want really anybody who's clever out there to write a book. And I challenge you, your book will make you the fastest 20 grand honest 20 grand you've ever made in your life, because you've got a story to tell. But now we put them into books.
So,
You
so,
understand?
so Papa G, do you
Yeah.
think that well, I'm gathering what you're saying is, I don't want to put words in your mouth though, so I'm gonna let you explain after. Like, are you saying that it's not just the drill, it was the grime before it, it's some of the hip hop, it's all of it?
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I remember when grime first came out, one of the guys got a TT, one of them cars, because that was the time of the time, a TT. And I remember in Clerkenwell Road, bullets rang through it, rang through it. You understand? So that was the scene at that time. You go to a rave, and the man will shoot up your car by the end of the night because you look better than him, because you look nicer than him.
See,
You
but
know?
where, all right, so obviously in today's day and age though, yeah, do you think things have got any worse, or do you think they're just the same as what they are before? And also, out to Nadia, she says it affects the whole community when someone gets stabbed or injured that's related to gangs down their
Yeah,
street. It
but I'm
makes
sorry,
everyone very cautious and concerned.
yeah. But do you know what? I'm not. You can say that, but it's not. It's a fashion thing. It's a growing up thing. It's a part of the culture, and a part of the being a Londoner. You understand? Part of being urban. Part of being society stricken. Like when you're in society stricken, you grow up. If you don't like what your mates like, you're left out. So you're gonna follow suit anyway.
Mm. Well,
You
she
know,
also
you're
said
gonna be.
on Facebook, when something happens to someone, hold on, something happens close to them, they then start getting very paranoid about their family's safety, which is very normal when something like that happens. So do you think it has it gives people a bit of a what's the word, anxiety about coming out of their house if they know something like that's happened in their area?
Yeah. It's going to do that anyway. But you see, the people who's in the area, you understand, those people are normal people. But guess what? Certain times the vibration says you got to big up your chest, you know, and go
Yeah.
outside your door. Big up your chest and go outside. You see, when you
Hey,
go outside your
people.
door and you've bigged up,
Hey,
you're prepared for what society is going to offer you and what's ever out there. But if you're around that kind of environment, then yeah. If your son or your daughter's that kind of person, what do? Stop them wearing from tracksuit and trainers. You stop your son from wearing tracksuit and trainers and looking like other black guys out there. And he could be that guy. So certain times it's a uniform. You understand? You should know the uniform. Sometimes you wear the uniform. Sometimes you've got your son wearing the same uniform. Sometimes girls have got their little.
Sorry, excuse me. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. Hey.
On
Can
the
someone
road.
just give me a quick brief? I was a bit late into the show. Can someone just give me a quick briefing on like
so
just the cliff notes of what we're
so
conversating?
what we're talking about right now, yeah, is influences on the youth. And what I wanted to talk about today specifically was the computer games, some of the music, and how it influences the young men, because it came up the other day. We was talking about social media, and I think that's more of an issue that affects a lot of the young women, although it does affect some of the young men as well. You know, they got a lot of competition running on the social media, and you know, some of the
Yeah,
actual violence is
when you say it
happening
affects them,
normal.
what do you mean it affects young women? Do you mean it affects young women who don't have a stable background that brings them up to know better and they're not validating something for else? Like when you mean like what,
Well, I just mean in a
like
sense, though,
that could go into a whole nother like
that's a
conversation.
whole.
I think it
We
depends
can
on
do
who
that
you
though.
are and
We can go into that as well, though. But I'm saying, obviously, the social media, yeah, is something where, you know, a lot of the young women are drawn to it. You know, you've struggled to get them off of it. You
No,
know,
young women who are seeking something else, seeking because we live in a day and age where people don't come from stable family backgrounds, and so they're seeking something that they don't get at home. Someone like me who was brought up in a house with a mum and a dad, I'm not in no social media and in no dance looking no man, because I know my standards were set high in it from home life. But not a lot. I understand. Not a lot of people in my generation have that.
well, that's interesting that you brought that side of it up, because at the end of the day, you know, it says clearly in the description, you know, you can bring up any other issues you want to bring up, but this one's directly related because, you know, young women are young people too. At the end of the day, you know, I was talking more in reference to the young men right now, but I believe that a percentage of the young women also will be affected by the drill music and by the grime music and by, you know, the criminality of it all. And
Yeah,
you know,
if they don't have the counterbalance, if they don't have the counterbalance at home to balance it out, like we grew up in the same background, like so I listened to the same music, and that didn't mean that I went out and started robbing people or like committing crime.
yeah,
I lived a very a very crime free lifestyle, like. So
How
you
do
know,
you
it's I
feel?
think it
How do you feel about the way you sound as a person? Do you think you sound normal? Because being a stranger to
no,
me
I know
and
I'm
how
not
you
normal.
sound,
I know.
yeah,
I'm 100% fully self-aware that I know that I am not normal. And when I was younger, that's what a lot of that was a big problem for me, because to me my upbringing was normal. So then to be putting my situations in other people, if we went until I got older, I realized I know that my situation ain't normal. I'm very blessed that I know that I'm from a minority of the situation. But it took
Mr.
me until I
Patel,
got older to
Mr.
realize
Patel,
that.
Mr. Patel he's got an infrastructure in the country. So really, Mr. Patel grows up his son. He says, "What a da da dang," and his son empties the bin, just empties it. You understand? No quick, no. It's
Yeah.
what a da da dang. He's emptied the bin.
wada
When we
deng,
talk,
wada deng deng.
Yeah, but
you
that's what I
understand?
did.
We ask
My
our
dad
son to
never had
empty the
to.
bin. You've got to tell him about 3 or 4 times. So it's a form of behaviour.
No,
That's
my
how
dad
you got
never
the
had to tell me or
infrastructure.
3 or 4 times. Listen, I grew
Right,
up in a
right. That's
household. If
because
you
your
don't
dad
hear, you feel.
That's most probably because your dad was like a father in the household. You know,
Yeah, yeah. And that's what I
men
was
get
saying to
beaten down
Shiffa.
by
Yeah, that's what
women.
I was
Some of
saying.
us men get beaten down by women and can't stand up. And can't
Yeah, and
stand up.
this is.
And then the son sees that and grows up like that. Does that make sense?
Do you know? Sorry, I just need to Sorry, I don't I just need to put this out. You see that first question you asked me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, do you know what? And now what you've just said there, like, I don't even know you, but like, you're the type of people that I like to put myself around. Like, I
Okay.
don't even know you like that, but you see, from that first question you asked, do I think I sound normal? Like, no, I know I don't sound normal. I know I'm very far from it, but to me, it's normal. But I understand, as I got older, I understand to the outside world, it's not normal. I'm very blessed. I didn't have the trials and tribulations of a broken home or this or that or struggle. Or I
When you
didn't have
say
that.
things like this, though, when you say things like normal, what is your definition of normal? And you know,
Well,
anything
what my definition of normal is not normal to no one else. I learned as I got older. My definition of normal of growing up is a mum and a dad in a house, a mum and a dad working together as a team, no arguments. I'm 30, so I've never seen my dad put his hands on my mum. I've
That's what
never seen them raise
right.
like. Do you
That's
get
what
what I
I'm saying.
mean? So I know it's not, to me it's normal, but I know in this society it's not normal. I'm of a very small minority and I'm very blessed for what I come from. My mum and dad are they've been together 50 years this year. Their 50 wedding anniversary is next year. Like I understand I'm not normal, but to me that's normal.
Yeah. Well, where I'm at now, there was
are
a
we
girl
seeing the
talking
comments?
about.
Can you see
What's
the
the comment
comments,
say? I
Papa
can't even
G?
see that,
I
man.
can't. Hold on. Wait, I'm not seeing no comments.
What's that say? You're
Listen,
supposed to read it out, Shiv.
the uniform is a stereotype. Just because you wear a tracksuit of any kind does not necessarily mean that you're involved with gang or drill. Yeah, and I'd agree with
Yes.
that. I'd agree with
Thank you
that.
very much,
Listen,
I
Johnson,
wear, I
Lily.
wear a
you
tracksuit
know
when
when
I
you're
go to
wearing
play
your tracksuit, and
Dadia.
you know how you're wearing your
Yeah,
tracksuit.
of course. And
And
sometimes
because
I
they
wear
make
a tracksuit
tracksuits
just to be
fashionable,
comfortable. Sometimes I do it just to be
because they
comfortable.
make
So
tracksuits fashionable, you know how you're wearing your tracksuit.
yeah, but
You
you
know
can't
why
say that.
you know why you're shaving your beard like that.
But then
You
I
want to look
think that
like
all
some
go,
of the
but
road
then
men,
don't
don't
you
you?
think
You
it
want to
all
look like some of
slightly
the road men,
attributes
don't
back
you?
to the fact of how you were brought up? Don't you think it all attributes back to computer? Like, so what he was saying about computer games and music makes certain like young men feel a certain way. Like no, because I listen to that music. But if I listened to that music and was brought up in a household that with that where that type of behavior, then maybe I would think that was okay. If I was listening to it and seeing it in my life, I would think it's okay. But I listened to it and I see that wasn't my day-to-day life. So I was one of few people who could separate the two. But I get what Shiffa say. Yeah, if you're listening to it and then that's what you're seeing in your home life, that's the same situation. You are going to be conditioned to think that that's normal.
All right, guys, 1 second, Papa G. Yeah, we just had Phoenix jump into the room, so can we welcome Phoenix?
Hello.
What's happening, Phoenix? You got any thoughts on what's going on that you want to share with us as well?
What's good? What's good? I'm just tuning in to see what you guys are talking about at a minute, but this is a topic that's close to my heart right about now.
I've got you.
Come on.
I've got you.
Share with us. That's what we're about. Sharing.
Share your information. So how do you feel about the music influences on the young people? You know, I'm saying more. I think it's more influence in the young boys, and obviously the games as well. How do you feel about all of that? And do you have any other influences that you think are really dangerous?
We live in a time. We live in a time right about now. Can you guys hear me all right? Can you guys hear me all right?
Yeah,
I can now. Yeah.
All right, brilliant. All right, I think we live in a time at the moment where there aren't enough role models, you know, like real men, whether it be black men or whatever. There just aren't enough role models that relate to our youth, right? Now, the whole track and drill thing is so big on social media and just your general playlisting, you know, with charts and radios and everything else, that the kids can't avoid it. And unfortunately, it's way more impressionable than you might think. I mean, we stopped making music. We stopped doing all that stuff. So we don't make trap music.
Sorry, could you just tell me what is a bit of your background? Sorry, just when you say you stopped, can you just, because what's a bit of your background? Like, what did you come from to, why did you stop, if you get what I mean?
I'll just introduce myself real quick. My name's Phoenix. I've been involved in recording hip hop and rap music in the UK for about 22 years.
Okay.
And we've literally got to a point where we can't support it anymore because we just realized the influence it has on the community around us. Like it literally got to a point where it's too much. Like everything we're putting out is them getting listened to by 10 to 100 youths at a time, maybe thousands if it blows up, and it's just spreading some bullshit out there. Like it's, as you were saying, I caught you just as I came on, that these youths aren't even really doing what they're saying in the track, and that's often how it starts. But then you've got this catch-up game that they get stuck in, where it's like, okay, you've shown us that that's what you're doing, so now you've got to man up and prove it, innit? And that's the trap they get caught in.
Do you not think, just throwing a total novel film, do you not think though, just playing devil's advocate, you see when people are saying about, the music is the reason, but do you not think in a slightly side way that's a bit of a cop out too? Because okay, the music is a tribute, but if as a parent, if you were showing your child the right lifestyle at home and living your way in a certain life, no matter what this is what I was saying about myself, no matter, I've grown up listening, I've listened to trap, I've listened to drill, but my household and my lifestyle, my mum and dad that wasn't what was in my house. So although I listened to it, do you get what I mean? Do you not think that saying, the music, do you not think that's a bit of a palm off from parents? Take responsibility for what you're showing your children.
Yes and no. I've got to be honest, because I've run our recording studio from my house for the last 10 years. And it's a household, it's a family house. You know, we've got kids and everything else. And I have to say that that's had a major influence on my own, especially my youngest.
Okay.
Now, literally with having those type of characters around, kind of doing sessions or whatever else, and it looks to the children, it looks to my kids like that's what I'm supporting. I'm supporting this attitude, this whole movement.
But the way you're talking and from what you're sounding, do you not believe? Because what you're from what it's sounding like to me is what you're describing is like how my mum and dad was around me. So although that stuff was around me, but yes, it was appealing to that's what was going on. But behind closed doors, what I knew was a home life and the fundamentals that were set in me from as young as I can remember, my values, my morals, that was instilled for me long before I got to see that overrid anything else. Yes, I see the hype. I grew up, I see the hype of quick money and all of that. And I'm not saying I'm perfect or whatever, and I was never an angel, but I was brought up in, I was always smart enough to never, do you know what I mean? Like, and the way you're talking, I think, yes, your children may be seeing that, but the way you're talking, your children are also, from what you sound like, your children are also knowing the fundamentals of a
Yo,
proper household.
Shah,
Yeah.
can I pause you for 1 second? Yeah. Just want to say a big up to Jay Prophet in the chat. He said hello, everyone, and can everyone share the link with someone as well? Share the link, man. And if you're watching at home, you're on the channel, like, subscribe to the channel, you know, and get the notifications when the show goes live.
I'm gonna be real with you. If I try to share it now, it's gonna kick me back out.
All right, do it after.
My struggle's real. My struggle's real.
If you're not on a computer, it is difficult. But yeah, big up to yourselves as well, man. Thanks for joining the room, guys, man. I'm loving the conversation.
No worries.
Anyway, can we go back to my guy? Because I like what he had to say. This man he knows what he's talking about. I like this stuff. Sorry, continue.
I think
Sir. I'm calling you sir. You've just earned a sir. I'm like, sir, continue.
You, my lady. I don't even know your name. Sorry, who am I talking to?
I'm Charlene.
Hello. All right. Yeah. All right. But basically, I think our generation. So you're in your 30s at the moment.
Yeah. 35.
I'm a bit older than you, so I'm kind of in my 40s. I think we come from a generation where parents and families and elders were our influence. Yeah, they were kind of like where the buck stopped. That's the line. They showed us the lines. They showed us the paths to follow.
Yeah.
What the kids are dealing with today is algorithms and media and it's basically digital mind control. Now, I'm not trying to be a conspiracy theorist or anything, but I'm saying
No, I hear you. No.
These influences are their programs, like they can
But
control.
so that's exactly what I'm saying. So you see them influences, them algorithms, them things that our children are being conditioned to like know and to feel. It's just, what I'm saying is, isn't it our jobs as like exactly what you said, knowing our parents and the generation before us, they had. We spent our summer holidays with our cousins and that, we had that. So I'm saying, is it not our responsibility as the adults to even, we can't change the whole of society, but if everybody who's on this chat, if we take our personal children out of the algorithm situation and take them back to the old school, how our parents brought us up, and not having them growing up on computers and spending their summer holidays with their family and their cousins and all of that, is that not, do we not have a certain level of responsibility if we want change to actually make change happen?
Can I cut in a minute?
Yeah.
Tell you, you got different kind of cultures. You've got the Indian man, you've got the white man, you've got the black man, you've got the African. You understand? They've all got their own culture, and when they got the vibration of their culture, they're all trying to be this guy. You understand? But in our time, my time, it was sound system, and I emphasize sound system. It's a different culture. Now you had hip hop, then once the NWA came in, you had gangster rap, Snoop Doggy Dogg, Dr. Dre, on funk music. It was the vibration was brilliant. But when you got different kind of genres of those hip hops, that's what made the money. You understand? Then how the rappers perceive themselves to be with their big gold chain and their big things like this and their things. It's the same way you brought into grime. My daughter's 30 now, and she had a 16th birthday party, and it was nice. But when they put the grime music on, they all went electric and made her night. Her thing was on fire. I was just a proud dad. She had a big birthday. You understand? Like, wow. But I understand the music and the vibration.
You did good.
I bought that drill. I remember there was guys trying to get into the party, and because they didn't have a ticket, they blasted fireworks on us. So, like, at the same time, I think behavior that they have, it doesn't matter who you are or who you've been. Kids might want to go where the girls are at the same time, and the girls have got a vibration. Beyonce said she wants a soldier. She needs a soldier.
Yeah, Beyonce. Let's not talk about Beyonce because I don't want to
Yeah,
offend no one. Because
she's
this is
an
live, and
influencer.
Beyonce's one of the
Influencer.
most confused females I've ever
Yeah, but
known of in
me,
my
I'm
life.
talking
In
about
one breath, she's
influencers.
screaming about independence, and in the next breath, she's screaming about like make the man pay your bills. Like make your mind up, pick a struggle.
Yeah,
I'm
but she was
sorry, I can't
just
cope.
a child into the thing, and she played a big part in influencing people's minds. Like most of the vibrations, that drill music was like you could go into dark and cold and say to him, "I want the new. Oh, who's the latest rapper? Who's big on the circuit now?" Walk into a shop and just say, "Who's the latest rapper? Who's the big on circuit right now?" And he'll give you a CD of the youth who's doing it for the time, and it's the vibration. We like that.
Do you know what? I spent probably a couple of
So,
hours sitting with a couple of
Yeah.
17 earlier.
No, I ain't gonna lie. This is why I love. Can we
I
just
don't
take a
wanna hear
moment to thank Shiffa for this platform and that? Because like this, is what I'm saying. You know, just the different types of people, different ages, different genres, different backgrounds, like
it.
coming
Yeah.
yeah,
together.
he's
I love listening to you
you
lot
know what?
talk. Like,
There's a lot of creative people that Shiffa knows, yeah. And Shiffa knows that what is he's creating, whatever he's created there, it can get to a bigger stage. But you see, you got Phoenix over there. You understand? Now, if he was to film the platform at the same time and help advertise it, then yeah, you'll get a bigger platform. Shiffa's brought in some really influential people who are they got their visionaries. You understand? So these things. So it's how he wants to do it. But remember, Schiffer's late by his sell-by date as well.
Big up, Shiffa.
Thanks for that, mate. Anyway,
yeah, we know that.
big up yourselves, guys, and thanks for that, man. I appreciate all the support, man.
Appreciate
Out to
love.
Mr. Blake, who's just joined the room. What you saying, Dads?
Yes, Mr. Blake.
All right.
Can you hear us all right?
Right now, I'm gonna
I can see him. I can't hear him.
Andy, can you hear us on there, yeah?
Oh, Phoenix.
You're really
Yo.
low. Your voice is either really
Did
low
you
or we can't hear you.
did you do the bell next one?
You can't ask me that on this, man.
I'm just asking you.
Click the other link.
That's why they're
Stick to
building
work,
the
man.
talk.
Click
I
the
love
other link.
creativity.
Yeah,
Girl
the
just
YouTube one.
Girl just said it's wonderful what Schiffer's doing. She just said it's wonderful what Schiffer's doing, and I said, you know how much creative people are here right now in thingy, but Schiffer can make. He's just turned up again, doing this thing again. You understand?
Anyway,
So I don't know. He could go film. He can do his
topic for the
Instagram. He can
news?
do loads of things.
Technology, yeah.
Technology's the thing right now. You want G5? You want 5G? You want 5G? Do you want 5G?
I'll give you 6G. Don't worry. I got you.
Yeah, I mean, it's like slang nowadays. It's like I'm more concerned about, like the corruption that's going on in Africa right now. It just upsets me. And then to think about the kids, I never really bothered about how many kids stabbed themselves at the end of the year. I thought it had nothing to do with me. Because I'm like, if you want to live by the sword, you die by the sword. I went to Borstal when I was 15. They don't have Borstal no more. So
Sorry,
me,
I don't mean to interrupt you, and it will be the first and last time I interrupt you. But can I just say, like,
yeah.
thank you very effing much because we're online. I won't swear. You see that
Yeah.
realness you just said there? Like, I did. Do you know what, Shiffa? How many times I don't have children. You see that comment there, like, oh, it didn't affect me personally. Like, do you know, to hear someone else just be so real and just say it like that, like, thank you.
Right. No.
Continue. Sorry. I just had to get that out there.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, I just think it's just a different thing. I don't know. I've got a daughter, and she asked me a while back, a couple of years, to help her do her maths, and I was like, well, this is how you do it. She says, that's not how you do it, Dad. This is how you do maths nowadays. And I said, well, it's still maths in it. And you've got Egyptian maths. Do you know about Egyptian maths? And she said, no, she didn't know about it. So we went onto YouTube and she saw Egyptian maths. And she said, oh, this is an easier way of doing maths. And I checked out how she was learning, because the way how they do maths now, fancy being a dad.
Listen, that's the way they do it. Like, my niece is doing her GCSEs now, and like when I'm looking at her maths, like, and I done my exams. I did good, like, and I did good, especially in maths. Like, and when I'm looking at the way they're teaching the kids now, I'm like, hold on, why are we taking them 20 miles around the house to, like?
That's what I was saying. Like, she said, oh, this is easier. And I just said to her,
Nah.
like, most probably that's the engagement what you're supposed to have with your siblings. But some of us can't get to have that because we're too in fighting with our wives or whatever. But you know, that's where where you get drawn into different vibrations. You know what I mean? You know, fancy having a Rasta mum and a Rasta dad, or fancy having a Buddhist mum and a Buddhist dad, and they're really into what they're into. I mean, like when I went to Stamford Hill the other day, I saw a Jewish man not laughing at each other's trainers because they was all dressed the same. What about that vibration?
Right,
You know,
when I went to secondary school, I
oh,
was the odd one out, and do you know why I was the odd one out?
because you
I
had
bet you
pleated skirt.
no, you will never guess why I was the odd one out.
Because you're mixed race.
No, because I came from a house where my mum and dad. I lived still in a house with my mum and dad. They were still married and together.
Yeah,
I was
and
the
that
odd
makes you
one
the
out.
odd. Yeah, but to me,
Like,
that's
how
just
fucked up is that? To me, like, that was normal. But like, I will never forget year 7 secondary school, Thomas Tallis School.
you
They
see that.
all year. So
Sorry to cut you. Sorry to cut you. Sorry to cut you. But that statement there is a big statement because I would want to see other people's comments on that one just on Facebook. I just want to see. I just want to read the comments and
listen,
see what.
people, like, I'm as like we were talking just before you came on. That's what we were saying. Like, it wasn't until I got older, someone asked me. There was like, I said something, and someone said to me, "Do you think you sound normal?" And I was like, "Do you know what? If you would have asked me that when I was younger, I would have said, yeah, I think I sound normal." But now I know when I talk, I don't sound normal. But it took me to get older. It's my normal, but
But
I
can you
understand
switch
to the
up?
rest of the
Do you
world.
switch up in the workplace?
Pardon?
Like talk with round tones. Around the rocks, a rugged rascal ran, or do you just stick to your street bit of twang?
No, I work. So I go from corporate to ghetto in 0.2 seconds. I work in corporate management, but I was brought up council estate.
Everybody's fake now. Everybody's got some job here. They do, yeah.
Listen, I can
But they're
adapt to
still
whatever
doing what they do.
situation I'm around. Like, whatever situation I'm around, the people I'm around, I just adapt real quick to it. Like, so in work, if you hear me when like you ring me at work, it's a whole how I'm talking now. Like, you will never hear me at work.
Yeah.
People at work don't know me outside of work, and people outside of work don't know me in work.
What did you make of Phoenix when he was talking?
Yeah, I like I liked what he had, but like with all of you, so this is what I said. I like the reason I like to hear you talk. Obviously, you're older as well, and as well, like I said, I'm every part of my life. I'm from a very small group. I'm from my mum and dad are still together. I'm 35. I don't have children, but I've been I've like raised children. I've fostered, but I haven't personally had. I'm a very small group in everything for my age. I don't fit in any bracket that I should. So that's why I love listening to you, like other people talk and like different people.
Do you know Shiffa grew up like Fresh Prince of Bel-Air in the big house.
Yeah. Yeah, no, like me and I know Shiffa from day. From like me and Shiffa, like
No,
wait, like
Man, man, no Fresh Prince
What
of
do you
Bel Air.
grew up like Fresh Prince of Bel-Air? You're just
yes, you was
wild.
Shiffa. Like you don't. Why are you trying? You always try to act like you're hard done by. You really wasn't. Like you were
Why are you trying
pampered.
to make
Like
me out to
why?
be Will Smith though? Why can't you pick a
He's Will
better
Smith to
character? Why
me.
you have to pick Will Smith of all the people?
No, because that was you. Like that was you. Like, but imagine that was you without having to move to your aunt and uncle's house. Like you were the Fresh Prince of Bel Air, as if like you were just Colton. Like, but like
I was
you were the
Colton.
Fresh Prince without moving.
You're a joker, you know. Last saying I was Colton. I was
No,
not.
I'm saying you were like the Fresh Prince without
No,
moving.
man.
Like,
I was like little
listen.
Diddy, man. I was like little Diddy, you know, like that. Like
No, you wasn't. You was a spoiled ass mother.
I
You
was
was
like
a spoiled
King
ass mother. Beep, 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 because we're online. Like,
What
you
mother's
didn't want for
Well,
boy?
nothing. You had
so you
whatever you
wonder
wanted.
how I got kicked out of my mom's house. Now I'd like to make a minute, just sit right there, tell you how I came to a town called
Oh, that's
Wiltshire.
what I'm saying. You became a prince without getting kicked out. You became a prince without getting kicked out of no yard and having to move nowhere else. You were just a prince in your yard.
I hear you
That
still.
was that one turned rough rogue.
We was all
You know,
princes and princesses in our own house, though, man. Come on, man. My
Yeah, but
mom
that's not the point. We're talking about you, spot brat.
you know. And I wasn't a spoiled brat. I was far from a brat. Trust me, my mum was very, very cautious about.
You're still a brat now. Don't play with me.
I've never been a brat. Do you know what? I'm a go-getter.
All right, this is a conversation we'll have not over live, but you're a brat. Carry on. Next conversation.
So anyway, basically, yeah, what we're gonna do, we're gonna go back onto the topic. The topic of today is
That's what I'm thinking.
how does this new
Whose background is that? I love it.
Papa G,
You know what?
Down that noise in the background.
I love it. I love it.
I'm in the Shabeen. I'm in the Shabeen.
Papa G's having a party.
No, I'm in the Shabeen, man. That's all I
Hey,
have.
what are you saying? What, can anyone come? What's the address? We can get cabs,
far
Ubers.
out.
No parties, man. No parties. You don't
Far
realize
out
it's
London.
lockdown, people.
I'm far out of London.
You can't
And
do
you know
no
what?
party. It's lockdown.
And you know what?
Just because you're not in London, don't hate.
No, you'll get the fine. You want the fine? Have you heard about the fine? I'm not even.
I've got a letter. I can roll anywhere I want. I've got a letter.
Look, we're not
You
going
got a
into
letter.
the restrictions.
I got a letter. I got a letter.
Right now.
I got a letter. I can go where I want. I got a letter.
Yeah, but what I want to
I'm a dad. I can go anywhere.
how
It's from my mum, but that's not the point. Like, I can go where I want.
I can go anywhere I want.
the digital games. How does this affect the kids? And are we serious? Like, do we think we should be doing something about it? Is basically where I'm coming from. Out to Annie,
No,
get
no,
up,
no,
got
no.
yourself, Annie.
Yo, yo.
What?
People like
Ja.
people like yourself do the podcast. If you do the podcast, then you could do something.
Happy
about it.
Saturday. What's
What
good?
gonna
How
do
you
after
been?
this?
It's all good.
How's
Have you not
lockdown
heard
been
the news?
treating you?
Have you
How's
not heard the
lockdown
news?
treating you?
Lockdown's nothing, mate. I ain't on lockdown. I do my thing, innit?
You and
No
me
one
both.
will put me on lockdown, you know.
I love it.
So have you heard the latest news, you lot?
Drop it on us.
Have you lot actually Shiffa, have you heard the news?
Which news?
The World Health Organization have just said that basically we should have been following Sweden. You know, Sweden didn't have a lockdown, and they haven't had any sort of like outrageous deaths, inverted commas, coronavirus deaths.
Okay.
And basically we should have been following them. So they are on lockdown, so we need to copy them now. Hello.
So what? Lockdown finished?
You tell
No,
me.
they ain't gonna be.
Because
Well,
let me
it should.
tell you something.
What is that? The facts state it should be, but they haven't made it.
Right, they haven't made it public, so to speak. But the World Health Organization have basically said, let me get the thing. Bear with me. They basically said, sorry, I'm just going to the bit, right? Sorry. But this is bullshit. This shows that this shit was a hoax as far as I'm concerned.
Well, I'm
Shows it.
still trying to work out why no one said they would tell everyone to wear a mask, but no one said nothing about the extra carbon monoxide they'd be inhaling whilst wearing a mask all day.
Oh, listen, man. Today I went on a rampage on road. I went live and I was like talking to people like, are you scared or something? I was like, why have you got the mask on? I was like, do you know that you wearing that mask, you are actually restricting your respiratory fall. The man just took it off straight away. Idiot. Right, where's this thing?
It's been ridiculous.
So,
People, they got people. Read it.
So they've issued praise to Sweden because Sweden didn't lock down, and it looks like basically they've only got one, like not even, it's just like a normal flu in Sweden. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
No major deaths or anything. It's just like a normal flu. So they're saying basically we need to copy them. Basically what they've done on theirs.
When was this report put out? When was this decided? Is there a date or time? Or
30th of April.
So, and do you know what? That's quite funny. So that was yesterday. And you know, in New Cross, the pub on the corner, first time coming on my way home from work yesterday, it was open. And I'm like, nah, how is this pub open? I need to investigate. They are doing 25% off tap lager or bring your own bottle in.
See, this thing is bullshit. When you see 2 policemen in a car driving,
Oh, and you see every Thursday at 8 o'clock, Tower Bridge full of police,
right,
ambulance,
right,
tourists, everything.
right,
Corona took a break.
and I clap, right? So it's from a long time. From when I saw that, I was like, police are not wearing masks. Police are not wearing gloves. They're walking together. They're going to be arresting people. Come on, people.
From
Get a
when, do you know
brain.
from when my whole thing, I kind of, from the beginning, I was just not involved. But from my confirming for me personally, not a social thing, but me personally was, so I was meant to go and work at that Nightingale Hospital
Yeah.
when they opened it.
I
And
heard
my
there was no
confirming
one in there.
my confirming thing for me about this whole thing was the reason I didn't go and work there was after, when I was supposed to start, after going and doing my induction, this was before it actually opened and everything else, they wanted me to sign a disclaimer to say that I will not talk or post anything on social media
You
about
see?
anything that. So from then, and bearing in mind, I was only going in, I wasn't going in as a doctor or anything, I was only going in as a clean, like not as a cleaner, but as a specialist. I deal in biohazards. So I was only going in to audit. But from when they let me go and do the induction, they did all my checks, they did everything, they signed they did my induction, and then it was on the day promised to go. They sent me an email. I was like, oh, can you please sign this and bring it with you on the first day. When I read it and went through it, it was disclaimer to say that I can't basically the same regulations when I went for jury service at Crown Court was the same stipulations that was in this to go and work as to go and audit. I'm not working a day, but I would have been going in there twice a week for about an hour and a half max. And the same stipulations was more or less in line. In the stipulations is when I had jury service for Crown Court. You're not allowed to talk about nothing. You're not allowed to post nothing on social media. You can't tell anybody. I had to give them. They wanted me to disclose the full names and all details of everybody who lived in my household of while I was going to be working in this place.
What?
Yes, that's why I never took the job. I've still got the emails because I'm like, after all this stuff, I'm not trying to get myself arrested, but I've still got my emails.
Wow, that's deep.
Like, and have you not noticed that they opened this whole big hospital, but not one person has been treated in it? But all these thousands have died.
That makes me think that they're looking to do. They know something's going to happen though. Like probably after the lockdown. Now this is my issue. This is why I went on a rampage.
They're going to want to put the little implant thing in people, and that's what it's going to be for. Like
the thing is, if you lock yourself away, okay. So just think of a baby when a baby's born. When a baby's born and they're toddlers and they're crawling around and they're touching stuff on the floor and you think, oh my God, but you allow them because you know that they're building up their immune system. Now, all the people who have stayed locked inside, all they've done is lower their immune system. So you see,
this is why they want to do the phase when they're saying about the opening and lockdown. This is why they're saying the schools and that will have to be phased because they've already. This is what I'm saying. They say one thing, they admit it in one breath, but then the guidelines they give contradict what they admit. If you listen to when they give the report, they admit so much stuff, but then they give a guideline to do this, and the guidelines contradict everything that what they say in the thing.
Yo! Can you hear me? Yeah. Like, sorry to interrupt you. Yeah. Like, and I think it is a definite like conversation that's needed to be had.
It's true. Sorry.
Obviously, you know.
We know what you're gonna say. All right, cool. We went off topic. We know.
Serious. I didn't want to just cut you off because you was having a girl moment. I've got you.
Shut up.
Everyone to feel comfortable.
All right, Fresh Prince. All right, Fresh Prince. Sorry.
Feel no way, but differently. Yeah. Like.
All right. Go on. Bring the conversation back where you want it.
Annie, before we move back into this, because I want to go back onto the subject that we were talking about. But obviously, with this information that you've just presented to us, where is that actually coming from? Is this BBC News? Where do we find it?
No, the World Health Organization.
World Health Organization, the one who's been running things from day.
Okay. So what is that on their website? Yeah, this information.
You could go to it, but I've got a link. How can I share you the link?
You
I
can
could put it in there, innit? I'll put it in there.
Yeah,
Copy and paste it into the comments.
yeah, put it in the comments because then other people can look at the
Yeah,
link.
yeah,
So-
I'll do that. I ain't got a problem with that at all.
Right, go on, Fresh Prince. Take us back to the topic of tonight.
Yay, Fresh
It's not
Prince,
the
we're
Fresh
arty.
He ate Will Smith, I'm telling you. But differently, yeah. Like we was talking about earlier, Annie, before you jumped on, like the influence of some of the modern day music and the computer games on the youth of today.
The same one that we was talking about the other night, like the games.
The other night, and I was
Yeah,
just saying, I
obviously.
think it's a cop out for parents trying to just blame computer games. And I think we need to go back to basics, like what we said the other night. Take responsibility for your youths in your yard. Don't blame computer games. Yes, they have a certain part of influence, but if you're coming correct indoors, that influence will not overpower the influence you have indoors.
True.
Sorry, that's all I have to say. I finished ranting.
So do you not think that the computer games and the drill music does influence them then, or do you think it's just bad parenting?
I think it influences lots of different factors, and you can't break it down to just one, can you? There's loads of different factors why someone's going to behave a certain way, but I don't think it helps because it is quite negative. Even the frequencies are negative. So yeah, I don't think it's like the best music for, especially because it can cause depression as well. And already young people, they're going through adolescence, their hormones are changing. It's a very confusing time.
Yeah.
And I think that music, it's not the most positive music, is it?
Sorry, can I just stress when I'm saying I think it's a parental response. Let me just stress. I did say from the beginning, I think it's a bit of everything. I did say from the beginning, I do think music and games influence it, but I also think that in the day and age we're in, I think parents put a lot more blame on computer games and music than they should. Yes, it does have an influence. But like I said, if you're listening to that trap music and that drill music, and then that's the type of situation you're living in your house, and you're seeing that thing, then yes, you are gonna. But to you, that is all you know. Whereas if you're listening to it, and yes, it is going to influence you to a certain extent, but if you're being shown a total different lifestyle at home and your upbringing is not that, and you ain't in that trap lifestyle, and like you've got a mum and dad, and then you're going to be able to have that balance. Is
True.
what I was saying.
True. I agree with that. But at the same time, who's buying these kids these games? Do you know what I mean? It's the parents, so they should shut up, really.
That's what I'm saying. I think more, I'm not saying that no responsibility needs to be put on the games and the music, but I'm saying more, it needs to be 80% on parents and 20% on, it ain't no 50-50 or nothing. It ain't no 80% music and that. And no, I think more percent needs to be put on the parents because your kids can because like I said, I grew up on a Kansas Day. I grew up listening to trap music. I grew up listening to, but my home upbringing was never that. So although I grew up and listened to it, and I see that whole fast money and all of that, I see that, and I see how certain of my friends were influenced who didn't have the background. But once I went home, I knew that weren't what my fundamentals that was installed for me long before I started listening and knowing about music was. Or work ethic, I had morals, I had respect, there was things that was fundamentally put into me long before anything else.
Mm-hmm.
Evening
So
all.
although yes, there is that music, and yes, me and one of my best friends grew up in the exact same background, same council estate, but the difference was she come from a broke home, so that music and stuff that she heard, yes, that related more to her. So although yes, I listen to it, I enjoy it, I rave to it, I love it, I blast it out, but at the end of the day, I know what good upbringing is, innit? I know that respect level. There's certain things that I'm not going to accept that she will accept, but I understand why she would accept it because that's all she's ever known. Her mum accepted a certain type of behavior in it. Her mum accepted a certain disrespect. The music, it showed her a certain disrespect. So that's all she's ever known. So although the music showed me that, like I never see that disrespect at home. I come from a home where that my dad treats my mum like a queen, like the men raise the women up, the women raise the men up. So do you get what I mean? I think there needs to be a more percentage responsibility put on the family upbringing in the home. So when your children do hear this, yes, they can hear it and enjoy it, but they don't need to be influenced by it. If they're listening to music saying fuck a bitch, slap a bitch, and then they're living in a house where the man is saying fuck a bitch and slapping a bitch, of course they're going to think that's okay. That's normal.
So you're saying,
listen.
Shah, you're basically saying what I do believe as well. I mean, I think when we're growing up, or parents, they do, you know, most parents, they do try to bring their children up in the best way possible, but it does depend on that first journey. So that how your journey starts, we call it that path. So yeah, a lot of us are on the right path, and then we've got we might tread off the path a little bit, but because we know
but the fundamentals have to be installed from the parents. The parents have to take responsibility for them basic fundamentals. You can't blame it on music and computer games, because if you brought your child up right and if you instilled them correct fundamentals, no amount of music or computer games is going to change their it's rooted because they're not going to know no different. If I've only known respect and things from childhood, because that's all I've ever seen in my house. I don't know no different. So no amount of music or computer games, or I played Streets of Rage, I played everything, but that did not, I didn't play that and think I want to go come now out of my yard and smash something up, because that's not how I was brought up. That was a game, innit? My fundamentals were in me long before I even knew what a computer game was. And I think parents need to say, we live in a society where everything is so easy, and we said it in so many different conversations. Actions have consequences. We live in a society where no one takes responsibility for their actions. And I mean actions as in they don't take responsibilities for having a child and then having to change your lifestyle to make sure that is best. You chose to have that child in it. No, that child didn't ask to be born. So if you chose to have that child, not to sound horrible, I don't care what you think or what is right or wrong. If you want to go out, you chose. The difference in me and you is I chose not to have children. So if I chose,
you know what? Sorry to stop you.
And you chose to have children, we can't rave together like that, because I've got different levels in it. I can go out for 3 days. You can't.
Yo, Shah, pause for 1 second, yeah. Let me ask you. So, do you think then, that if some of these kids, that were coming out of homes where, all right, for instance, like you said, some of these parents, maybe they wasn't thinking at the time when they became parents, and it took its toll on them, and maybe it's getting the better of them to some extent. Do you think kids coming out of those kind of situations, whether it be broken homes, foster homes, or whatever else, do you think they would be different if there wasn't the influence of the drill music and the computer games, or do you think they'd just be exactly the same?
No, obviously there would be a difference, because they wouldn't have two impacts to them. But like I said, focusing the influence on the drill music and the computer games is taking away the responsibility from them people that had them and put them in care or in that situation in the first place. That's what I'm saying. There's responsibility on both sides. Drill music and games do play a percentage, but we live in a society, people are trying to make it 50-50. No, it's not. People need to take responsibility for their actions first. If your child ended up in that type of situation, in the care system or something, you did something wrong long before drill music and computer games helped along their decisions. You fucked up long before that.
Can I ask?
So let's go back to, and it goes back to every conversation we have and every different situation that we spoke about on these platforms, we come back to the same thing: personal responsibility. We live in a society where people do not take personal responsibility no more. People don't realize actions have consequences. Everything you do every day, everything is a chain reaction. From when you breathe, what you put out, if you put negative out, it's a chain reaction. You're going to get negative back. Everything in life you do has a chain reaction. So people, you can't.
Let me ask you another question then, yeah? So what about children who come from, relatively good, maybe middle class, even an upper middle class home, and, still end up, listening to that type of music and getting in certain types of situations,
because they're seeking something else. They may have come from a middle class or posh upbringing, but they either didn't have the affection or the love or the people. What you will find in a lot of them situations, if they're brought up in a middle class situation or go down that road, is their parents threw money at them and not love and affection. It's about having a balance. So again, it goes back to personal responsibility of the parents.
In effect, then, what you're saying though, could become a problem if I can find a child out there who is involved in all of this kind of stuff, gets all the love and affection, you know,
Yeah, I don't
and the
think it
rest of it,
always. You know what?
you
I
know,
think
it's going to be difficult to
Yeah,
prove
but
that.
you're not going to find that child because
How do you
everything is
know?
going to be 50%. It's going to be 20% of one, 60 of another, 30 of another, 10 of another. Like you're
How do you
never
know
going to
we're not
get
going to find
that
that
whole
child,
one.
though? How
Hold
do you
on,
know
can
we're
I
not
ask?
going to
Well,
find
if
that
you
Can
find
I?
that child, if you find that child, bring that child to me. But all
Can
I'm
I,
saying is everybody, everything is a chain reaction in life from your vibe, from your speech, from your everything you do is a chain reaction. What you put out is what you get back. So if from the beginning, if you're not putting out something, you can't want to say like, oh, I'm going to make an excuse for this part of my life. And like say, oh, I'm going to excuse this bit because I was going through a bad time. But although I was going through a bad time, I may have had a child. Now, whether you were going through a bad time or not, the action of while you were having a bad time had a consequence of a child. So now you've sorted yourself out 5 years down the line. You still have to take responsibility
But
for
sure,
that, whatever
this
the
is
action that
this,
you caused
this
and
is
that child
only
that may be fucked up in them 5 years while you were sorting yourself out.
yeah, but
Take a
I think you're misinterpreting the reason why I'm critiquing you. Like at the same respect, in the same respect as what you're saying, yeah, that you know, children who come from certain homes and certain influences and didn't have certain upbringings, you know, can go the wrong way. You know, there's children who have all of that and still go the wrong way, and there's some children who have
Exactly.
Yeah,
all the
they're
odds
just
in the world pitted
arseholes.
against them, all the odds in the world
Yeah,
pitted
they're
against
just
them.
arseholes.
No, but listen to what I'm saying.
They're just
There's some
arseholes.
children. No, but Shah, listen to what I'm saying. There's some children out there who have all the odds pitted against them. You know, they'll come from the broken home, but still turn out good.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's a double-edged sword. It's
Individual thing, man. It's down to the
Yeah,
damn child.
because obviously every child is gonna, every person is gonna do. But we're talking that you're talking about when that change comes, you will find 9 times out of 10 that change comes when that child is going from childhood to like adulthood. Like because you always say you're a president. From when you're a child, you're a child. When you become an adult, that's it. And that change you're talking about, 9 times out of 10, will come at the change of going from childhood to adulthood. If we're talking about children, we're talking about children. Adulthood is a different thing. So yeah, you can have a child who's brought up, and that child that you're talking about that was brought up with all of that, I guarantee they will not go down that wrong route until adulthood. They're not going to go down that route in childhood. They're going to go down it in adulthood. That's a whole different.
I'll be honest with you.
That's a whole different dance.
To some extent, I'm inclined to agree with you. But on the point that I'd agree with you, I'd say it more comes down to time, you know? And at the end of the day,
yeah, time, childhood and adulthood. Time, exactly that.
When I say time, I mean like, for instance, a child growing up here, the more time their parents have got for them, the more attention they're getting, you know, the less likely you are to end up in.
No, that's not true. That's not true because here's the perfect example. So me, my brother and sister were all brought up exactly the same from a very good upbringing. You know the Shiffa, you're very close to us. So you know that, and I've had this conversation with you. So, and this is what I've said. This is where the childhood to adulthood is different. When you become an adult, you make choices in it. And then this is when it comes to taking responsibility for your adult choices. Because perfect example, and I'm glad you brought it up. Me, my brother, and my sister, and you know us perfectly well. Me and the life, we were all brought up exactly the same, with the same airs and graces and all the blessings. There was no different between any of us. And look at the life that I live and look at the life that my brother lives. My brother is a full-blown crackhead, like lives fucking don't do it. Do you know what I mean? But so he can't, but that's because of choices he made once he became an adult. Not that his choices of being a crackhead has nothing to do with his upbringing or childhood, whatever. They're choices he made when he became an adult. When my mum and dad didn't have no say over him no more. He was brought up the exact same way that we all were. And you know us you know the family better than anyone.
So, but
you see what I mean?
That's quite interesting, Sean.
Yeah, and that kind of contradicts what you said as well.
Yeah.
Because
because when you become an adult,
but you're saying that he done it as an adult. So if he done it as a child, we could say, all right, there's different aspects. But why did he do it? So that makes me think, why did he do it as an adult if he's what was on the right path?
Because once he become an adult, like I said, I'm not saying he did it. I'm saying what Shiffa's saying about, if people do something, it's because of the child. I'm saying no, what he does is his adult choices. Him being a cracker now is not, I'm saying it's nothing to do with his upbringing and childhood.
Yeah, but you don't know, Shah, I'm not being funny. You don't know how he felt individually within himself as a child. Nobody knows that there's a lot of things that happen within.
Yeah, and you're right. I know you're right. You are right. I do get, because I say to Shiffa all the time, no one can. The one thing you can never tell anyone else is how they feel in it. Like, because I fully get what and I fully agree with you. I agree with you in the sense. Obviously, I don't know what he felt, but I'm just. But
it could have been one incident in his childhood that flipped him out. Do you know what I mean? Someone could have spoke to him a certain way or disrespected him, and that could have played on him. It just, because everyone's different. I'm not saying that is it.
Someone could have
but that's what I mean. But if that is the case,
What did
if
you
it was
say,
the case
Shiffa?
of something like that, so that's a choice, isn't it? That's a choice he made, isn't it?
Hold on, Shah.
I said someone could have spiked his drink. You don't know what happened.
I knew you was chatting shit, you know.
It's true though.
Don't try and defend him.
Someone roofie you.
No.
You do drugs, and then they roofie
You
you.
you spoke to him directly. He told you straight. He did it because he wanted to. Like, let's not play this game. Like, you know the situation. We're not very.
Yeah,
Shiffa, you know, like,
they're gonna roofie him. You don't really know. You know. Come on, you see when you're young.
You spoke to him directly. You've heard it direct from him. Like, no one roofied him. Let's not like make excuses for him. That may happen to some people, but in this personal situation,
maybe no one
in this personal situation, that didn't happen.
No, but listen to what I'm going to say to you. Maybe in his personal situation that didn't happen, but you know, when you're around certain elements and certain environments, who knows? Someone could have slipped something in a drink. It could have been.
No, he would tell you straight. He would tell you straight. He would tell you the reason. He's a fully grown man. Like I said, I'm the youngest of three. And he would say, if you ask him why did you start smoking crack? He would tell you straight that I started smoking crack because the people he was hanging around older people at the time, and they were smoking it. So, which I get it. I get what you're saying about the influences, but what I'm talking about is this is where personal preference comes in. No, but listen to what I'm saying. This is where personal preference comes in. You know me, Shiffa. I've been around. I grew up in the same upbringing. He's the same way he's saying. He was around people that were smoking crack, so he thought he's done it. Shiffa, you know certain people. I've been around people that smoked crack, but I never felt the need to smoke it with them.
Listen to what I'm going to say to you. Yeah,
but that's a personal choice.
All right, but let's not get too deep into this drugs world. Let's deal with what we're dealing with today, which is, did he carry a knife?
Yeah, he has done. Yeah, right. He's an arsehole, just an all-round arsehole. He's a cunt.
Obviously, at that point in his life where everything flipped upside down, you know, he's dealing with drugs. He's carrying a knife. You know, was he listening to either drill music or, you know?
No, he weren't listening to no drill music because he sold everything that he weren't listening to drill music, or he weren't playing computer games because he sold anything that could play games or listen to music for crack. He weren't listening to that.
Better question.
Sorry.
Although maybe he didn't have a load of CDs and stuff, what type of music was he into at the time? Was he into a music that would be equivalent to maybe what is drill now?
No, he was into the sound of a lighter hitting foil.
Hey!
What kind of music did he listen to?
I just told you.
That's not the
Sorry, go on, Annie.
No, what I'm saying is, Shiffa's trying to say, was he listening to music? He's trying to say, did that trigger that? Okay.
No, she was trying to make that didn't trigger it.
Hold on. Let me ask you a better question then. What music does
the same music that I listen to, and I don't smoke crack.
All right, now you're saying you listen to the same music that you listen to, but you don't smoke crack. Now, what music?
We both listen to jungle and drum and bass and garage and ragga.
All right, let's go back.
But on top of that, I listen to hip hop. But I listen to hip hop, grime, and trap, and he doesn't. On top of that, but I don't smoke crack.
That's what I said. Let's take 2 steps back, yeah, because you started. I'm going to
tell you. What do you smoke, Shah? What do you smoke, Shah?
Weed.
The chronic. Anyway, so long story short, yeah, let's take 2 steps back here. You said, I'm going to tell you what you said, Shah, yeah, just to make sure that you know I know what I'm talking about, yeah. Now, you said jungle, drum and bass. That was the first 2 things that came out of your mouth when I asked you what music does he listen to, and you said it's the same.
The first thing that came out of my mouth was the same as me.
That's yours. You said the first thing you said was the same as yours. Then when I asked you the question again, you know, what music do you?
Jungle and drum and bass, what I listen to.
So let's stick at jungle and drum and bass for a minute. Now, you think that jungle and drum and bass are the types of music that a lot of people who take drugs listen to.
Yeah, but they don't take crack.
Yeah, they
I
don't.
never said anything about taking crack. I'm just saying, do a lot of people who listen to jungle and drum and bass take drugs?
Most
Yeah.
people who rave or do festivals take drugs.
Yeah.
Let's just square it up like that. Let's not do it in genres. People who rave or do festival, but the majority of people who rave or do festivals do drugs.
All right. So
Some form of drug.
in that sense of the word, then, yeah.
But crackheads don't do raves and festivals because they spend their money on crack instead of tickets.
Yeah, but forget about all of that for a second, yeah. Forget about all of that for a second, yeah. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to work out, you know, in this person's brain, the same way we're trying to work out, you know, some of these kids from today, you know, what's going on in their brain when they get into a situation, when they, you know, I'm just going to stab someone now, you know, what's going through his brain when he says, you know what, all right, I'm just going to smoke something now, you know, and just go
What's going through his brain is I'm going to get high. That's exactly what's going through his brain. I'm going to get high, and I don't care who I rob or fuck over to do it.
All right, but at the end of the day, yeah, realistically, yeah, all I'm saying is this: if you can be consistent with the fact that, you know, the type of music that you and your brother are both into, you know, it's surrounded by.
I can be consistent in the fact that I know the music has nothing to do with his drug intake.
No, listen, you can be consistent with that, but I'm gonna be reasonable and say, do you know what? It's fair.
No,
to
it doesn't.
Say, it's fair to say that people who go to drum and bass and what are those types of raves, hardcore, or you know,
no, because no, drum and bass, it's just festivals. It's the same thing as like one festival v festival. It's not. It's that they're not that. It's not.
A lot of people at festivals either smoke weed, they're getting drunk, or they're on pills. They're on all sorts.
You can't go there and listen to that music and not be on drugs.
They're on
yeah,
all
but we're not talking about crack. Like, listen, like, you're Shiffa, you're trying to mix up two different things. Like, you can't, you're trying to justify his crack taking. There's no justification of it. He, as an adult, decided to take it. He has to take responsibility for his action of taking it, innit?
There's no justification for any wrongdoing in this lifetime, innit? Like, especially when you're
right, exactly. So he has to take responsibility for his. So he chose to smoke crack, so he has to live. He has to like walk. Like, you put them shoes on, he has to like walk that walk, in it. Like, that's his life. That's him, innit?
The point of the conversation today is: does music have a direct link and a direct effect? Now,
no, that's just a cop out. That's a cop out.
You're saying it's a cop out. You're saying it's a cop out. Yeah, 1 second, go on.
Shiffa, I don't think it's definitely just the music. I think it's the lyrical content. The lyrical content's not really positive because really,
music. But that's part of the music.
Yeah. But I'm saying, you know, you're saying the music, but I think, yeah, absolutely. Part of the music is, I mean, even the composition of the music is quite dead and down, and there's no harmonics in it. It's quite monotone. It's quite dead, and it's not very uplifting music. But it's more to do with like the lyrics that are said in it, because that's what.
Yeah, but once you hear them lyrics, once you hear that downness and that, once you hear that downness and all them bad tones,
when that music
you have a choice how you let it affect you, innit?
Listen, you're saying down this, but when that music turns on, these youngsters, they are up, their eyes are lit up. And you see when they're saying the lyrics to this music, yeah, it's not like back in the day. You see, back in the day, yeah, not everyone knew the lyrics.
Yeah, if you all of them know it now,
mind, didn't it? Because some of the stuff this guy's saying is really technical. If you can get that all out, you're very technical, and you know, you might know a thing or two. But you see, nowadays, the lyrics are more like chants. So
yes,
someone's chanting something, and you're there chanting about killing people.
There you go.
Oh, hey, Panero. Sorry, I didn't see you there. Hello.
Hello.
I hope you're well. The power of chanting, you know, like chanting is a powerful thing. So imagine you see rugby players when they come onto a rugby pitch. Yeah, there's the Australian rugby team. Yeah, they're called the All Blacks. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, they go
to the rugby pitch. Yeah, they do a thing called the haka. Yeah. And they're doing this big chant thing. It's like a warrior chant. Yeah. And they're like doing all of these warrior poses and different like moves that go with it. Now that's a powerful thing, you know, that it infuses you.
Tribal.
Happen. Hold on.
Huh? Where's Shah gone?
I don't know. I think her signal must have either dropped. Maybe her battery died. You know, this thing kills your battery when you're on your phone. You know.
Must do, boy.
Yeah, no, it kills out my battery. I'm not gonna lie. Like,
are you on the phone, Shiffa?
No, right now I'm not on the phone. But like sometimes when I go on my phone will be red hot. It's killing out the phone battery. I have to just kind of like.
Hello, Finero. Showing your face, are ya? You handsome dude. I can't
Oh,
hear you. You're muted.
oh, thank you.
I'm glad Pete's here. 'Cause
How you doing, Ellie?
he will know what I mean when I talk about the chanting and stuff. Yeah, he knows what I mean about the chanting and the power of chanting. Like, if you think, like, you know, certain hit records, yeah, like they really affect people, like Michael Jackson and stuff like that. They really go mad about him, innit? Like, they will literally die for Michael, do you know, like that. Like, you see
Yeah,
people ripping off their clothes, they're crying and stuff. They
right.
go
And there's a reason for that. Yeah, there's a reason for that.
Tell us, Panero. Tell us why.
No,
he
no,
knows
it's like he's saying. It's like he's saying. It's channeling. You're channeling certain spirits with certain lyrics and certain words. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree.
It's like that song "We Will Rock You." That's a chanting song, and think of
Yeah.
the impact that song has on people. You
True.
know, think of the impact. Think of how much people that song has reached. Now, if the lyrics to that song were something like a drill song, what kind of impact do you think that would really have on people, on the youth of that day?
But that's what I was saying to you, Shiffa. I do believe that it's more to do with the lyrics, the chant in the lyrics. Do you know what I mean? So it's down to the lyrical content of that music. So whatever, it doesn't matter. You could have someone chanting killing on classical music. Yeah?
Yeah.
It could be classical music, but they're chanting some wickedness. So it doesn't really matter what the music is, it's the lyrical content.
But this is the thing now, where when I listen
No,
to the
no, 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 no. Let me cut in there, Shiv. It does actually matter because there's different waves, like megahertz. So, for example,
Frequencies, yeah.
frequencies. So, for example, if you look on certain videos on YouTube and it's like relaxing, you know, like relaxing music and meditation music, the megahertz are usually like between 42 and 52 megahertz. But there's certain bad frequencies and they're usually lower. You know,
Jay Prophet should come in on this, man. Where's Jay Prophet? He's out there somewhere. Jay Prophet is big on the frequencies, and it's
you know he's out there.
Yeah,
jump on,
jump in, man.
Jump on. I'm gonna pull up soon anyway. I'm still in my car, innit? Like, you know me.
Oh,
I'm always,
yeah,
you know, I'm always out. But listen, I'm gonna, I'm gonna. You know what I mean? But yeah, I'm gonna.
You're looking good though. Wait, where's your barber?
My barber. I can't even be saying that, man, because I don't want no one to rush his yard, man. You know what I'm saying?
I cut my own hair.
Do you, Shiffa?
Yeah, so does P. He's lying. He's barber still.
Oh, P, so you do it yourself, yeah?
No, I didn't do it myself. The last couple of times, nah, I didn't do it, man.
It wasn't me.
It wasn't me, man. It wasn't me.
Looking
No,
sharp.
I don't believe you, man. I don't believe you. Everyone's on lockdown. No one can't touch your head and them things.
But what are you talking about? I put up a footage on Instagram. Go to my Instagram and look at I put up a footage of my barber behind me, bro. Pause.
Oh.
I hear you. As long as he's wearing gloves, isn't it? As long as he's wearing gloves.
You know me, man. I'm always trying to say fuck you, man. You know, excuse my language, but you know what I'm saying? You know, I'm always trying to say middle finger up in the door.
Hello.
Is it Jay?
Yeah, it is.
Hey, Jay.
Hello. Hi, people.
Come on.
What's going on, brother? You all right?
Yeah, I'm good. Sorry, I haven't got much time, but you know, I come on to show a bit of love and ask some questions since it was a very interesting.
It's software. You see, before you start talking, yeah, this is the software we like to see. You know, sometimes you come in here, you sound a bit stressed out. It's like you're like the school teacher teaching us lessons. We want this software. This one here, this relaxed. You know that relaxed vibe. We like that. Just keep that vibe, my brother. Big up yourself anyway, software. And yeah,
software.
like, come man, help us out because you've been requested.
Yep.
How you guys doing? How you guys doing?
Software.
You know, I do understand that the topic is about music and games, and the controversy is so big that it depends on what side you're looking at it, because in reality most people use gaming for entertainment. Well, the public do anyway, but if you look further on how it's employed, a lot of it is used for mental stimulation and training for the younger youth, which may eventually make a decision to become military based or weapons based, because most of the games actually promote some type of strategy type war system or violence. There's hardly any games I can tell you, unless it's a sports game, which doesn't incorporate some type of violence. You know, and with music, I'd say back in the day, it was an opportunity for you to get rich and get out of the lifestyle for being poor. It was a platform for people to, you know, speak their opinions. It's not the same these days because there's a lot less heart in it. You know, most people want to have a certain agenda, and to be honest, the music industry only really wants to promote violence when it comes to a certain background or ethnicity. You know, not to say that you can't go out and do classical music or like that, but the majority of the ones that make it into the limelight are not actually promoting anything positive. You know, it's very derogative.
So software, while you're here, do you think any of the computer games also have a negative effect on the youth?
Of course they do. Like, come on, I could put games out there which has historically got a history of references of people doing violence after having an interaction with them. Call of Duty for one of them. How many kids have played the game, not actually been monitored by their parents, who shouldn't be playing the game because they're under the age limit anyway,
Exactly.
and then have gone and picked up a gun, you know, because they know their parent has got one, and then gone out and publicly killed people or injured someone. You can go and find this in America and in England. I'm pretty sure you will find some in other countries too. You know, I just haven't looked for it. So, you know, in hindsight, to answer your question, can it influence violence? Yes. But does it come down to the fact that how did the child get hold of the game in the first place? Usually that's a parent who doesn't have time for their child, or a parent who doesn't really want to deal with the nagging. You know, you got kids that will go to school. Yeah, I was playing GTA. My dad and my mom bought me GTA, and they go home and they pester their parents, and because the parents don't want to deal with the stress, or you know, because it's not like back in the day, parents would beat their kids. Come on, you got to discipline your kid. Can't just have your kid acting unruly and stuff like that. But you know, laws imposed now. You can't really raise your hand on your own kid. Now, at the end of the day, I do agree with that. But you can't really tell me how to raise my kid, because at the end of the day, if I have two kids and one child is bullying the other, I'm gonna have to discipline my child to make them know that that's not acceptable. You know, regardless of me that's taking away their toys, yeah, or making them having to do some type of homework or whatever it be, I will make sure that they will learn through the process at the end of the day. You know, so it comes down to parents not putting the efficient amount of effort and time and awareness to what these games actually do and can cause, yeah, and to put the time in to do actual activities with their child instead of just banging them on the game. Because don't get me wrong, I got kids. I used to sit down and play games with my child, but my child's console was a child's console.
Right.
There was no games on there that was allowed for them to be playing over a certain age. You're not old enough. I don't care whether you're mature enough, you're not old enough, because games these days have got adult content in there, violence, adult jokes.
The software, so we don't go too far for the top topic here. Like, what do you think is the thought process, or what do you think is the what is actually happening to these kids basically when they listen to this so-called if you want to call it drill music, or just music in general that has, you know, violence and, you know,
it depends on where you're looking from it. If you know, if you're looking at it from an industry standard is, I need to sell, I need to make money. These are figures.
No,
you know,
what's happening to the kids though when they're listening to it? We don't care about the person who's making the music.
Right. The kids is two things. You know, if you're looking at today's circumstances, just following a tradition, you know, wanted to copy that next person. If they got in the industry, nice, they got nice money and whatever. If you're going back and you're actually looking at it, like I said, it was a platform for people to spread their word. it was an opportunity for those who were less fortunate and they didn't have the education or even the opportunities to get the education. So they used their voice and their heart to be heard and touch people to get influence. And that was their way in. But what it was is that industries have picked that up. So knowing that the money is in the kids, regardless of whatever industry that you're going to talk about, because it's not just music and games, it's every single industry.
But you veered off again. You veered off again. I want you to deal with just the youths. Yeah, the youth of today. When they're listening to music,
the youth of today, they're not realizing it's visual and audio imprinting. They're literally being manipulated to the point where the music's influencing you.
It's subliminal messages as well.
It's subliminal messages. Like I was a musician.
Subliminal messages like what though? Why'd you say something? Talk to us. Don't just say
frequencies are subliminal. Shiffa.
No. All right, watch this. If you constantly listen to a certain type of music, yeah, and I'm not saying it's for everyone, but majority of that time, your vibe, your energy, and your attitude is that way. They always say music. It's not. It's a lifestyle. I live this way. Most people who are generally real about what they say in their music actually live that lifestyle. Don't get me wrong, you got a lot of these artists come on and they pose.
Yeah, but this is the thing now, software, where the drill artist would argue that yes, they live their lifestyle, and yes, they have ops, and yes, they really are in these streets, and they really do splash, they really do what's the word? They really do ching, guys. They will ching.
But that's all good. But my question to them would be, what are you selling? Because at the end of the day, unless you're selling something positive, which is going to teach the kids something to do better with their life and get out of this hole which you're stuck in, you're not actually selling anything positive. You're selling in the same trap that you're stuck in.
Software, the point I'm making is this, yeah. When they're listening to lyrics talking about Chef Man Down, yeah, does that infuse them to then say, do you know what? If I get into a situation, I'm just going to chef man down.
Of course it is. You know how much kids I hear when I walk up and down the street, or even people that I know that have kids, and I hear them talk the same way these musicians talk. Yeah, man's got that pattern, whatever. You know what I mean? Like I'm starting to lose track of these new words, because don't get me wrong, when I grew up, I had my own words, but I'm not stupid.
But that's the whole point, though. Like, obviously, where did your own words come from? Was they stemming from the music? Was it the music that was influencing you, or was it something that you?
All right. If you wanna come on, where did the words come from? Most of them were brought up from how I grew up around my peers. And then becoming a musician yourself, you have to learn how to manipulate the words, right? So that you can actually get heard. But you're not just going to use these complex words.
But why were you using these words in the first place? What was the point?
What's the point? It's trend. You want to start trend. It's a fashion.
It's your peers,
or it's not even that. Sometimes you want to do a bit of Morse code that only people your age or who's into the things that you're into will understand.
Yeah.
So this is why half the people that want to jump on the bandwagon now, right, who may have come from a good upbringing, who may be financially well off, but want to get into it, they're getting into it because their lifestyle looks good. They don't really understand that some of these people have had to go out, their friends have had to die, they've got to be on the strip maybe 12 to 24 hours a day just to make bread's end. Where the next man is just saying, well, it looks fun. I like the way this bling is. I don't want to drive this sporty, flashy car. Yeah, what they call it is culture vulturing or whatever it is. They come and they'll copy a lifestyle of this is how people naturally live. They were brought up that way. That's how they express themselves, and then they put it in their music. Just look at how reggae was done. It's their lifestyle and their culture. Other people pick it up and it becomes a trend. The kids don't understand because they're roped into this lifestyle.
Sorry, Johnny, I don't mean to interrupt you. Sorry, guys. I just want to say, listen, I got to duck out for about 20 minutes, half hour, so I'll be back if you're still on in a bit. If not, be breath.
Man, I just jumped on.
I got to just quickly go and do something. Mum's gone away. I've got to make sure that those injections and sugar levels are cool. I'll be back in about half hour reviews.
All right,
Oh,
Okay,
see you
take
then.
care of the family. Take care of
Everyone.
the family. Take
darling.
care of the
See you
family.
soon. I will be back. I will be back. Once it, let me just inject. I'm injecting him, and I'll be back.
All
I'll
right.
be back. I'll be back.
Good
People.
girl,
Cool,
daddy
cool, sure.
girl.
Hey, big up everyone on the panel, man. Well gone.
Big up. Yeah, no, so what I'm basically trying to get people to understand is when you're looking at it, it's not very first-hand information. There's so much going on behind what this game is or what this music is supposed to represent, how these kids are picking it up, and how the industry is trying to promote it to them because they can see that they're hungry for it. So it's an opportunity for financial gain, but it's also an opportunity to brainwash these kids while they're young. These young kids who are making the music because they're trying to get out of the lifestyle or they're stuck in the lifestyle, they're not realizing they're just promoting the same loop that as we are getting older or those who are us who want to promote good music can't, because this is what is getting drawn in and this is what they want to promote about a certain type of people. It's
Yeah.
money, it
Yeah.
sells. So when it goes
Stereotype.
internationally to other people and they are now met by these people and they recognize them from the way they look and they sound and they dress, some of them get this opinion, I don't really want to be around that type of person because they portray this type of lifestyle, and that is sold through the media. It's really diluted about what's really going on, because to be honest, a lot of people that are coming from hardship, they don't want to portray that. That's not something they glorify. You go and ask anyone who's come from the ghetto or who really has lived hard, they're not going to portray that because that's not something that they're going to be like, yeah. No, it's something that they had to do, fair enough,
Yeah.
but it's not something that they're going to portray. They're trying to improve their life and better their life, where some of these people are selling a phallicide dream. It's not real, and all it's going to do is get you back in that same hole you're stuck in. It's all good selling that crap music, but you know what, on the side, promote something good. Show them that regardless that you might be doing this music, I'm investing in schools or my community or whatever you want to do. So it still shows that you're doing something positive despite all the negativity. Perfect example, take someone like Nipsey. Nipsey talks about the lifestyle, but go and look at what he's done. He pumped money back into his community. He made projects. That's only one people, and I'm pretty sure I can name many other people that have done the same thing. So it's going to show you the type of image that they're promoting and pushing at the same time. But it's who's allowing these people to be pushed, who's controlling these platforms at the end of the day. These people do not care that it influences your kids and it may cause trouble in your home, violence, or end up leaving your child dead or in prison. They don't care. All they care about is, well, this makes money. Call of Duty have not stopped making games knowing that kids buy these games. All they've done is try to make it a bit simpler, but all it is that because over the years people have got subjected to more violence, it's become a norm to us to see certain things. And this is what people have to understand. It's normal for you to see someone getting stabbed in a game or someone getting shot, but to hear about it in real life and actually see it, it's a difference. People will stop in the moment when it's actually in front of you. It becomes fight, flight, or fear. You're going to find that you're going to have one of these three, regardless of who you are, regardless of your Superman. You're going to have to stop, and these three actions will happen to you at any one time. It doesn't happen in a game. But I guess the more real they make the game these days with VR and all of that, they're literally flickering off your senses. So you're probably going to think that these interactions are real. You're going to have that. So, you know, what do they call it after a soldier comes out and he has post-traumatic stress or whatever? These games will start making you have these things. They already warn you that it can cause you effects if you have epilepsy. So that's trying to show you that they're fully aware consciously of what the consequences are of playing these things too long. Not just mentally influencing you, but the psychological and physical strains on the human body as well. They've all been measured. Look, Xbox come out with that thing where you can use your arms and all of that. When they first brought it out, so many people were getting sick because of the radiation it was giving off. They had to go back and amend it. But no one ain't going to talk about that because it's money.
Yeah, but you see, what I notice as well, it's always the working class children who are into these things, because you'll never find like people who have got money, or those people who are sort of like more upper class or middle class. They're not going to let their children sit down on these things all day long or all night long, and they don't even know what time. Some of them don't even know what time their children.
Yeah, but the games are not made for the kids, and this is what people fail to realize.
Yeah,
games are made for adults.
Yeah, but that's what
adults that didn't grow up. Hold on, games are made for adults that didn't grow up, that still have their boy fantasy, that do it around their kids, and then their kids follow their kids follow it. Yeah, their kids are like, oh, I'm playing my daddy's thing, and then they go to school, they brag to their friends who may not have enough, and they pester their mums, and if they can't get it through their mum, they steal.
Yeah, but software. What I'm saying is, middle class people, whether the dad bought it or the mum bought it, and the mum plays it or the dad plays it, they're not going to expose their young children to it.
Of course they will.
I'm sorry. No, they won't let their children sit down like the working class will let their children sit down on it. No, they won't.
Hold on. Are you talking out of it? Hold on. Are you talking out of personal experience? Because you cannot talk for everyone. Hold on. Hold on. Let me take that for one side. You're talking out of personal experience. There are majority. Hold on. There is a majority of people who do not have time for their kids because they're working long 8 to 12-hour shifts or working 2 jobs. Some of them may not even have their kids because there's a single parent. So they're biding their time with so much stuff that, you know what, they're not realizing that the amount of time and effort they need to put back in.
You're getting it wrong. I'm saying they're the ones who don't know. You're saying they're working hard. They're not condoning it to say, yeah, you can sit down on that all night. The working class now, they will definitely say, yeah, I bought it for my kid. I bought a PlayStation for my kid. Yeah, he's only 7, and I bought him a PlayStation. You can't tell me that, because they're showing off on their kids, because what they're saying is, I couldn't have it when I was young, so I want to let my kid have it.
Yeah, but what about the non-working class?
They try to live their fantasy through their children.
All right, so what about the non-working class who claim they still buy their kids consoles and stuff like that? They still do it, and they still allow their children to play games for X amount of time. Why? Because children have short attention spans.
Yeah, but you know what? At the end of the day, those children, whether they're working class, they're never going to live the life of the working class children, who will probably get caught up in scenarios where they will draw on those experiences from those games. A lot of them won't even pass through that lifestyle. So it won't even affect them. They won't. Anything that they're going through, that they can use that as a fantasy. But
Annie, could one argue that, as a human being, regardless of whether child or adult, you can only the information you fill your mind with is what you have to go by. Basically, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, but it's how you're guided. It's how young people are guided.
Now, obviously, when you say guided, now guidance would be information. So yeah, I definitely agree. But I'm just saying in a sense of, if you're lacking that the attention from the parent who's within the household, then for instance, now and you're getting a lot of attention from the grime, you listen to grime music in your spare time, and you got the guys, they all listen to grime, or not grime necessarily, or let's go into drill then, because we're now in the drill era, aren't we? So all the guys listen to drill, and this is what drill's about. Drill's about splashing guys and chefing guys.
Yeah, but that's just socializing with your peers, something that your peers are doing at that current time.
When you say socializing with your peers, now we're making sense of the situation, because I think that is what a lot of it stems from. At the end of the day, when you spend a lot of time around your peer groups, you end up doing what your peer group are doing. That's inevitable.
Of course, and some of them would never bring that stuff home. They would only do it outside.
I hear you when you say outside, but then some kids were allowed to stay out more than others, because
who said they were allowed?
Now, when you say who said they were allowed, that's me to you this now,
Realistically, them allowed when them going and get licked.
Yeah. Some kids didn't even have a parent, home until whatever time of the night.
True. Their parent didn't know that they were out.
Exactly. So let's put it in perspective then. And then when we put it in perspective, sometimes it's not just about what they was allowed to do, it's about their actual situation and
Oh
circumstance.
yeah. But what
Well,
you said, like, you know, some were allowed to. No, some just stayed out without their, sometimes their parents. Sometimes some kids got stabbed up and killed, and their parents thought that they was in their bed.
but then are we in a situation where, you know, all right, for instance, then, like, if we look back in time now, yeah, and we look at people from previous generations, then, you know, what were they seeking out to do? Now, obviously, these are staying out to do drill and to do chefing and robbing and, you know, cooking or whatever it is they do. Innit?
Yeah, but
They do
if you're looking back in a time, then
come
you're
back.
gonna understand there was less things for you to do back then. You've
No,
got
but
so much things to do right now.
it's
People are not even sure what they want to do.
I
They're just
think
confused.
misinterpreting the point I'm trying to make. What I'm saying is, was it any different back in the day? You
Of
know,
course it was. We were more connected physically.
was it back in the day though? Because
We
it's all well and good to just blame the youth today and say, you know what, it's their music, it's their,
no.
their one
Listen.
too far.
I said it. We were all connected more physically.
Was it,
Yeah.
how can you prove that it wasn't just as bad back in the day?
Hold
Because
on.
I'd imagine it had its equivalent at in each generation.
All right. Watch this. And the reason why I said you were more all connected physically. Yeah. Most people walk around with their head in their phone. They're not even paying attention to their surroundings. Back in the day, you were all connected more physically. Why? Because you in your area, most of the people who live near you already know who you are. They know your mom, they know your brother, whatever. They've seen you so many times. So any new face that come in and cause trouble, they're at your mom's door before you even knew it, telling the story. It's not like that no more. This is why people don't want to let their kids up, because they're afraid. People don't socialize like that no more. We're very antisocial, regardless of how much we claim to be connected socially. That's only through a digital interface. That's not physical. People have their eyes closed more than they believe. And this is the point of what I'm trying to say, because half the time when some of these youths get in trouble, they're not even realizing they done beat up their cousin or their brethren or whatever it is that from long time ago could be their cousin's brethren, and they didn't know that because they never went round it. And this is the whole point. You hear of people talking, and I'm not even going to say it in a bad way. You hear of men and female meeting each other, sleeping with each other, to not later on find out that was their distant cousin or something like that. That's because we don't connect no more. And this is because people don't open their mouth no more. People are walking around with their eyes closed, claiming that they got their eyes wide open. No, we do not. It's a fact. We do not. We're so caught up in fake information, or the next hottest thing, or this celebrity is wearing this hair wig or whatever, that, you know what, you could walk into a road, get licked over, and you wouldn't even be aware that the car was coming.
It's true.
The car drivers have to be now more aware of the person walking around with their head in their phone. Yeah, so it goes to show you how society is. And all they do is use the platform to brainwash you even more.
I think that's a good point that you've made there, software. Yeah, let me just read something out to you quickly, yeah, before we continue. Yeah, like, I just thought this was really interesting, like this web page I was reading earlier, so I wanted to read a bit more of it. Yeah, it says YouTube has a massive responsibility. Among them was Sharon Kendall, whose 18-year-old son Jack Isaac died after being ambushed by 4 assailants on mopeds as he walked to a friend's house in November 2017. The boy that killed Jason, he's in numerous YouTube videos, and all they speak about is stabbing people in the back, she says. It's a massive thing, this drill music. I don't think it's the only cause, but one of the causes. Several interviewees blame YouTube for disseminating violent videos without checks in place. They're not being mindful of the things they're allowing to be put onto their platforms, says a campaigner, Lucy Martindale, who developed PTSD after witnessing her cousin's murder at the age of 9. It's just a way of these gangs communicating with each other really violently and making threats. They need to take the videos down very quickly. Yeah. It says here also, I think YouTube has a massive responsibility because ultimately it's a platform which they profit from, agrees Sace Holmes Lewis, director of youth work charity Mentivity. If young people are losing their lives because of content that's being put up, it needs to be screened at the earliest opportunity. It says here, there's even gay drill. Rapper Skengo and AM strenuously disagree. The duo, who've been handed suspended sentences for performing lyrics which the police say incite violence against rival gang members, argue that their freedom of speech is being cur- hold on, curtailed. I don't know what that word. I'm gonna have to look that word up. It's being curtailed anyway. That's the word they've used. Yeah, they didn't link any crimes to our music, says AM. It was a very weak case. So this guy now, what's his name? What's the rapper's name? Rapper Skengo. I don't know what Skengdo. I don't know what Skengdo, like, I don't know where that name really comes from, but I'd assume that a skeng is a gun because I've heard it in a rap song before. And when we're saying dough, maybe he's talking about money. Who knows? But we got Skengdo and we got AM, which sounds like attempted something. But at the end of the day, at the end of the day, like, that's the kind of mentality of these kids who are making this music, innit? That's what they think is fun, innit? Like, do you know what I'm trying to say? That sounds good to them. Like, so you got Montgomery Johnson offers a solution to the standoff between rappers and law enforcement. Put pre-roll disclaimers on videos to discourage copycat behavior. They need to have little warnings that say, this is not real life, this is not true, this is just entertainment, like a film. These are people playing a role and you shouldn't take them too serious, he says. The idea that some drill lyrics are artfully exaggerated is reinforced by 21-year-old rapper La Vida Loca, who admits in a documentary that her songs are about violence and drugs, caught everyone's attention, encouraging her to pursue that direction. But Montgomery Johnson points out that the genre is about more than gang culture and what is this? Nihilistic violence, with an artist like drill minister tackling climate change, economic austerity in his songs. Drill is only drill because of the beats. So you can create political drill, you can create poverty drill. There's even gay drill. The beats is the genre, but the topic can be anything. And while the documentary deliberately avoids making a judgment on the link between drill and knife crime, you're left with the impression that it's only one pixel in a bigger picture you know there's so many things that you can look at, says Montgomery Johnson: the lack of father figures, the lack of economic structure, the lack of activities, the lack of opportunities. So I think, yeah, man, there's more than just drill to knife crime. There's other structures that are failing our young people. That's what I learned. So what do you guys think about what you just heard?
If I'm just gonna say something quickly, just to let the person who posted it know. Obviously, we all know that YouTube has been bought, and it's not the first owned by the first people who bought it out. When YouTube was first bought out, they used to screen every single thing, right? Then they stopped the screening, and then what happened is, other countries and artists were saying that they weren't making no money. People were just uploading videos, so they started screening them by region. But what it was is they realized that the music industry is now no longer going through big entertainment businesses to get signed. People are just uploading their videos, regardless of it being mixed or mastered, and it's a platform for them to be seen. So they started allowing people to upload videos as long as you didn't have certain music in the background. Royalty, it basically had to be royalty free, right? So this is what allowed people to start uploading a load of stuff.
Your software. Sorry to stop you for a second. Just if you could just pause for a second, yeah. Like, just to direct us back onto the subject a bit more intricately, yeah. Like, what I took from that piece of literature there, sorry, was that you know, for instance, you had this young female rapper, yeah, who talks about violence and, you know, whatever in her songs, but, you know, that's not necessarily her lifestyle. You know, she just adopted that. So this is trendy to them. And
Yeah,
then
so you're basically saying about making a disclaimer, but this is the point I'm coming to.
hear me out, hear me out, hear me out. Let me land. At the end of the day, if this is a trend, if this is trendy, if this is what's in, you know, like fashion, you know, like Nike Air trainers,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
you know, like I don't know, like Armani or some fashion designer, you know, that's where it is to them, you know. So to that extent, you know, it's going to be difficult to say that the music is not a major influence then, because she's changed her whole style to suit that,
Of
you know.
course.
And at
Of
the end of the
course.
day, if you're in any peer pressure group at those age levels, you know, you're going to be doing your best to satisfy that mentality and that way of thinking.
Or even if you just want to get your foot through the door, you might just say, let me pick up and do this because this is what's selling at the moment.
No, but that's the peer pressure at the end of the day. What's selling is the same thing, like as the peer pressure when you're a kid, you know, when you're a young person. Because when you're young like that, you know, what's selling isn't necessarily the first thing in your mind. You know,
Yeah, but
what's
this is the whole point of what YouTube understood, that they couldn't just say you have to have this type of music or it has to be this type of thing. They started allowing anything to go on there because they realized it was a platform for people to be heard. And it's only after people started complaining about the messages and the videos that were being uploaded that they started pulling back, and now they're starting to screen them. But if you realize, even now it's gone back to, they're not really screening them again. The only thing that they're doing is, if something's being uploaded and people don't like it, or it goes against what they directly think is not suitable, then they will just take it down or block your
No, but
channel.
it's not just about, it's not, listen to what I'm saying to you now, yeah. So it's not just about the screening, it's about the way they screen. So what they might be screening for is, all right, they might say, for instance, okay, you can't release a drill song and talk about any real crime that's taken place. You're not allowed to do that. Yeah. Now, if they hear your drill song and they think they can connect it to a real crime that's taken place, then your song has to come down. But if they can't, then your song can stay up. Do you know, like that? Now, at the end of the day, you know, what I see to be the problem myself, because I've looked into it a little bit before we, you know, brought the subject up today. But what I found concerning is the fact that this is something that's a trend. It's something that they're actually into.
Mm-hmm.
Of course.
In a way that
The media work with the police and they work with the prisons.
no, but it's not just about them working with the police and working with the prisons. It's about the youth. We're not talking. I'm not talking about the media. I'm talking about the youth. This is what they're actually into. They're actually enjoying it. They're enjoying stabbing each other. It's
It's a
fun.
fast lifestyle. It's
This is
I
how the
got to earn stripes and prove to my
right.
brethren, and you
No.
know.
This isn't earn stripes. This is how you got the
They
whole
enjoy it. They enjoy it. It's like a savagery.
stripes. It's fun. So what it is, it's not earn stripes no more. It's score points. Yeah. So that's what they do now. They score points. Do you understand? So when put in perspective now, yeah, you have to understand, like, the peer pressure among their peer groups is gonna be crazy. It's gonna be crazy.
Yeah, it's always to do the next craziest thing.
Now, what the reason I say it's gonna be crazy, like, for instance, if you go back in time now, yeah, don't get me wrong, yeah, like, for instance, yeah, back in the day, if you was gonna be part of a gang or something, you, like, they had things like you would have got jumped in and stuff like that.
Yeah, initiation.
Sure.
They still got it now, but it's just
To make
different.
sure that you was used to the type of behavior of a gang. Do you know, like that? Now, at the end of the day, you know, nowadays they don't even need to do that no more. They just have to listen to drill music, and they
No,
know.
no, 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 no. I've heard some ridiculous stories about people being initiated to do certain things that I don't even think is appropriate.
Yeah,
And I'm
but
talking
drill,
that's
listen, drill music is an initiation because it's gone to the point where, I, for instance, yeah, everyone's just trying to be the baddest rapper in it. Yeah, I'm trying to be the baddest man on the planet. Yeah, so I'm going to say things that are abnormal. That's what it's about right now.
yeah, but hold on. If you say that, what about these people that are into these gangs and they do the initiation, yeah, and it's an elder person who's forcibly sleeping with a younger person of the same sex? what is going on in some of
Yeah,
these cultures now.
I'll be
That's a
honest.
different type of initiation.
I don't
When
know
you gotta
where.
go and stab or
Listen,
shoot
I'll be honest
someone
with you.
or
I don't
rob a
know
shop.
where you're going to there, yeah, in all honesty. But I'm gonna say this much, like staying on the topic, like realistically, yeah, you know, I think there's evidence enough to suggest that, you know, as far as at least the music, I'm not so sure about the computer games. I think the computer games, you know, at the end of the day, there's loads of other people who play the computer game, and you know, they're not going around shooting people. But with the drill music, you know, I think, you know, there's definitely some link between the behavior of the youngsters of today and the drill
Yeah, but
music.
what's the difference between music and games? Most people think games are made up. It's a fantasy. Where music, they actually physically see the person. So it's something they can relate to more. That's all it is. Hello?
Hello.
I'm back, people. Hey.
I'll be
Can
back
you
in
hear?
a minute. I'm chipping out for a moment. Be back soon.
Yeah.
See you
Yes.
soon.
Take care. Yeah, so I can just about hear everyone. Hello, Shaw, are you there?
Yo, I'm there. You alright? I'm back. I
No.
had to go and sort that out, but I'm back.
Yeah, long time, long time. I hope all the family's doing well. But yeah, no,
Yeah,
as I
they're cool. That's good. I just gave him, I injected him. He's nice. His sugar levels are good. We're good. Carry on.
that's good. Yeah. So as I'm trying to explain that, you know, there's so many different aspects of how you can really look at the bad influence or the good influence. You know, you can blame the platforms for selling it, but they're only going to look at the opportunity of financial gains. You can blame your parents or the parents of the kids, but some of them are in a position where they can't really mentally deal with it, or they don't have the time, you know. Um, you can blame the kids for pushing out and promoting bad things, but it's what are they listening to and where are they finding the stuff which is influencing them? Is it their peers? Is it movies? Is it games? You know, is it the environment that they live in at home? Is it the attention they're getting or not getting? Like you really have to understand that everybody can be put in the same box. Everybody is individual based on the circumstance of why they decide to do that or follow that trend.
So we have a document which is an
Sorry, who's
arrest,
I'm getting some feedback.
and it's coming from the government of the United States, and
Yeah, someone turn down their TV, please.
code NAC 850H2.
Oh, how come I'm still in there? Get me out.
Yeah. So, you know, I appreciate the fact that people can try and point a finger and there's always going to be evidence, but I guess we as people just have to look at what's really going on. We have to pay more attention to what our kids are actually going through, what they're facing. Talk to them. You know, sometimes kids are shy. They may not want to talk to you. They'd rather talk to their aunt or their brother or their friend, but they need some type of outlet because
That's what's missing though, software, isn't it?
well, that's the whole point, you know. And the outlet may be that you just need to spend a few hours with your child, or just you know help them with their work. You know, have a one-to-one connection. Yeah, and if they want to have their friends over or be around their friends, let me meet your friends because I need to know what type of people that are around my kids. You know, at the end of the day, I may not always agree with whatever, but that person may be helping that child to go along the right path. Because don't get me wrong, as I was growing up, I had a lot of parents that used to think I was a bad influence on their children, right? But later on to find out that I was the actual good influence in their child, and the other ones who used to think they were goody two shoes were really the bad ones, you know. So again, it's very difficult for you to come to an understanding to be able to judge a circumstance properly, but the most you can do is just put in the effort to try instead of putting your kids or allowing inappropriate things to be in your child's life. Because I'm pretty sure as a parent, you wouldn't let no pedophile near your child. You wouldn't allow your child to go into any dangerous situations which would cause them harm. So why would you allow these things to be in their life? You know, and fair enough, some kids will run off and do it behind their parents' back. Maybe that's because you're being a little bit too harsh or too clingy. I really don't know. But it's for that person to take a step back and be more aware of what is going on in their life and their child's life to be able to make a change. And that's the most I can really say on anything that's to do with music or games. These principles can be applied to, like I said, other areas, which is just not these two. You know, could be food, could be diet, it could be health, it could be abuse. The list goes on. The basic thing is just being more aware and paying attention, you know, and stop slacking where you're thinking, oh, well, you know what, yeah, let me just give them the game to play, or let me just sit them down in front of the TV. Look, don't get me wrong, I understand that some people need to cook food or you got chores that you need to do. You know, being in front of a TV for 5-10 minutes, half an hour, that ain't too bad, but don't make them sit there for the whole day. That's their life. Because most of the time, if they're not playing the game, they're going to be out doing something else that's going to entertain them.
And
But
the more they sit there, the more program they get too.
Of course, but you know what? As a parent, I would rather my child be sitting in their house playing a game than be outside getting in trouble and violence. That's just me personally. Don't get me wrong, I still want my child to go out there and socialize because I don't want to have antisocial behavior. But we now live in a time where everyone feels safer with their child inside because they're scared of what might happen outside. They cannot trust what's going on outside because of how other people may not be handling their children, or it may not be the children, it may be other adults that are preying on children. Because as a child, I'm a colored ethnic. Police love to stop and pick me up just cause, you know, and I'm pretty sure there's loads of other people like that. You just want to stop and search you. What for? Oh, you fit these details. They ain't giving you no reason. It's because they realize you don't know your rights. And it's only as you get older and you know your rights, they kind of want to step off, but they want to get them young. They want to make sure they got something on you while you still juvenile, so that when you get to an adult age, that mentality carries on. You need to stop that. You know, we need to educate our kids on what's really going on. Not just in what they're being taught in school, because that stuff is brainwashing them too. But about the films, about their food, their music, everything. Teach the kids is the basics of what anyone says. You know, like for instance, our kids go to school and they read about Roald Dahl and all of that stuff. Do you know that that person that wrote that book was a double agent and a pedophile? But they don't teach you that in school, but they want you to read all of these books. But how would I know that? Because I grew up and I decided to look into the person who I had to read about. But they're not going to teach you that because it's part of their curriculum. They've got an agenda. Teach them your history. Teach them what you know is right. That's all I could really say. You know? And be aware of what you're programming yourself and your kids with. Because don't get me wrong, Sonic the Hedgehog was all good. Fair enough, I'm destroying a robot, but it's still destruction of something. Spiral the Dragon. I'm still burning and killing something. Subconsciously, they're programming you with stuff that you're not even realizing that's going on. It's called imprinting. Visual or frequency imprinting. You understand that principle from when you first have a child. Yeah, when you have a child, right, and your child first comes out, what's the first thing that they do? They put the child into your hand so that you can be imprinted on your child. And then after that, they go to school and then, you know, society imprints on them. It's still a systematic type of imprinting, regardless of whether it's through music or through television. It's influence. Anyway, but enough from me. I'm pretty sure that the panel has probably loads of other stuff that they want to talk about. And, you know, there's probably people that have got questions you know. So I'd
Yeah,
love to
that's
hear
what I was.
more.
Sorry, I was just trying to look in the chat, but for some reason I can't see anything.
Yeah, no, I'm getting the same thing too. Thank you, Annie. You know, big up gaming. I got to big up all the listeners, you know, because without them, there would be no show at the end of the day. But yeah, no, as I said, I wasn't really on for long and I did want to come on and show some love. I have been requested, so I've got to show the love, you know.
Yeah, big up yourself, software man. So, software. As far as the obviously you said that you think the games and the music obviously does definitely affect the youth. But which one do you think is worse? Which one do you think has the biggest effect on them?
Do you know what? It really depends on the person. And the only reason why I say that is because the industry is split in two ways. You've got a lot of people that just listen to music. Kids listen to music as they grow up. Parents play it all the time. Go off to university, they listen to music. But games are no longer that I got to be in my house and play on my console. I can just play it on my phone. So it's really about 50-50, I would say. But it really depends on the person and the individual and what their interests are.
So wouldn't you agree that less people who play the games turn around and do what's in the game than what the people who listen to the music turn around and do what they hear or in the music?
Oh no, there's a big percentage that proves less people copy the violence in games. But there is a big percentage that shows that young children are actually influenced by games. Yeah. So not to say that they copy the games, but they're influenced by games. Yeah. Whereas with the music industry, there's a lot more people who's actually copying and mimicking what they hear and see. Because back in the day, music, you'd only have no radio or tapes or CDs. There was no visuals unless you had money or unless you were number one. But YouTube made it everybody can have a video. No matter if your music is good, just make a video. You become an entertainer. You're not really a musician. It's just a platform for you to be seen. That just means you get views. Some people are comedians and they just play the role. It's just views. You know, they really don't, some of them don't care about what they're saying, where others actually do care about what they're saying. So again, it's really down to the individual that's promoting it and who's using it.
So I think the basis of what I'm saying really is software. Do you think that the majority of these kids go out there and stab people, you know, at young ages? Do you think the main influence then is the music?
Currently, I'd say yeah. Don't get me wrong, there was a big part of it from those who were playing GTA and Call of Duty, but not really. Majority of it was from music. Majority of it was from drill or flipping house and garage or
But do
hip
you not
hop.
think the majority of it was from lack of stable upbringings?
Yes and no. Yes and no. The reason why I say that on a yes, because there are a lot of single parent families, you know, and it's very hard. Don't get me wrong, a lot of single parent families, there are some of them that would say, look, you need to learn first before you get your pleasure time, you know. Where there's a lot of families where they've got both of their parents. There's not many people I know that have had both their parents that have come out bad. But again, there are people I know that have had both their parents and have come out really, really bad. So to say it's one, not the other, is not. It's the negligence.
No,
But
not one or the other, but don't you think they go hand in hand? You can't put all the blame on music and video games. It's got to go hand in hand.
no, I can't. You know,
responsibility's got to be taken on all sides.
Of course. But then, you know, if I'm really looking at the history of the two of them, music would outweigh it more. But then if you look at where we are today, game and music have become joint. They're putting the music in the game. So subconsciously, I'm hearing the lyrics anyway while I'm running around shooting up whoever I'm shooting up.
I was going to say that
yeah.
in games, But I know one of the Call of Duty games specifically, because you said Call of Duty before, it rang a bell. But
Come on, they got it in San Andreas. You know, they're putting hip hop music all in there. They've got the Def Jam beat 'em up game, which is all about their music.
you know the knives that these kids buy, they call it the zombie killer, yeah? Or
Yeah.
the zombie knife, yeah. Now I remember Call of Duty having the zombie knife.
It's a K9. It's just a bigger version of the K9, which is a army knife. Yeah, these people running around calling it by a name, they don't even know what the bloody hell it is. It's a version of an army knife. Yeah, very old school army knife, which was meant to cause malicious intent, so that even if the person survives, their organs, they'll bleed out to death. That was the whole point of this weapon. It wasn't for anything nice, not cutting no bread. It was to make sure, regardless of my interaction with you, you will come out worse than whatever I'm going to come out if I get away. Yeah. Half these people don't even know the history of the stuff that they're looking into. They just do it because it looks cool, or it's the trend, or it's the new thing. People need to wake up. It's more serious than that. And you know, when you point the finger and you don't actually look at it from all avenues and all angles, you're always going to have a one-sided argument, regardless. So you go to bring it to court and make a legal case out of it, because you didn't look at it from all angles, you're going to lose. Whereas if you looked at it from all angles and you know your child and you know how it was influenced and blah, 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 you win, because you paid more attention and you've seen how this occurred.
All right, software. Could it also be argued here that it's the games and the music in conjunction with each other? Because, for instance, now these kids can get into their, you know, their little problems with their ops or whatever. Yeah, they can go on
and then go see man in real life and take it out in real life. Yeah, I know, I get it.
They can go on Call of Duty, yeah. They can find out what weapons there are out there in the world, what they could possibly use, and then go and resource weapons, so they know exactly what they're doing. You know.
No, but that's a fact. It's been done.
Zombie knife and all of that.
It's a fact. It's been done. This is how some of the killings that were done previously, which were related to Call of Duty, they were using specific guns that they practiced with on the game. These kids racked up gaming hours, days and weeks, months, and then went out and shot someone because they were practicing on the game. Say that again?
Grand Theft Auto as well.
Yeah, Grand Theft Auto as well. Grand Theft Auto as well. Right? But the thing about it is, you go online now, on all of these over 18 plus games, which has all got violence, they promote violence. They even
sorry, Johnny, I don't want to cut in you, but guys, I just want to quickly say sorry. Mum's away for the week. I've got to go again. Doesn't it well? So I'm going to come off for the night. I just want to say, be blessed, everyone. Thank you. I will speak to you all tomorrow, but I need to go and sort him out. But all be safe and be blessed, and I'll catch up with you all tomorrow.
It's a pleasure. You take care of yourself now and the family.
Yeah. Take care. Speak to you all soon. Bye. Bye.
Bye. Yeah. So you know, when you're talking about research, the games basically give you all the details. They literally give you the specs, the size, the weight, you know, the components. Come on, most of these games now tell you how to build a car from scratch or put your gun together with different pieces. They're telling you how to make it. You know, they got 3D printers now. People are downloading the specs. You've seen it in movies. So it's not like, say, they can't get hold of it. Before, weapons would only come because it would get leaked through the military or the police, or it was whatever, it was found. It ain't like that no more. Someone could just make it because there's so much information online. There's so much being put in your face. We watch films every day with it being put in your face. We get shown that even if you're not going to watch the films or whatever, our police is now going to do that because it's now a military state. So you're not going to get away from seeing this type of indoctrination and fear being put in your face. There's nothing you can do because it's here. No. So I don't know how we're going to get to a point where we can fix this. It's not going to get any easier. It's only going to get harder because the entertainment industry want their money, and these kids want the next gadget and the new thing, and everyone wants to live that lifestyle or make that impression or make that money. No one ain't thinking about the consequences and the after effects. No one don't care about that.
So what kind of measures or changes do you think need to be put in place then, software?
You know what? I wouldn't know. Don't get me wrong. I could make suggestions, but I wouldn't know because you can't paint everybody with the same brush. Everybody's an individual case.
How about make some suggestions? Why not, man? We want to hear what you think right now.
Me personally, I think adults should not be making their children play any games which is not appropriate for their age, regardless. If it says 18, you need to be 18. If you're caught allowing your child to play that game, you should get a fine and maybe a threat of prison sentence. One month imprisonment. You keep breaking the law and it increases. You should be threatened with these things so that it's imposed that you do not do these things.
Why did you say a sentence though?
Because watch this. I can buy a game right now. Could be over 18. How do I know that that person has not let someone else under the age of 18 play that game? Most of these game consoles now have it so that you got your own profile, but someone else could log in and play on your profile. So it doesn't stop them.
So what would be the crime they'd be prosecuted under though?
Well, in reality, you're showing your child violence which they're not supposed to see.
So what would you call
Well,
that?
would you show a young child porno? It's the same thing.
But
It's the same thing. It's your moral compass. You know it's not right, so you don't do it.
Are you saying that that's child abuse then?
It is a type of child abuse. It's a type of mental child abuse. But some people will say, well, you know, not all children end up turning out violent, or not all children end up doing those things. But you know what? I watched a lot of violent films when I was young. I eventually became immune to it, but that's only one person. Other people turn into psychos.
I think calling it child abuse might be a bit extreme, but I think like
it's not child abuse. It is some type of mental abuse because that person is not supposed to be going through that. You've allowed that.
Further.
Well, look, it's like me sitting down and forcing my child to do something they don't like. That's some type of abuse. But then you'd say even disciplining is some type of abuse, right? But you're literally programming your child with information that eventually it's going to get immune to, and it's going to think secondary in their nature. Okay, it's okay to do those things. You don't realize how easy it is to grow a second nature where you do things automatically and don't realize it out of habit. It's so easy. All you got to do is do the same thing over and over again, like a habit, and eventually it's second nature. So these kids that are rolling around playing these games, listening to this type of music, it's second nature. It becomes second nature. They pick up the habits of what they're listening to and what they're watching. It becomes second nature. Come on. Most of these kids that grew up and wanted to go in the military play these games, watch certain type of films, or they're fat.
Yeah, you know, as a sentient being, you can only respond with what you know. If you don't know a way to respond, if you don't know a way to respond, then you're not going to respond. But
of course,
you're going to respond with one of the ways that you know. You're not going to respond with something you've never seen before 9 times out of 10, unless, you know, maybe you're just a bit different to the rest of us, you know.
No, because what you're telling me about is called learned behavior. And learned behavior starts at home, and then it goes out with your friends and what you learn at school and in society. So what you're saying is learned behavior. Yeah.
And I couldn't really say you wouldn't respond different, because different situations would bring on different types of responses. But I'm just saying, in general, you know, we're not going to respond a particular way without knowing that response, you know, especially responding on the fly, you know, just as a
Well,
quick
well,
response.
well, like I said before, it's one of three things: fear, flight, or fight. You don't know until you're put in that situation. Some people will be in fear for their life and will do nothing and stand there scared. Some people will run away because it's an easier option and it's an automatic response. Whereas others, they'll just
So,
fight.
but go back on the topic. What do you think the drill music and, you know, the who's the guy who just got let out of jail? The music, you know, the I don't know, man. Who's
Six
the
nine is that you're talking about?
man music? Who is it? Talk to me, man. Talk to me.
But
What do you
to
think
be
of
honest, I don't really follow, these
young
popular artists, these young ones.
other
I'm
guys? You got Europe. You know, there's loads of young rappers out there. Nines. You got gigs. You know
Yeah,
what
but
do you
watch this.
what do you
Me personally, I don't follow these young rappers
Trader?
because they ain't got nothing positive to teach me.
No,
Because I
but
look at it like this: if I can't let my child listen to that music, knowing it's got something positive to feed them, I ain't letting them play it.
no, but you're misinterpreting the question.
I'm
These
not,
kids,
because I'm not personally interested in it. And this is what I'm saying. It's down to every individual's interest.
but I'm just saying, for the young kids of today who are listening to the artists, the likes of these who I've mentioned, yeah, you know, the chipmunks and whoever, and the what are they called? Creps and Conan, yeah. Like, what do you think is the effect that is having? Do you think that is having a positive effect on some of the kids, or do you think overall
Well, you know what?
is
I
negative?
can't say it's not having a positive effect because, it's giving some of these young kids an aspiration to be a musician. But then again, some of them who's promoting this lifestyle is not a good image. I can't talk for every artist in the industry because some artists actually are trying to promote good music, but they're not as famous or as big as the ones that are promoting negative music, you know. Um, and the music industry is always going to have this because it's history. Battle rap, if you go back and you look at it, it came from someone feeling that they felt they were being dissed. So they responded back. And then it became something. We have the same thing now. And all it is just a smart way of manipulating words. But back in the day when you had battle rap,
If you had a teenager of your own, what type of music wouldn't you want them listening to, and which of the young artists would you say are okay to listen to?
I don't know, man. Like me personally, I, I like R&B and I do like some hip hop, but I like conscious music, and I can't go around telling my youth to not listen to certain music because at the end of the day, my child needs to have a freedom. But what I can do is let my child know that this type of music will lead to a certain lifestyle eventually, and it's a possibility. I'm not saying it's for certain, but I will let them know it's a possibility. I will also let them know that I personally don't like certain type of music. So I would rather not hear it because my parent always told me that. They don't want to hear this music talking about Jagga Jagga and all this crap. Fair enough. But I do take time to listen to what the young kids are listening to. Some of it is actually trendy or sounds okay. Some of it, I just feel like, nah, I wouldn't even entertain it. I wouldn't promote it or tell my friend because it's got nothing positive. It's got no solid grounding for me personally. But everyone's different because it's what you're into.
Can you
Some
name one
people,
like that for us?
a positive person. I
No,
don't know.
a positive music.
Positive music. Like I said, I listen to R&B. I got to be very careful about which artists I pick now because some of these artists do have dark backgrounds. Prince was okay.
No, but someone who's current, not someone who's from our older generation. Someone who's current.
Current. I couldn't tell you no one who's current right now because I don't listen to no one who's current. I personally, I'm not a fan of a lot of the music that's going on right now because it don't sit right with me, and I don't think it's authentic. Whereas I used to sit down and make or listen to music which had love or it was real. Everyone right now sounds like a robot using the same vocoder. So,
Would you say?
personally, I'm not going to tell you your name because I don't listen.
Would you say then that there's no current music that you think is authentic, or that is audible?
I'm not going to say there's no current music which I think is authentic because don't get me wrong, I hear beats out there and I hear one or two vocals and I don't fully listen to the whole thing, which is original. But then 80 to 90% of the music I hear is recycled. I hear it because I'm a musician. I've recycled music in the past. I've made original pieces, but most of the ones which are popular are recycled music. They're using someone else's bass guitar or melody over someone else's kick. They're blatantly using it and they're just changing the lyrics. Some of them are even copying the exact lyrics just because it's sung by a guy in the past. Now a female sings it. They're just chop and changing. That's what they're doing. It's the same brand. Half of these young people don't even know who this person is. Yeah, but when you play them the original, they're like, oh, right, I didn't know that. But it's the same thing. They're just reselling you the same thing because it made money then. It can still make money now.
Yeah, I actually can't stand that.
And I agree. I agree, but not every one of those songs are crap. There are one or two of them which actually some of them sound like a better version, but not all of them. Trust me, not all of them.
But like you said, it's money, innit? It's all to do with the money.
This whole world is run on money. Food, medicine, media, transportation. Everyone's thinking I need to make the next buck. People right at home right now who's stuck in their house or who's lost their job is thinking I need to make the next buck. Because we're stuck in a society that makes you think you need to make the next buck. How am I going to survive tomorrow? How am I going to feed myself? How am I going to clothe myself or pay my bills? It's a system we've been born into. You have no choice, and if you want to get out, you're going to have to choose a path. And whatever path that is, whether it's science, entertainment, engineering, you just have to hope when you pick it, you make it. Because after time, not everyone that picks their path make it. Most of them fail. And this is why you got a lot of people on handouts or working in dead-end jobs. And, people are like, oh, why don't you? Because they're working in a place they're not happy. They didn't get what they want. Or they got the qualifications but didn't get the job because they didn't know nobody. Because sometimes it's not about what you know, it's about who you know. And that's the messed up thing in the society.
Yeah, but software, do you think then, reflecting something back on something what Shah said earlier, do you think that the establishment as well as the parents, are also to blame then? In fact, more so to blame in a sense of, things are only censored to the extent that, the government say they should be censored and the people argue for them to be censored.
All right, so watch this. Who's to blame? The government says I should censor it. A game, for example. But when I censor it, I don't make as many sales and people stop buying my product. Okay? The government don't say I need to censor it. I just make the game. Because, I'm thinking about the money. The parent buys the game. Did the parent take the time to look at what type of game it is to allow their child to play the game? Did that child go and buy the game behind their parents' back? And someone in the shop sold them the game knowing that they shouldn't have. There's so many different avenues looking at why it got to that point of how they got it in their hand or why they have access to it. Is it the company for not pushing the fact that there should be more restrictions? Is it not the government's fault for not pushing the companies to enforce the restrictions? Is it not the shop's fault for selling it to the parents who allow their child to play these games? But where does it stop? You're pointing the finger, but where does it stop? Because the government could say, well, you know what, it's not our fault. The gaming company needs to do it. Gaming companies say, well, it's not our fault. It's the producers of the game who did it. That's how they designed it. And they'll turn around and say, well, you know what, that's the feedback we were asked about to put into our game. So that's just one side of it. Then, you know, you could blame the parent. Oh, well, you know, it's his birthday present. Well, he's not old enough to play the game. Well, I didn't know what was in the game.
Yeah, but what about the music?
But the music's the same thing. Because watch this. I'm pretty sure that before it gets pushed to the public, the company has to listen and view it first.
Why you say that?
Because they're going to have listening parties. They have listening parties before they play it on. Watch this. You can't put your music on the radio right now unless you got a brethren that will just play it regardless. But it still has to be screened by someone before it is heard publicly.
We live in the YouTube era. Anyone can put their video out anytime, any place. You don't need no industry, nobody to do that with. So,
but as I said earlier, YouTube are only now starting to screen certain type of things. Yeah, and that's regional. It's not like before where they screened 99% of things. They got bought out. They don't really screen 99% of things. Because obviously they need to give room for opportunities, for new things that they haven't found, or people, new trends. So regardless of your pointing the finger that they may need to screen more, I'm not going to disagree. Yeah, you shouldn't allow videos of someone shooting someone in the head, or you that shouldn't be allowed. But again, they allow it, and what? When that person's brought to court, it's viable evidence. You were dry snitching on yourself. And this is what's happening. They're using that as footage to be able to lock up the person. And what they'll do is not just the videos that they get off of YouTube, they'll also hack into your phone and use your text messages, your voice message, all of it. Because now it's an era that all this data, which couldn't be used before, can now be used. This is what this new law was pushed for. Because remember, they needed to get a legal search warrant or legal to be able to use documents which they got illegally. They no longer need to use that. They can just use the evidence that they got from your YouTube or your phone listening device. You get locked up. That was what all this change was about. So that people that were getting away with stuff can't get away with it. But you have to remember, it only applies to certain people. Because if you got money, you become untouchable. And, you know, we'll say that's unfair, but in reality, look at all the people who've got real big money.
I don't know if you got money, you're untouchable, because we all know what happened to O.J. Simpson, man. Although he got
well, look, regardless of O.J. Simpson, that's an ethnical thing because he's a black man who got away with it. That's what they're saying.
He didn't get away with nothing. He's in jail now.
Come on, Rolf Harris never got away with it neither. He went jail, and he got money. It's a big Rolf Harris you're talking about, you know.
Big Rolf Harris.
I don't know what he did, but he's got the didgeridoo around him. You get me? And the flipping the wombats and the koalas and all that. Like, come on, man. Look at this guy's picture. He looked like the Colonel from Kentucky.
Put the guy's picture up, man. What picture are you talking about?
Come on, he looked like the Kentucky Colonel, cuz you know the man got money.
Listen, previously they were case building because they didn't have enough evidence. And that's what they've done before. Now, because as you're born, yeah, and you walk, you're being monitored, you're just building up evidence every day you're walking. But they ain't gonna worry about that no more.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, money won't save you from prosecution, innit? If you break the law, you break the law, innit?
Okay, so what about all these big elitists? Why aren't they locked up?
I hear you,
there's,
but
there's plenty of evidence to make them, which is showing that they're doing incriminating thing on a world scale. Why are they not locked up? Because you know what, they've got so much money, it's like they're untouchable.
No, it's not about the money, it's about what they're actually doing, innit? So, you know, there are some things that we would consider morally wrong, innit? But people legally can do them. You know, like some of us might think it's morally wrong that at the end of the year, You know, all the bankers, all the international bankers, and the people within the industry, they get all these big bonus payouts at the end of the year, but they don't share the money with the other people who put their money and invested in the bank. You know, but these big bank executives are taking that like certain times 6-7 figure sums, like, and more. You know, now at the end of the day, we've all invested in that company, in that bank. You know, they've been paid already. You know, they've done been paid. So what happened to them?
Yeah, but the whole point of it is, if you've been paid, why stop the money when you know it will continuously come in?
Yeah, but that's the point I'm making to you. At the end of the day, some people, there's some things that we would consider immoral that people can get away with. They can legally do that. But as far as, certain other things, you can't legally do. So you can't put them in the same bracket.
How do you know that? Because watch this. Most of these laws that you've seen change over the time is because it was illegal, and then they've just legalized it. This is what you're not realizing. They've changed the laws over the generations to make these things which were illegal legal. You couldn't be a pedophile back in you couldn't be a registered pedophile back in the day. They would kill you. You couldn't do certain things back in the day. You would go to jail or be put to death.
Pause. Did you say they've changed things from that were illegal to make them legal?
Of course.
Like what? What are you talking about? Talk to me.
All right. The church had to make it so that gay marriages, that was illegal. To even be gay back in the day, you would be put to death.
Mm-hmm.
This is a fact.
Obama signed that, isn't it?
Yeah, right. Hold on, watch. Zoophilia, sleeping with animals, is illegal, but in certain places in America, it's legal. Cannibalism, hold on, cannibalism is illegal, but in certain places, even in America, it's legal.
You mean it's
so
legal?
it's legal for me to eat another human being.
Where is cannibalism legal? You show us this. Now show us this.
Yeah, man, put that up. Try and find that. I want to see that.
Bring that up, B. What are you talking about? It's legal.
Where can we find that? Where can we find that software so Shifty can put that up, man?
Yeah.
Do you know what? I'm gonna have to because I only read it the other day. It was on one of the news feeds I read. Yeah,
Google it, Shiffa, man.
You can Google.
No, hold on, somewhere. Google
cannibalism legalization cannibalism
in America. You said America, right?
I think one of the places in America I read about is illegal, and I think they're trying to do it over here as well.
What? I need to Google that, man. Google that.
Yeah. So you have to realize, like, what people understand as law. Our laws are not the same as another country's law, and eventually those laws will change to suit the needs of what is currently going on at that time.
Mm.
Gay marriages has been illegal for however long. It's coming, it's legal. Yeah. Pedophiles that you used to go to prison or they would kill you. Now you can register. In certain places, they're calling it a mental illness. So you have to understand what's really going on with the wordplay. And I say wordplay because that's what law is. If you write it in a certain way where you're not very direct and you can be indirect, you get away with it. Yeah. Because I understand. I've looked at these things, when you want to do certain things in your life for whatever career it is, whether it's medical or engineering, you're going to have to look at these laws. You'll see it. Certain places it's legal. Legal to eat another human.
Must be in the forest or something.
No, you can go.
No, hold on, software. Slow down, man. Let's just see if we can see this, man. Let's see if we can see. Because you said America.
Yeah, that's one place in America is legal, and I've heard of other places around the world it's supposed to be legal.
I know they be eating roadkill and things like that, but human?
No, it's people who are offering themselves up to be eaten.
What?
Yeah, they want to be eaten.
That type of. Wow.
Yeah.
Hey guys, be careful what you buy in your supermarkets.
No.
I should have laughed. You know, you're fucked up. Sorry, let me not swear. Apologies to the fans, but I didn't mean to swear.
Well, if the software said if they're taking it there, that's only gonna go one way, isn't it?
Hey, listen, I've put something up on the screen. I don't know
Wow.
if you can see it.
No, I can't see it. I got, you know, I got to go and get my laptop. You know, I'm using this phone.
Yeah, no, you put it on the sun. What I found, it wasn't on the sun. I think it was.
What's that? Australia?
Yeah, well, not Australia, Polynesia, or Fiji and those kind of places, whatever. Let me go back to the top. I see Miami, Florida.
Yeah, I think that was one of them. Yeah, because like I said, one place that I didn't know exactly, but one place I read was there. So you got to be careful. They're legalizing things which used to be illegal. So laws are changing to
Miami,
suit
Florida,
people's personal.
it's definitely not legal in Miami, Florida. Let's not get that twisted.
Yeah, no, but you'll find it.
Definitely not
You'll
legal.
find it.
But this just says cases in the world where the people would be pleased to meet you, like, and they put the word MEAT instead of MEET. Meat.
Don't eat no Big Macs.
They want to eat you, you know, like that, like so.
Yeah, no, just if you want to find it, like I said, just put legalizing cannibalism, and you'll probably find it that way.
What I've found so far, it says in Western New Guinea, along the Indirium Kaba River, lives a tribe called the Korowai.
What's that in his hand, man?
I mean, I know. The tribesmen believe that a witch man kills off members. Hold on. The tribesman believes that a witch man kills off members of the group, and it's their duty to consume the dead man's carcass in order to take revenge for the death.
Yeah, and in some traditions, when they die, they leave a will willing you to eat their body.
Listen.
You know what, software? In this world, nothing don't surprise me.
Anyway, so basically, yeah, in this Papua New Guinea tradition, you know, they said the tribesmen believe that a witch man kills off members of the group, and it's their duty to consume the dead man's carcass in order to take revenge for the death. But it doesn't say that it's legal. Just to be clear, it just says that that's what they do, innit? In Fiji, Fiji is famed for its long-running history of cannibalism. It was even previously dubbed Cannibal Island. The practices have almost died out in recent years, with the exception of Nahihi Caves, home to the last human-eating group on the island. So if you go to the Nahihi Caves, they might eat you. You have to be careful. The Ganges.
You see what I'm saying, software? That's why you have to make sure. Cause I don't want no one in Florida getting smoked because they think someone's trying to eat them. You see what I'm saying? Because they heard the show.
No, I hear you. But you can look it up.
I get where you're coming from. I see what you're saying. I see what's going on.
Obviously, there is a load of illegal cannibalism going on. You know, I'm not really gonna say certain names, but you know, you can look it up on WikiLeaks.
Yeah. Oh, come on now.
You can look it up on WikiLeaks, and it's hot right now. You know,
let me read out some more of these to you. Like, it says the Agori sect of Indian monks perform cannibalistic rituals in order to gain spiritual enlightenment. Now, with just 20 or so members, the group drink from human skull bowls and cover their body in burnt human remains. They do.
Where is that, Shiff?
This is in Ganges rivers in India. Yeah.
In India, yeah.
It says they do not, however, kill anyone for use in the ceremonies, using only the bodies of people who have already died. So that's something completely different. So they don't kill anyone, but they literally use people's bodies in the ceremony. They're drinking from skulls and all sorts of stuff.
Hold on, before you carry on, you're reading from the Sun, right? You know that's one of the biggest propaganda newspapers there is.
Listen, you brought out the subject. You know?
Yeah, but I never said the Sun. I told you to search on the internet. You chose the Sun.
But I hear you though, bro. But still, it's all right, man. Software, man. It's cool. It's just thanks for the awareness. You know what I mean? Like,
this is the source that I'm choosing to use right now because you know what? I thought it looked like a juicy article. Can you allow me to do that? Anyway,
of course.
So what? Software. So what one would you trust? Because I know what you're saying though. Because Mirror was always better than the Sun. Still, like,
I trust the Observer.
Yeah,
I trust the Telegraph.
You trust the Observer? Wow.
Yeah.
I don't trust no one.
No, watch this. There's certain newspapers that I've read about that these people will not put out nothing but the
I
fact.
hear
And
you.
there's in this country is very limited. That's why I said the Observer and the Telegraph, because the Telegraph on the Sundays used to do the Observer,
It's
right?
software. It's software. I'll be honest with you. I don't trust none of them. It's just an article, innit? We're just reading an article.
Of
How?
course, anyone can manipulate the information, but I
Yeah.
found that they're more accurate to what's been going on than to any. Where the Sun and the Daily Star have the same agenda.
But then I could argue that at the end of the day, they're all accurate because we haven't been there, innit? You've not physically been there. Whoever's
Of
writing.
course, but all right, it's historically known the Sun is a racist newspaper. They've been called out for being racist. So why am I going to read about anything that they're prejudiced against? Come on, man.
I don't want to get too deep into criticizing, newspapers or companies or information right now. I'm just saying this is a piece of information. Let's just see what they're saying, innit? We're not saying that they're spitting the absolute truth or that it's absolute fact. We're not saying any of that. This is just an
Bro,
article.
they're all the same, man.
Exactly, it's just an article. It's not. Let's not take it out of context, innit? So the Democratic Republic of Congo, they said at a United Nations meeting in 2003, a distressed Sinfasi Makelo, a representative of the Mbuti Pygmies, claimed that Congolese rebels from the Ituri province were eating people alive. Yeah. Cambodia is another place. I'm not going to read out all of the bits underneath their names, but I'll just read out the rest of the names. You've got Cambodia, you've got Nuku Hiva, French Polynesia. Yeah. You've got what's this other one here? Liberia, apparently they eat people. Rottenburg in Germany, they eat people. Miami, Florida, a guy got his face eaten. Like, so far, I'll be honest with you, software. I've not found anything to substantiate legal human eating, to be fair. But obviously,
What was your search? I asked you to do legalizing cannibalism.
I can go back. I'll put where is cannibalism legal? Can you see that there? It's written there.
Hold on. Yeah, no, I see it. 9 places across the world, cannibalism is still legal. No, go down. You should put the news. See if you can click on the news. Because like I said, I saw it in a news report and I couldn't believe it. I even showed somebody else at the time. Yeah, it's actually of a white, I think it's a white American person. He's quite big. He was eating people. But again,
But this is what I'm gonna say to you, yeah. Watch this now, yeah. So you're talking about someone who legally ate flesh. This article claims.
Yeah, but that's a murderer, though.
Now this is.
He's talking about murder. He's talking about legalizing it. It's two different things.
I've been reaching for the fava beans and Chianti. The 36-year-old sailor survived at sea for more than a year after being cast adrift by a storm. But now the family of his fellow sailor, 22-year-old Ezequiel Cordoba, says the older man turned cannibal to survive. Alvarenga, Cordoba died because he could not stomach the raw birds and turtle blood that were their only source of food. But Cordoba's family are suing the Salvadorian fisherman for 1 million for eating their relative. It would not be the first time a survivor in extreme circumstances has tucked into a fellow traveler. After a plane crash in the Andes in 1972, passengers ate the frozen remains of those who had perished, surviving 72 days before they were rescued in 2000. 3 migrants from the Dominican Republic survived for 3 weeks when their boat engine failed at sea, only by devouring some of the 60 others who succumbed to dehydration and exposure. But is eating someone's flesh in such extreme conditions against the law? Not in the UK, according to Samantha Pegg, senior lecturer at Nottingham Trent University. There is no offence of cannibalism in our jurisdiction, Dr. Pegg says. She points out that a famous case in legal history in 1884, a 4-man crew sailing from England to Australia was shipwrecked with almost no food. When the 17-year-old cabin boy became ill, two of the men, Stevens and Dudley, decided to kill and eat him. 5 days later, they were rescued and charged with murder. The third man was not charged, despite eating his
He was
companion,
using this, bro.
although their lawyers argued that killing the cabin boy was necessity for the survival of the three men. Stevens and Dudley were convicted of murder and sentenced to death. Later,
Hold on, guys. I'm gonna have to jump off. Apologies.
all right, cool. Say no more. Have a nice evening, brother.
Thank
All
you.
right, bless.
To 6 months imprisonment. Odin later commuted to 6 months imprisonment. So after killing the guy and eating him, they got 6 months. Yeah, this
What?
set this set a precedent that there is no necessity defense for murder. Points out Peg.
Wow.
In cases of serial killers or sexually motivated cannibals, the charge is always murder. She says. In Germany, there was also no offense of cannibalism. A court had to wrestle with a case where a man offered himself to be killed and consumed by an IT expert called Armin Muse. Muse was still convicted of murder last year. A German police officer was sentenced to 8.5 years for a similar crime of murder and disturbing the peace of the dead. However, because this victim was said to be willing, he was not given the maximum sentence. Other would-be cannibals could face charges of outraging public decency or preventing a lawful burial, says Peg. In 1988, performance artist Rick Gibson ate human tonsils on the street. He claims
He
to
what?
be the first cannibal in British history to legally eat human meat in public. With a rise in body food and eating
Jeez.
your partner's placenta, he may not be the last. You know what? Let me not even comment on that. I feel grossed out by all of that kind of talk. But
But when you was bro, when you was reading that, I was eating my chicken wings.
yeah, that was grossing me out. I'm not gonna lie. Like, you know, your mouth's kind of like you get that gammy
Bro,
feeling, like it start water.
bro, you know what it is, yeah? You know what? I don't understand the part of the story though. So the guy was on the ship, yeah.
Mm.
So what about what he couldn't do no fishing?
You know, understand?
No, I don't know. That's a bit. But what they say, he couldn't eat the turtles and the. Well, he preferred to eat the humans. Yeah?
I don't know, cuz don't know. I'll be honest with you, that's a really strange story, isn't it? And that's in
Maybe they have no fishing equipment, but if he's in deep sea waters as well, there's more fish in deep sea. I don't know. That is very peculiar. But at the end of the day, it is what it is, isn't it? He ate the people, and God bless.
Well, I'll be honest right now. I've not found anything to say cannibalism was legal, but you know, we found something to say that, you know, there can be diminished charges when people are in extreme circumstances. So, you know, be careful of certain people when you're in extreme circumstance, because if they decide to eat you, bedroom, they might just get a little 6 months.
Right, and if one of these are on the ship as well, Shiv.
You know, like that's all mad, isn't it? Man, Perry, you hey, listen, man ain't trying to get Perry that is, so make sure
But if there's any of that on the ship, it's over for you.
if you get shipwrecked with certain of these man here, you know, like be careful. Like me personally, I don't eat humans, so you'd be all right with me, but you know, certain
Hey, Shiv, if you had this one though, this is a new one that I did cop the other day. I've never seen this one before. Have you seen this one? Look.
I ain't even mess with. I don't mess with them. I'll be honest.
But look,
like,
African spirit, you know.
African
Peri
spirit.
That's what it's called. Look, Peri Vusa, African spirit.
Is that how they going on now? Yeah.
You're taking a piss.
I like how Nando's did that though. They got into that sauce business early still, so they can still make a little money during lockdowns. You get me? But
I want to do one of them shows one day when we get all the peppers, all the hot sauces. Yeah, man. And we get the wings and see if you go the furthest.
But yeah,
bro.
I don't know, man. All of this eating people stuff, I don't even know really
Yeah, it's
how
crazy.
But you know, I will say this much: it's really strange. And if a man can get 6 months for eating another man in extreme circumstances, stay away from those type of circumstances. Don't even go skiing. Forget mountain climbing. It's not your hobby anymore. Do you know? But differently, like I think it's been a good show. You know, we've had some good input. You know, I think ultimately, you know, what I've taken home from the show is that, you know, although we did veer off of the topic a few times, you know, the music of today might be predominantly the main contributor to influencing a lot of kids into, you know, the life of crime, you know. Whereas previously it might not have been the music that was the main contributor, you know, because from what's been said in the show and from what I know myself as well, like, you know, growing up back in the day, you know, certain things were set to a certain group. You could even be part of that group if you wasn't a certain way naturally. They will test you out in different ways. You weren't just listening to drill music and just know the lingo like that. It didn't work like that. But obviously, you know, in the day and age we're in now, you know, that's the logistics of things now. They can just listen to a drill song, they make their little drill crew, they go out on the road and they start splashing and chefing and what's that other word they like to use? Shanking, nanking, and things like
Chefing,
that's what it
chefing,
is. It's all of that. They're scoring points.
chefing. No longer means cooking food.
Yeah, hitting guys with the dot. Do you know like that? The dotty and all of those things. Like so, you know, it's not like the lingos don't change much. It's just the actual the logistics of, you know, the type of people who affiliate to these types of behavior. It's been the circle has been widened to a point where, you know, it's a very large number of the youth now that act a certain way. And you know, back in the day, don't get me wrong, I'm not going to say we wouldn't have gone out to a little rave or, you know, to a party and there weren't bad guys out there. You know, they might have had their little group, but their group would
Yeah,
have been a smaller group. Now their group is the bigger group.
yeah.
And that's what it really comes down to, man. You know, now that half of the parties got that mentality, you know, half of the parties got that top boy mentality, you know, and half of the parties got that what is it called, skengman mentality.
Oh, them films don't help either, man. Them programs don't help either.
100%, because I can't just put it all on the music and say that the films don't have an influence. Like I said, the games.
Well, Bob, you got films that come out here. You got man like John Wick kill like 100 man in one film.
mm,
Bloody, because you know now, like that's how films are now. You look at the action films. Yeah, it's
but ultimately, I think that when we look at it in essence, you know, really, it's just the peer pressure, you know, and it's what is really acceptable within your peer group, you know. And when we look at what's really acceptable within the peer group of, you know, the youth of today, you know, don't get me wrong, there's going to be some peer groups where that's not cool, but that's not the majority anymore, and that's a dangerous thing, you know. So we're growing up with a youth that ain't got no respect for no one. You know, they don't care about anything. They don't care, innit? They will do whatever they like. They don't care that you're their elder. They don't care that it's an old woman. They don't care. They've got no type of what's the word, compassion for
oh no, it's
any.
different times, man. Different times for that. They got no respect.
They don't care. You know, they
People,
like, for instance, back in the day, you might have had a problem with someone. You're in the park, and you and your mates are there, and him and his mates are there. You got into a little argument. You might have even had a little fight, and then someone's mum and dad turned up, and it was like, all right, you know what? His mum and dad's turned up. Everyone just cool off in it, cool off. Nowadays, it's not like that no more. No one ain't cool enough in it. These kids are wicked. Yeah, they will go for the mum and the dad.
it's not just the kids though.
It's the parents too. You saying, yeah?
No, there's big man that do that as well.
I hear you. There is big man that will come out. Do you know what? In fact, when you say that, I can say from experience, I know a few big man from back in the day that they would literally go out and they would get involved in like little kids' problems. and be fighting with kids and stuff. I've seen it happen. So to that extent, I can't say that's a lie. But nowadays, like I said, these kids nowadays, they got no respect for nothing, innit? They're not scared either. They really ain't scared because he's got his big zombie knife. Sometimes they'll be scared. Don't get me wrong. They know when they've met their match in it. They're not stupid, but do you know what? 9 times out of 10, they're quite confident with what they're doing. They're happily stab someone. You know, to
Yeah,
them,
confident in cruise.
that's the point.
I think it's so you can say, we can actually say like they're cowards because they're carrying knives, but then on the flip side, it's like if they know the guy down the road is carrying a knife, then I'm sure it would be better for them to carry a knife to defend themselves in their eyes.
See, but then
So
I
you
look at
get,
it like this, yeah. I'll be honest with you, yeah. Like
I think that should.
all the girls
Go
are in
ahead.
their phone, yeah, looking at Instagram, Snapchat, and all of these things, and then just getting on with normal like day-to-day life outside of that, yeah. Whereas all the boys are, you know, listening to the drill music or whatever, they're out killing each other, you know, doing abnormal stuff, and then trying to live normal life. You know, what's gonna happen is like, especially like when you look at certain communities that are affected by it more, those communities are gonna be messed up.
Right.
You know, like that, because they're gonna have a load of these young fathers or whatever, you know, going in jail. Yeah, they're gonna have a loads of single young mothers, you know, with loads of kids that it's gonna be difficult for them to maintain and control, you know, without a proper family structure. And then what's gonna happen even further is now, yeah, like these kids are spiraling so far and far out of control that it's gonna turn into all out war. And that's what, to me, that's what, like, I'll be honest with you, that's what I see. I think that, you know, as a government, as a country, as, you know, like establishments, big radio establishments, people like big radio stations and companies like YouTube or whatever, you know, that's why they should be observing and taking note of these things and putting measures in place, because at the end of the day, you know, if it does turn into all out war in the streets, whose fault is it really? Because we as grown-ups, yeah, if we're on this show right here, right now, we can have this conversation and we can say, you know what, we can foresee this coming. I ain't my name ain't Moses, my name ain't Jesus, I ain't no prophet. Yeah, this
There
is
you
just
go.
me talking, just a
Yes,
normal guy
Master.
just talking in it, because I can see that, you know what, if these kids keep going through these phases of gang, 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 and there's so many gangs now, it's ridiculous. You know, before you know it, it's just gonna get out of control. And is that what they're waiting for? Do they want it to get worse than America? Is that what they're waiting for them to start
They
pick up?
want to go to war with the youths, man.
But why?
They went in to retaliate.
I don't get it. What? So they can pass more laws? Talk to me.
They don't like them.
I don't know.
Sometimes we got to be careful what we say. Sometimes we have to.
All I know is
in
this
certain
year,
circumstances.
realistically, yeah, as responsible adults, yeah, you know, I've said this for the longest time, and I know that anyone I know that's as a serious individual, yeah, we stand for something, innit? So do you know what? I know certain man, they're not playing that type of music anyway. If you try to play it around, man, I'm not even listening. I'm not entertaining that. Just miss me with it. Do you know, like that? And I'll
Right.
give them a lecture, you know. And I know there's a lot of us that's like that as well, because at the end of the day, you know, someone's got to make a stand and stand for something at some point. But, you know, to some extent, you know what? I just try not to get involved as well. You know, I let them have their little moments. So if that's what they do, go to your little parties, have your little drill. I'm not coming to shut down your party. Have your party in it. You lot are drill. That's what you do. Your drillers, in it. Your little murderers. I've got you in it. But then the problem with that is now,
Little murderers,
little
bro.
murderers, killers and killers,
Bro, man.
pumping the
They're
squats.
not, man. They're lost youths, man. No, but you don't. No, but they're lost youths because you said earlier on, man. Some
I
of these
hear you
youths,
though. No, but
they
when I
never
say
had their
killers and
father.
killers, yeah, like to me, this is why I brought up the subject of computer games and music, because, you know, really and truthfully, like, for instance, I could do it right now. Listen, I'm gonna jump off you, man. I'm gonna go and kill some people, but I'm talking about Call of Duty. I'm not talking about actually physically killing people. But you know, when you get used to saying certain words in sequence, and you get used to the idea of certain things
At
within
home, yeah, and then you come out, yeah.
all right, and then you come
Making
out
it
of home,
acceptable.
It's
you
called
might be,
predictive programming.
come on, but you might just be angry at life one day, and everyone's pissing you off, and it's like, you know what, fuck it, I'm just gonna start killing people. Someone's getting a zombie today. I don't know what I don't really know what goes through their mind. What do you think? Like, unless you've directly like a man's violated, see, someone's really violated me. Yeah, like, I'll be honest with you. Yeah, like if you violated me to a certain extent, like, you know, my child or like someone, a close relative, my sister or something like that, you violated her in a really bad way, like it might incite me to feel like doing something, you know. But
It
I don't
might.
understand, you know, I don't understand this thing any other way. Or if you really violated me, all right, for instance, if I was in a situation, yeah, and someone pulled out a gun on me, yeah, and let's say in the situation you pulled out the gun on me, let's say there's a man standing beside me with a gun, so I could get a gun any moment, like, do you know, like that, I might think that on a defensive basis, you know what, realistically the world might be better without you in it. You know, like that, let's be honest, who wouldn't? But in a circumstance where your life is not in danger, yeah, like ultimately, you know, you're still a child, innit? You still live with your parents. You're living in a parent's home. You ain't got no bills. You ain't got no. Maybe, all right, fair enough. You might not have the best trainers. You might be stressed out about that. You might not get the girls. Whatever it is that's getting to you, I get that. But how does that result in you killing someone? I don't. That's the part that I don't get. Other than the fact that,
Programming, isn't it?
yeah, but then
Shiffa.
that's it. That's it. So is the music doing the programming? Where's the programming coming from?
Look at drill, bro. Look how much violence kicked off from drill. They thought they seen it as like a retaliation to the government and the police and that, innit? Like, I even felt it, bro, when the drill come out. I was like, yeah, man, get on this, bro. This is giving back to the government what they fucked up with us and that, you know what I'm saying? Put pain to them. And then everyone's speaking about it, but then it's programming other youths on the street and that, do you know what I'm saying? Because they're hearing one man's fucking story and they're like, yeah, I want that story. I want the glam, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They find it exciting.
Yeah.
And the reason why they find
So
it
I had to have
exciting.
this with my boy. I had to have this discussion with my boy, man, because some of the music he was listening to, I was like, yo, son, if you keep listening to this, man, you're going to go and jump off a fucking cliff, you know? You know what I'm saying? Some like suicidal music and stuff like this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, definitely, because I think, you know, just as much as we're highlighting, you know, the music of today that the kids are listening to today, there are some of these old sort like older musics, you know, some of the more darker kind of metal kind of going into that type of music where they talk about doing really weird stuff. Like obviously
Satanic
some
shit.
people like Ozzy Osbourne was biting himself a bat. Someone might copy that. Who knows? But you know, I'm just for the sake of the conversation, I'm just dealing with
Vampire, you know what I mean? Vampire, man.
I'm just dealing with these kids who are guy
And
that
Twilight, man. Twilight, man. Twilight
I'm
Saga.
concerned with that. Like, don't get me wrong, like, not to say that, you know, it's not a bad thing listening, because suicidal, then you're killing yourself. And that's a major concern as well. I don't want no one to kill themselves. Don't be listening to that Eminem music and kill yourself. Don't be
That
doing
stuff kills your soul, bro. That stuff kills your soul.
Don't be
It
doing
gives you
that.
depression, bro.
It kills your soul. I need to listen to all that. Anyone that knows me knows I love that hard hip hop stuff, but
yeah,
you have to listen to that shit. You can't listen to it every day. You gotta mix them, like,
and you gotta
they
not be
always
able
say
to relate.
they always say that something that you like, something good is not good for you. Too much of it ain't good for you. So everything nice ain't good for you.
Yeah.
It's like sugar. It's not good for you.
Well, it's gonna
Remember
warp
that
your
Stormzy shut up
personality,
tune?
like Muslim man said, yeah, it's programming.
Oh,
So it's
that.
gonna
Oh,
warp
yeah.
your personality to some extent, in it. Like, for instance, if you was around a load of math geniuses all day, every day of the week, before you know, the way that they talk and the way that they act is gonna warp part of your personality. You're gonna start like not necessarily talking exactly like them, but you'll pick up on terminologies, on lingos. You might even pick up on a
Yeah,
couple of
like
others. That's what's gonna
yeah,
happen.
like what you just said. Like Mossy just said, like that Stormzy tune. Shut up.
Bro, I went into my workplace, yeah, and I smacked out my fucking CEO with the company, bro, after listening to that tune. I had a
Come
bad
on.
night in it, and I've gone into work and I've seen his face, bro. I was boom. I lost my job and everything, bro, because of that tune.
Yeah,
You
no.
I've
see
got
what I'm
to
saying?
live life.
Predictive programming. Man got programmed. That's what I'm saying. Like, come on, how many youths probably told their mothers after that? Because I went to one of my guys in East London, yeah, like he's used to having like a birthday party, innit?
Yeah.
And we was jamming by the cars. All the oldest, we was all jamming by the cars. He's drinking, so, right? And the tunes that I was hearing them dancing to, right? And when that tune come on, that Stormzy tune come on, they would say, "Shut up!" They was all shouting. And that. I guarantee you, after that tune come out, the amount of times people probably told their parents, "Shut up."
You understand? But
Yeah.
this is the thing. This has been happening from day dot. Like I remember back in the day, it was Lethal B. Yeah, it was Pow and Vippy. And what's the one before?
No, but that's different, though. That's different, though. Power's like a different type of word, though.
No, but I've
You know
seen a
what I'm
man
saying?
get punched in their face to that song. That Pow.
No, power. Like, when I hear power, no, but Shiffa, when I hear power, it reminds me of the old Batman film. You know, the old Batman program where the writing comes up.
Yeah,
pow, like, you know what I'm saying? Well, this is like, well, this is straight rudeness. But this is straight rudeness. You're not supposed to tell people shut up unless it's on. You know what I'm saying? So,
yeah,
the youth them love that song because and it's weird because it's like they put them lyrics with that nursery rhyme type of beat. By the way, I don't like the track. I never did. I'm not a hater at all. I just, if I don't like something, I don't like it. If I do, I do. But that and that's why I don't like it because I don't really relate to nursery rhymes type of beats. It's like a nursery rhyme. It was like a kiddie sort of track, you know.
Mm-hmm. Hit
I
the
like
kids.
bass. I like bass in my music, like B lines when it comes to hip hop.
Yeah.
But that was really catchy for the kids. You know what I'm trying to say? Because you had the instrumental behind it with the yeah. I get where you're coming from with that. I never really looked at it like that, to be honest. That tune's trash. Man.
I definitely said. I definitely think what Monty said though was important. At the end of the day, you know, it's changing your personality. You know, it's warping your mind. You know, like you're being programmed in it, and that's
that one first.
People are missing. A lot of people are missing the programming. Like, for instance, like. I see what you meant on.
No, Shiffa. I had this one first, right?
Yeah.
Let me have this one.
I
had that one just now.
I got a
now,
button of Grey Goose, but it's not going on the camera.
Now I've got that. African Spirit, bro. You need to buy this one, man.
Name of my
I'm gonna wash it down with this, man.
American Spirit. Yeah, I see it.
No, but you know what? Enjoy yourself. You know, it's the weekend. Like, don't ever think that because don't ever think over here as survival minds that we're like. It's because we like conspiracy stuff or we're into certain knowledge that we're not like hiding underneath a rock. Like, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, we're not cavemen, mate. We're not in the dark. Like. I don't make my videos. You see the videos that I do? I'm just talking. I'm not making it in the dark. You know what I'm saying? So just know that you can link us up. You know what I mean? Hopefully when this thing's over with, you can come and meet us up. Why are they ringing up?
So what you man gonna say? All right, let me ask you man a question. In fact, no, let me not ask that question. Actually, let me rephrase my question. If the lockdown ends, yeah, and they're gonna impose this vaccination with a chip, like what would you recommend for people to be doing in between that time? You know, between the lockdown ending and them trying to impose something on us, what would be the recommendations? No recommendations. I say no more. But I personally think people should be petitioning right now. That's what I think. I think people should definitely be petitioning right now. And I thought I'd just put that out there. But differently, about this whole, music and media influencing the youth and stuff like that. Like, do you lot think, that, for instance, with the computer games and stuff, do you think that people might be making a bit of a big deal as far as the computer games are concerned? Because, you know, not as many youths pick up the computer game and then go and do what they saw in the computer game than what do youths do when they hear the music. They go and do what's in the music. What do you think about that, Muslims' minds? Do you think that people might be exaggerating a bit but like when people say that computer games are influencing the kids to do bad things, and
No, man, I agree with that.
you agree with
Just from my personal experiences, like back in our days, bro, we had games like GTA and True Crime and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And like those are they like taught us how to do things that we'd only dream of doing and stuff. Do you know what I'm saying? And then like, say if we went out and someone done us over or something, bro, our retaliation would be like extreme by what we'd be playing on the games. Do you know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
bro, I got into a lot of trouble as a youth, innit? Like, I got done for GTA and stuff like that. I was like one of the best car thieves, bro. And like that's why I love playing GTA, innit? But like I'd even like I'd even go on the game, yeah, bro, and do stuff that I was doing in the streets. You know what I'm saying? And replay it and stuff. And like the game give me the opportunity to like expand what I wanted to do. Do you know what I'm saying? And test that things out. So that's why I don't play games and stuff no more, bro, because they're getting to your head.
Say no more. We got a question in the chat. Yeah, someone has asked. Gaming Music Media. Sorry, has asked, what is each of you guys' favorite positive and uplifting song? So, Muslim Minds, do you mind going first and answering that? What is your favorite positive and uplifting song?
Bob Marley, Three Little Birdies.
Bob Marley, Three Little Birdies. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, say no more. That sounds like a good suggestion still. If I think positive, uplifting song, what am I going with now? I'm gonna go with Black Eyed Peas. Where is the love? I'm gonna go with that. I think that's uplifting.
Yeah, that's a good one too, bro.
So that's that. I think that's definitely a positive one.
And that's a good question, man, for the viewer. Thank you.
Yeah. What do you think, Pinero?
Sorry about that, guys. Can you hear me? Correct? Can you hear me?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, we had a question in the chat.
No, you know what it is. Yeah, I don't know. You know what it is. Every time someone phones me, like it bounces my Bluetooth headphones off. It bounces it off. Do you get what I'm saying?
We had a question.
Oh no, I don't know why that. I don't know why that happens. Go on.
We had a question in the chat, yeah, and Gaming Music Media said, "What's you guys' favorite positive and uplifting songs?" So, what's your favorite positive and uplifting song?
You wanna go first?
We already went. Me and Mossy.
Well, I said Three Little Birdies, Bob Marley. Shiffa
Yeah, I
said
said Where
Black
Is the
Eyed
Love,
Peas.
Black Eyed Peas. What's your positive and uplifting song? Talk to us.
What did you say? Black Eyed Peas? Huh?
Shiffa. Yeah.
Who said Black Eyed Peas?
I said Black Eyed Peas.
Shiffa, bro.
What song's uplifting from Black Eyed Peas, bro?
Where is the love, man? Where's the love?
Pass the joint, yeah?
No, what? Where's the love?
Where's the love?
Yeah, where's the love? There's too many uplifting songs, but in keeping it simple, Bob Marley, don't worry about a thing. We're still waiting on and to hit us up.
I don't know, you know. You know, I'm actually doing right now. I'm going in my playlist to see what I would say is my uplifting songs in my playlist.
We say no.
That's the only way I could. That's the only way I can really do it.
Man, you must have an uplifting song. You know some uplifting songs.
All right, Sister Sledge, Easy to Love.
Yeah. What was that one? Was that just off the top? Yeah.
You know what? I'm not even gonna critique your answer. That was a nice one. We got in
Uplifting.
the comment, Bob again, Rainbow Country. Yeah, that's AA Blake says Bob again.
Rainbows. Rainbow what?
Rainbow Country. Bob Marley.
Ooh, okay. If it's the Bob, then you know.
Yeah.
And if it's to do with rainbows, it makes me wonder sometimes.
Yeah, if it's Bob Marley,
I would say life is
you
hard.
feel like you can trust it. Innit? You know, you felt that way a little bit. You felt like you could trust it.
Killer Priest, Quantum Spirit of Citation. Yeah, write this one down. Killer Priest, Quantum Spirit of Citation. Amazing track. In fact, I'm gonna put that track up on my page.
Alright, say no more. Say no more. I suppose I'll see it when it goes up, then, innit? All right, what about an uplifting movie? What kind of movies do you watch? What's a good uplifting movie that you think you might have seen?
Uplifting in what way? Like,
oh no,
uplifting in
inspiring. I don't know. Talk to me.
Uplifting, like
Red Dawn, bruv.
What's that?
What?
The ending of Red Dawn.
Red Dawn.
What's that about?
Well, what happens?
It's basically where the Chinese come and invade America and some youths take over the country and fight back, bro, and win it.
Okay.
Uplifting?
Yeah, bro.
Why do you find that uplifting? Talk to us.
Because it's bad, innit? It's bad, yeah. But then during the end of it, the power they pull together, bro, and it's good, man. It's bringing the people together, innit?
Yeah.
For it to have uplifting, there's got to be negative in the beginning. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, I hear you. But obviously, like, you know, I'm assuming that there might be some more uplifting stories than that out there. You know, like for instance, I watched Harriet Tubman, and that was an uplifting story. Like watching her go through the struggles of being in slavery and, you know, going through all the trials and tribulations of that to escaping and, you know, being in a place where it's unknown if you can even get away at that point. You know, they're trying to find their way through a swamp and all sorts of things are going on, getting chased by guns and dogs and horses and people. And there's a lot going on in it. Like her heart must have been pounding in her chest, but then getting to the other side and then saying, listen, I'm here now, but I'm going back for the rest of the people then. And then going back to everyone else and just not stopping until people are telling her, listen, you're crazy. You need to stop before you get yourself killed. Until she's going back with armies. Do you feel where I'm coming from? And that shit excuse my French. That film, it was uplifting. Like just watching her growth.
And just think how many, and I want you guys to know something. When you hear about these Harriet Tubmans and big them up, but there was other people just like them too. You never heard about.
It's the whole point. Like I said, there's gonna be other things that you've watched or other stories that you might know about. Like
you might even not know about it. You might even not know about other stories, but there was other people too on the same mission as her. Yeah, just like us, like in this group now. Survival minds, man like Respect, all them guys. You know what I'm saying? Some of the guys over Valley Vision. You know what I mean? There's a lot of us. Harriet Tubman wasn't the only one that was on that. You know what I'm trying to say?
This is the point I'm making in the sense that, you know, even if you don't know
off my mouth.
uplifting like that, you might know a book or a story of someone, you know, and sometimes a lot of these books and stuff are in films now anyway. You know, you look around and, you know, they got everyone's biography in a film now, you know, the memoirs of a lot. But some of the films are
listen.
like, even that Muhammad Ali film, that film was kind of uplifting.
I had the African Spirit just now, Is that?
Yeah.
But you know that we grew up with this one though in the yard.
Yeah, come on, man. That one's in that. Yeah.
And you know, I've been me and my daughter. Yeah, listen. I'm gonna be honest with you. The reason why I got all these hot pepper sauces is because me and my daughter, we wax hot pepper sauce.
Yeah, that one's gonna be in forever.
That
man. That's normal.
Wax it. So yeah, this is the one I'm on now. I just done 3 up on this one now. I want to do this. We need to get together and do this one. All right, continue.
Chili sauce challenge.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
So do you not
Is it-
know any inspiring stories or films that you might have watched in that regard that people could look up while they're stuck in the house?
About what?
Just something that was inspiring to you, you know, something that was inspiring. Like I said,
None of them films. None of them films are inspiring to me, bro.
Why you say that?
You know,
Nah,
you know what
to
you
be
lot can
fair,
go and
bro, I
look
don't
up.
really watch many films.
What about
No,
books
the way. Okay.
or other things?
All right. Yeah. You know what you lot should do. Go and get yourself a Bible, man.
I like
Go and do that, man.
All right,
You
say
lot
that.
are watching like 30 films a day.
None of the
All right,
films
You're
were
still
inspiring today.
get yourself a Bible and watch the Passion of the Christ. You like that one, isn't it?
What Mel Gibson and them. Listen.
No, it is inspiring. So that's a good
Hey,
answer.
did I hear that film got banned? Am I hearing things?
I don't know. I don't even know. What talk to me. Let's look. I'll tell you right now.
Have a look on Google. Passion of Christ. Hey, yo, look. Hey, listen. don't think this is the Shiffa show, man. Hey, everyone, big up everyone in the chat. Hey, big up everyone that leaves comments on the Don Pinero's videos. Pinero's my videos, my bad.
It's gone to your brain, bro.
yeah. Now a lot of things there have gone to my brain. I think the source has got to my brain. But yeah, big up everybody. Big up hey Shiffa, who was it on there last night? Tarek and King.
King Gold.
Hey,
King
listen.
Who else is on
I'll
here?
big them up again when I talk to them again. But you see Tarek and King Gold last night. I see you, bro. I see you guys, and I just want to let you guys know. I'm gonna let you guys know that if you would want to do some other videos or any type of stuff on this channel, yeah, that's not a problem. You know what I mean? At all, because you like held that down last night differently. I like you.
Yeah, man. Peak of some good bits, bro.
No, the man, they held it down last night. I woke up all 3:30 in the morning. I looked at the laptop next to me. They were still going. Still going.
That's what I was doing, bro.
The Passion of the Christ is banned. It says Islam forbids the deception of a prophet. No, sorry. Islam forbids the depiction of a prophet, and Quranic verses deny the crucifixion ever occurred. For those reasons, the film is banned in Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and Bahrain. It's also
One hot second, I'll be back in a bit.
But for other reasons. So yeah, it's not banned everywhere, but it's banned in Israel for reasons we don't know, and it's also banned in a few Muslim countries, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and Bahrain. Is just 3 of those. But yeah, long story short, the Muslims.
I thought somewhere in my travels, I remember seeing that that it was banned for certain reasons. That's a bit. What do you think of that shit?
Well,
a big in Israel. Why would it be banned in Israel?
Well, in Israel, it's not clear the reasons. Obviously, in the Muslim countries, it's because they say that Islam forbids the depiction of a prophet. So you're not allowed to draw pictures of any of the prophets. You're not allowed to put pictures of them out there or films of them out there or stuff like that and depict someone as the prophet or something as the prophet, whatever. It don't matter. You're not allowed to do that. So that's the reason in the Islamic countries. As far as Israel, we don't know the reasons.
Maybe they felt disrespected because it was a American guy playing Jesus. I don't know. Maybe.
I have no idea.
Which makes no sense because Trump has a good relationship with them, man. But yeah, so
hold on, wait a second.
No, I just remember that. I just remember something.
I just found something else. It says in Israel the film was not banned. However, it never received theatrical distribution because no Israeli distributor would market the film. Despite the many controversies and refusals by some governments to allow the film to be viewed in wide release, The Passion of the Christ earned $622,341,924 worldwide. a new film of the new film of Mel Gibson, or directed by the new film of Mel Gibson.
Yeah,
I
Passion of the Christ. I thought so. Yeah,
I've not seen it. Have you seen it?
yeah. This is horrible, horrible film.
Why you say horrible?
No, like when you see like when he went through when he started the torture, when they started the torture, you see what he really went through, innit? Like if that's what he went through, you know what I'm saying? Like, they went graphic on it. Maybe that's why maybe it got banned because it was a bit too graphic the way that they tortured him.
Yeah.
Maybe, possibly.
Well, obviously the Muslims are giving their reason, so I'm not going to speak for them. But obviously, as far as in Israel, it's looking like what they're trying to say is that none of the film distributors in Israel would push the film, basically. So it wasn't banned. They just weren't pushing the film, weren't interested in it.
Probably because Americans doing it, probably.
And then obviously in Israel, they don't really like they're Jewish, innit? So they don't really believe in Jesus, do they? So maybe there's that behind it as well. I can't.
Who the Jewish who?
With the Jewish people in Israel today, they don't believe
Yeah.
in Jesus.
They don't believe in Jesus.
No.
Yeah, you're right, brother. And why do you say that? Where did you hear that?
I've known that for years, that Jewish people don't believe in Jesus.
A lot of people don't know that.
They're dealing with Moses and Abraham and that. They're dealing with the Torah, or what they call the Pentateuch. They're not dealing with the New Testament. They're not dealing with Jesus. They don't deal with that at all.
No, I'm trying to find a video for you right now to back that same claim out of his own mouth. All right. So if you could, yeah, go on to the video, Shift. Mosh, you got anything you want to add before we do this?
Where's the video?
You what, bro?
I'm gonna find it for you. You got anything to add to it?
Nah,
Right, Shiffa, I want you to go to a video, yeah, in the video section, yeah. And there was mine.
What's this about? Jewish people?
Yeah, I just want this one little piece I want to show you, just to back what you were saying.
Yeah,
I want them to.
You don't even need to do that, though, because I'll be honest, you don't really need to do that, because if this is fact, this isn't hidden. This is like they're dealing with Torah, yeah. So Torah is the first 4 books of the Bible, I believe so, yeah.
Yeah.
So once it gets to that end of that Torah, that's all they're dealing with. They're not dealing with anything after that. As far as they're concerned, there is no Christ. There is no crucifixion of no Christ. Like, as far as they're concerned, this is Christians making up something, some addition.
Right.
That's what they're dealing with. As far as the Muslims are concerned, they say, yeah, there is a Christ, but his name isn't Christ. They call him Isa, and he wasn't crucified. He was put on a tree. So there's a few variations to the story when we come to Islam as well, in comparison to Christianity. But ultimately,
that would obviously make them not the real Jews, then, wouldn't it? If they're not waiting for Christ.
Well, this is an argument that's out there, which we could put out there and say has grounds for it. And also, when we put it in perspective now, like I was saying, the Jewish people, they don't hide the fact that they don't believe in a Jesus. As far as they're concerned, their prophets were before Jesus. I'm not sure who the last
I've heard about that.
they deal with is. Is it Moses? I'm not sure, to be honest. But
Noah.
you got Noah comes before Moses, if I remember rightly. But I think Moses might be the last one in their book. I believe so. I'm not 100%, but that's
in the
definitely
book of Enoch.
And that.
Does anybody know why they saved all the animals?
Well, on the boat?
Yeah.
But there wasn't all animals.
Ah. See, bro, you need to pass me these books, bro.
Yeah, I definitely do, bro. Like,
Yo, and this
But listen,
that,
guy,
bro.
let me just put one thing in. One that we have to do a video on this. We're gonna do a video on that. You know what I'm saying? We
Yeah,
have to do a video on that, show the people. But
I just
back to what I
googled it.
was saying.
The last prophet was Malachi in the Torah.
Malachi.
Malachi.
Okay, let me look.
There's a Bible book. Bible book. Malachi. Malachi. But yeah, listen to what I was saying though. Back to what I was saying about the Jewish thing. About on one of my videos, yeah, I got a video called Trump and his wealthy friends. Right. If you go to like 7.5 minutes, you see a rabbi telling you blatantly, "We're not waiting for Jesus." Yeah, with his own mouth, one of the top rabbis with a group of people, yeah, telling you straight. So the only reason I've said that to Shifty earlier, because I don't want you guys to like just hear us say certain things. Because sometimes guys come on the panel, not Shiffa, but sometimes guys come on the panel and say certain things. And
I look in the comments. Look in the comments.
Not that they don't believe in Jesus, but that they believe that the Jesus of the Bible was an imposter, and the real Jesus has yet to come. Yeah, because in the Bible there's two Jesus. There's two Jesus in the Bible, and I'm not gonna go. And the thing is, it's really funny because someone phoned me today and said to me, "Oh, you haven't done any videos lately." I said, "Yeah, because the videos that I've got coming up next are kind of biblical." Apart from me and Mossy, I've got a couple things that we're going to be doing.
Look at what
I've got a couple. The Antichrist is going to come here in the going to believe that. Yeah, we know this, brother. It's written in the Bible. The Antichrist is going to come before the return of Jesus. The Antichrist is going to reign for a few years. You know, people are going to follow him, and that's when the chip, right?
So does the
vaccine.
Antichrist? Does the
Sundays
Antichrist
go
have an
already.
Uncle Christ with her, or is it just the Antichrist on her own?
Say that again.
Does the Antichrist have an Uncle Christ with her, or does she just the Antichrist on her own?
Uncle Christ.
You know that auntie and uncle Antichrist. You got Antichrist, isn't it? Antichrist.
No, I don't know, but the Antichrist is definitely an anti-man. You know what I mean?
Artie man, yeah.
Yeah. Anti-man.
Anti-man.
Yeah, man.
It sounds like an Avenger movie character.
Yeah. Hey, that film's not bad, you know. It's hilarious.
I know.
You watch all of them? You watch all of them?
I watched them all actually. Yeah, up to the
foolish film. Yeah.
Yeah, it was good.
But yeah, the Antichrist is definitely gonna come first. And so guys, I just want to say I want to put this out there before someone else comes out with it. But basically, everyone's talking about the 5G towers is this and the 5G towers is that. But no one's talking about the capabilities of the 5G tower. Which you see in one of my videos too.
We did touch on that the other day.
But has anyone touched on the holograms? If they ain't touching on holograms, they're not touching on anything. If they're not touching on holograms, they're not touching on anything.
Hologram. I'll tell you what they have touched on. They've touched on anti-denial. What is it called? I can't remember. ADS, anti-denial system. Yeah.
What I'm gonna say is they know the Antichrist is coming, so they need to make it look pretty, bro.
Like nowadays, 1 minute I'm hearing about anti-denial systems. Now,
all I'm gonna say to you is this shit, yeah. They know the Antichrist is coming, and they make it to look pretty. And they need it to look pretty for you.
Look at Sundays, bro. Days of worship on Sundays.
Stuff ain't looking
pretty. Oh my God. All you guys that are going to church on Sundays, you're crazy. You ain't reading the Bible properly because it blatantly tells you in the Bible that Sunday was the day given to Satan. Hey, big up the 7-day Adventists because the 7-day Adventists is the only ones that I know fully of that. And any guys that are listening right now, you would know if you got anyone that's related to you or any cousins.
Where does it say that Sunday was given to Satan?
What you know about Gog and Magog?
Don't let me go and get my Bible, bro.
Yeah, go get your Bible. Let's do some Bible study. Because that
Brother,
sounds.
I can't hold my Bible like that, man. I got Ciroc here, I got spliff in my hand, but I want to hold my Bible right now.
You put the Ciroc on the ground, innit?
No, it's already induced, my brother. It's already induced. We'll do a separate. We'll do a whole show on that if you want. About his we can do a whole show on that. You know what I mean? Like what day is the real day of worship?
What day is the real day of worship?
It's definitely not Sunday. Tell you that.
What day would you say it is?
Every day apart
Bam.
from Sunday.
Bam. Why every day apart from Sunday though?
Because that was the day that God gave to Satan.
In what respect?
In every respect. That's his day.
His day where he does what?
That's his day. So basically, anything you do in rejoicing or prayer or service goes to Satan that day. That's why a lot of people don't go to work on Sundays.
Everything on Sunday goes to Satan. All your taxes go to Satan on Sunday. Yeah. Talk to me.
Yeah, but don't try and debate me about my Bible in my hand. Because you know, if I had my Bible in my hand right now, it'll be a mess for you.
Me debating you,
So
though.
don't me try.
bro.
I ain't debating.
Yeah. I see all these guys. I see guys come up on their shift and they do all this. You know what I mean? But I don't. They ain't ready for me. They ain't ready for me, shift. You know what I'm saying?
Say
You see me.
You made a big
certain things.
You've made a big claim there, innit? So obviously,
no, and don't even try and come up here and try and say, "Oh yeah," and try to debate with me. I ain't got time for your foolishness. You see, you know what it is with me,
computer man, because this phone's lagging.
Right. You see what it is with us here over here.
I can't hear anything.
Different type of knowledge, man, over here.
I'm gonna
You
jump
ain't
back
doing
on
this for
soon.
ego.
Yeah.
Big up Shiffa, big
Hey,
up Tommy.
big up Mossy.
Yeah, big up Moss, man. When you're ready, we're probably locking off shortly anyway.
I'll be back soon, bro.
Yeah. All right, brother. Yeah, fam. Now,
I'm just saying, man. People be coming on the show.
When you're ready, draw for that because that sounded interesting.
Bro, I'm telling you, we have to start pointing out certain things. These are things that I don't hear people talking about. That's why I put it in the air.
I'm hearing you still.
Go put it in the air so people can catch it. They're gonna research it themselves. Watch tonight. They're gonna research it themselves.
So when people go to church on Sunday, what they're praying to the devil? Talk to me. I'm confused.
I ain't saying it like that. I'm just saying, like, don't think you can't pray to God on that day. I'm just telling you, like, that ain't the day that you should be going, to meet up as a congregation, as a group. That's not the type of energies that you really want to be. That's not the day that you want to be focusing on that type of energies and meeting up in a group. You feel me? But at the end of the day, it's not their fault. What you don't know, because a lot of I find that a lot of Christian organizations, they show you what they wanted to show you. It's almost like they know that some people, when they go home, they don't really worship the Bible as much. So they're able to jump scriptures. They don't just read straight from Genesis to Revelation. Do you understand? When they do presentations, they have talks. So in that talk, it consists of talking of certain books of the Bible. Luke 12, verse 2. So in that case, they're able to jump over scriptures and miss scriptures that are more important than what they're actually focusing on.
Yeah.
I'm not the type of guy to get a congregation. That's not my thing. Like, we're having a congregation right here. But for me to get, if I ever got a hall and spoke with the Bible, the scriptures that I'll be showing them will be more relevant to what's going on now.
But then there's also the point that not every Bible's got all the scriptures in them because as we know, a lot of Bibles anciently would have came with an apocrypha and also would have had a Maccabees attached and other parts that have been taken out. So obviously not everyone's got the same Bibles neither.
No, it's true. A lot of manipulation in the Bibles, and a lot of words have been changed.
You got a
They
question in
keep
the
changing.
chat?
What you guys know about Gog and Magog? Do you know about Gog and Magog, Shiffa? I don't know.
I'll be honest, yeah. I've heard of this Gog and Magog business, and as far as I
Can I
know,
stop you there, Shiff? Can I stop you there?
gone.
Hey, gaming music media, why don't you ever jump on the platform? Because it seems like you've got a lot of knowledge and you've got a lot to say.
I hear you.
Yeah, he's got. He knows a lot. He knows a lot. I watch his comments all the time. He's asking us, "Do you know about Gog and Magog?" But he knows about Gog and Magog.
Mm.
Of course, you know about Gog and Magog, bro. Sheol and all them type of things. Man. But listen, like I was saying, though, keep stuff up to date. You know what I'm saying, Shiv?
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Let me lock off this one. So.
I'll be honest, yeah. I've heard of this Gog and Magog business before, yeah. But being totally honest, I didn't really understand it, like like that. I didn't, as far as I know, like one is a man or something like that along those lines, or am I right? Let me look. Let me just Google it quickly. Like that.
Yo, gaming man, what's on your mind, man? Talking about Gog and Magog at this time of night.
Looking at these Gog and Magog arguments.
What's on your mind, man? What are you watching? Horror films? What's going on?
Let me share my screen. Hold on. Let me share my screen. Man's bringing up Gog and Magog, I don't even remember where I saw this. I remember seeing it. Hold on, there we go. Gog and Magog.
Do you know what? Someone come and dropped me earlier, Shiv.
What's that?
You know the resin, the one that you eat. It's good
Yeah.
for your stomach. Yeah, you know the one I'm talking about, innit?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, good stuff, man. The one that cures the cancer and all that.
The oils, man.
Yeah, man. Someone come and drop me some of that. By the way, guys, I ain't got cancer. I haven't. But it's just good to sometimes
medicate.
I think, yeah, because I think the problem what we do sometimes is that we wait to the last minute. So it's just good to have these things around us. Yeah, man. Got a little bit of that today, man.
Do you want me to read this, or you want to read it, or talk to me?
I can't see it on my screen, Shift. You're gonna have to read it. I ain't got my laptop on me.
For the Gog and Magog statues in London, see Gog, Magog, and Cornelius. For the ancient oak trees of the same name, see Oaks of Albion. For the hills, see Gog, Magog hills. For other uses, see Gog disambiguating and Magog disambiguation. Okay, Gog and Magog appear in the Hebrew Bible, often known as the Old Testament, and Quran 2196 as individuals, tribes, or lands. In Ezekiel 38, Gog is an individual and Magog is his land. In Genesis 10, Magog is a man, but no Gog is mentioned. And centuries later, Jewish tradition changed Ezekiel's Gog from Magog into Gog and Magog, which is the form in which they appear in the Christian New Testament book of Revelation, although they are peoples rather than individuals. A legend was attached to Gog and Magog by the time of the Roman period that the gates of Alexander were erected by Alexander the Great to repel the tribe. Romanized Jewish historian Josephus knew them as the nation descended from Magog the Japhite, as in Genesis, and explained them to be Scythians. In the hands of the early Christian writers, they became apocalyptic hordes, and throughout the medieval period,
I nearly fell asleep, you know, fam. I ain't even lie, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, bro. That's too much of that.
All right. Long story short, these Gog and Magog are basically people in it. Like there's some legend of some. Well, one thing says it's a man and his land. Another thing says it's peoples. It's referring to loads of different peoples. So different. Groups. So Gog and Magog are either tribes or armies or they're
Armies, bro.
pieces. They're referring to pieces of land. Like either
Army,
yeah, we all right. So we done a bit of Gog and Magog. Yeah, that was strange. I'll be honest, that I just find those names strange. Like, why Gog and Magog? Like, who comes up with these things?
It's crazy.
I should laugh. Gog. But it is what it is, man. Such is life. But we're about to jump off anyway, man, because like it's late. I think we covered the
Yeah.
today, So out to everyone who participated, out to Papa G, out to Charlene, out to the software, out to Annie. Big up yourself as well, my brother. Thanks for supporting the show on the channel and being here to talk with us as well. Out to Muslim Minds. Who else can I think of? Out to Fraser, out to Phoenix, out to everyone who's in the chat, who's left comments, out to GMM Gaming Music Media, out to AA Blake, big up yourself, out to J Prophet, big up yourself as well.
Big up Nadia.
Yeah, big up Nadia for real.
Big up Michelle Gray.
Michelle Gray, of course.
Big up Annie.
Southeast Raised.
Yeah, man. A lot going on.
Come on, man. Like, big up everyone who joined the chat. But yeah.
Big up Well For Real.
Yeah, Well For Real. Yeah. It's about that time.
Software, big up Software coming with the mad, the mad scientist brain type.
Come on, Dr. Robotnik in the building.
Hey, big up, what's them guys yesterday? King
Gold.
King Gold and Tarot.
Professor P. Who else was here yesterday?
Hey, listen, guys, we're just having fun with this for now. We're just trying to start out. Shiffa's doing his thing, just trying to start out with the thing. But it's gonna be more. It's gonna be more dealt with properly, and we're gonna do some big things on here. I like Shiff.
Come on, man. Like, we're just building right now. This is building blocks right now.
That's what I'm saying.
And this is
That's what I'm saying.
The first couple of weeks. We've done what I think 10 shows, if that. Out to Muslim Minds. Muslim Minds just jump back in.
Did he jump back in? Let him jump on, man. Let me know what he say. He said he'll be back.
I'm back, bro, just to say bye-bye before we go.
Yeah.
No, therefore.
I'm sure you heard about the Gog and Magog. It was very tiresome. I doubt you want to go through it.
I was watching it, bro, on the telly.
I should have. Yeah, we're gonna hit the sack.
That Gog and Magog shut down the show.
It's all right. I'm not even going to my bed now. I'm gonna go put on a film. I might even turn on the Xbox and kill some.
That's my plan. A bit of self-time.
Yeah. I'm hearing you.
And you got to have a break off the internet sometimes, Shiff. Even you.
Yeah.
Sometimes you got
hit me up, bro. You know where I can get a PC?
Shiff is the man for that.
Is it? Shiffa?
He's the PC guy.
Give me a message.
He's the PC guy.
Yeah, when you're ready, man, talk to me. I'll sort something out for you, innit? We'll make sure your box is firing, innit? That's all I can say.
Bro. This phone's on fire, mate. It don't even load, nothing like.
Yeah, you don't want to be on the phone anyway. Computer's better. If you got yourself your little setup, it don't have to be the most powerful machine. It just needs to do what you want it to do, innit? Like, so
yeah.
Work out what you want to do with it, and then you budget for something that's within your range that can work for you, innit?
Yeah.
It's like a car nowadays. It's the same thing, innit? Like you can't really operate in this day and age without having access to all the technology.
Yeah, the necessary tools.
Otherwise, you're at a disadvantage immediately. When I go behind the scenes and I fire up this bad boy right here, you see this PlayStation right here. This ain't breaking down. it's got lights illuminating out of it and stuff. Big hard drives, disk space, big processors, like doing big processes, like that. So I got all of this going right now. I could just open Cubase right now while we're doing all of this and still be making tunes in the background. Like that. Have a video.
That's what I'm trying to tell you, man. I'm trying to tell you, Shiffa's the man for that PC stuff. Anyone out there as well, yeah, if you want a PC built, Shiffa can sort that out for you for a little fee. You know what I mean?
Come on, man.
Exactly.
Obviously, Mossy part of the team, so, but anyone else out there's like a little fee. You know what I mean? Not nothing big, but it will get you. He knows what goes in what and what spec is for what, and you understand what I'm saying? That sort of level. So I'm just letting you guys know. Just putting it out there.
Computers like that, though, innit? Like if I know you personally, or if you're cool, I can help a guy out. But outside of that, I don't want a million people ringing off my phone or
innit? Oh, Shiffa, hook me up, fam. The show will never begin, bro.
There'll be no more show. I'll be sat there putting together computers. That's an alarm.
Right.
Yeah.
Take that Gog and Magog thing off the screen.
Yeah, let me take the Gog and Magog down for real. Depending on what you're doing with it, though, almost like you could get yourself a half decent machine quite cheap nowadays, mate. It's not expensive.
Yeah.
It's very.
Well, I want to do it. I want to have it for my shows. I want to do my producing my music and stuff, and for my son's gaming.
Okay. Yeah, you can definitely budget for something like that, man. I'd say, the kind of range you're looking in is within, say, that about the £300 to £500 market. That's the kind of market.
Yeah, that's blessed.
So obviously, depending on what you're gonna go for, just depends on where you fall within that spectrum. Do you feel what I'm trying to say? Because I built my son a computer, and his computer costed me about 400 quid, and that computer can do everything. Literally, can do everything. It's almost as well. It's more or less the same one that I've got. My one's just got a slightly higher spec on the processor, but his one I can't really like. It doesn't seem like you're on a different machine when you're using his one. And he ain't even got the bad boy graphics card. He just got standard graphics card. It runs all the games nice. Only thing that's gonna be a hindrance is if you're doing like things like video editing and stuff like that. That's when you need the powerful graphics cards. When you need.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at getting. Like,
if you want
for the video signs
cards, then you're looking more like in my one personally. I spent just over 5. I think I spent about 500 and something quid, 530 quid or something like that. But for what I
spent what?
I
spent what?
30 quid all in total. But that's the computer. I've got the sound card. Yeah.
I thought you just said that you spent 500 quid on a graphics card.
No, sir.
Oh,
I got the computer. I got everything with it. I got the computer. I got the graphics card built in. And I bought my microphone and my sound card, all of that ready to go. Just what I'm trying to say. So obviously, the only thing that was missing from that is speakers. So you'll spend a bit more on speakers if you ain't got speakers.
Yeah.
But
I've still got my studio system still.
Yeah. So if you've already got speakers, then you're only really dealing with the core, which is just a computer. So literally sound card. If you've got a sound card, you don't even need that part. So you end up spending a bit less. You might spend like 450 for something.
Yeah.
Like that. But I got a nice deal on mine where I bought a package as well. It worked out nice for me. Do you know what I'm trying to say? And then the time I was buying as well, because what a lot of people don't understand with computers, is, for instance, I might want a Pentium 7, or an Intel's Pentium 7 now, chip. And all right now that chip might be 200 whatever quid, 250 quid, call it then, just for argument's sake. I'm not looking at it, but it could be that.
Yeah.
Now, at a different point in the year, that chip will be cheaper and then another part in the year will be more expensive. It just depends on how many chips they're selling, if they got a deal on X, Y, and Z. But now, at this point in the year, like, this isn't the best time to be buying computer equipment, really. Like, the best time to buy anything, really, what is Black Friday and stuff like that. But you'll still find a decent enough deal, though. You'll still find decent, software and hardware out there, to make it still it's still competitive. So, it's just looking around and sourcing the right parts for what you want to do in it, and then bam, put that together. You're good to go,
Yeah,
fam.
just like to shout out on that comment GM has put up.
But at the end of the year, towards the end of the year, you got to think now, yeah, all of the new stuff that's come out this year now, yeah, for instance, now, when it first comes out, it's going to be at its peak, innit? That's when the price is high
Yeah,
because no one's seen this one before. But later on in the year, a lot of them's going to go down, and every year for the last I don't know, for the last few years, a good few years, there's been something new come out, something new to look forward to, a new graphics chip, a new what's the thing, a new processor, so
yeah,
it might be worth, like, having a look around, and then, even if something's slightly out of your price range, waiting until the end of the year till the sales come in, bam, then grab it.
and then
You
smack
know what
it.
I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah.
So that
I
way
hear that,
you're
bruv.
not rushing to get it. You get it at the right time, in it. That's what I'm basically saying.
Yeah, man.
And then that way it's you're maximizing on your what you're spending. Do you know what I'm trying to say? You'll get the best out of the deal.
Yeah,
That's the way, man. Now they got all these new chips out now as well. You got these new AMD chips and Pentium chips. You got the Intel that what is it? The i10. Is it i9? No, it's i9. I'm talking about.
jeez, already, bruv. Last time I was on computers, it was i5, man.
Yeah, i9 now. When you're dealing with Intel and you're dealing with i9 and stuff like that, you're dealing with big money.
Wow.
To buy that chip is the £500. That's your £500 done, isn't it? Just the chip, and then you still got other components. Whereas
Yeah,
obviously with some of the other stuff, it's a bit more reasonable. You can get the chip for 150, for a good one, or two
yeah,
bills for a really decent. If you're spending like 3 bills on some of these AMD chips, 350 on the chip, I see one. It's just too much power. You're not going to use that. If you get that chip there and you build that computer, you're going to spend about £500 on just the computer on its own, £600 maybe. But that computer is going to be some, I don't know, some next level. I don't know. You're trying to fly to Mars? What are you trying to do? It's just going to be too much. You're never gonna get full use out of that computer, basically.
yeah, yeah.
Like, don't get me
So it's
wrong.
being wise on what you're buying, isn't it, realistically?
Yeah, like,
So that's why I'll check you out, bro, when it comes to it.
yeah, like obviously, if you're going for really, really high end stuff like gaming and game design and stuff like that, and you want to push your thing to overclock and all of the rest of it, and get the absolute most, the last dregs out of a game or something, I don't know, like maybe there's a point to it, but outside of that, you're not really going to notice the game that much. You're not going to notice the
I
frame.
also need something, bro, yeah, that can run a 4D printer.
Yeah, that will run a 4G. That will run everything, man. That will run everything, man. Like, if you're talking like industry standard, like process,
Yeah, yeah,
like that, like, you know, that is like, that's a step away when you're hitting those kind of price ranges. When you're the next one up from that is like a
That's
Frederick,
it.
like that, and that one there, that one chip costs about £600 as well. So if you're going for industry standard chip, like, that's too powerful, I think, to have in the household, because if you're talking industry standard, then it's running like massive networks in it of computers.
yeah, yeah.
You don't
Crash the yard.
where I'm coming from. You only
Yeah,
need a computer to work for you. It don't need to work for 50 other people. So I don't think it's necessary. Like, the most I would suggest to anyone to spend on a home computer, don't spend more than about five. If you spent £600, you're getting extreme. When you start spending £1,000 and stupidness, maybe that's because you don't know no one who builds computers, then, isn't it? So you ain't got a choice. That's
yeah,
not,
yeah,
you're gonna get the top spec. But you can have top spec or near enough. You don't really want top anyway. You want mid range, somewhere near the top. You don't need the absolute top, because at some point, all of these graphics cards and stuff, they're just going to bottom out. You're going to get so much use out of it, and then there's only so much it can give you anyway. Do you know what I'm trying to say? It can't go beyond what it can
Mm-hmm.
do. You know what I'm trying to say? So there's no point. Like, you might as well just run with something for about £500-600 maximum. Don't spend more than that. It's a waste of
Yeah,
money.
yeah.
Unless, like I said, you're
Not
running
busting your pocket.
or you're running some massive server or something like that. You know, so what's the point?
You know, I just realized who the gaming music media.
Who's that?
I just realized it's not that I know him. It's just that he's been a long time watcher.
Yeah.
Long time. I remember the RTM emblem. I remember. Big you up, bro. Been a long time watcher of Panero's man. For real.
Yeah, man. I'm due to
Bro.
build a computer for myself soon, man, because I want just.
No, I told you. Didn't I tell you that Shippy's the man for this? Didn't I tell you? Did you just hear that?
Bro. Yeah.
You thought that you would have thought the guy works at Microsoft or something the way he was talking this time. You know what I'm saying?
And he's still not called Microsoft.
People don't know that about Shiffa, man. He takes in knowledge very quickly.
You only got to
Very
look at his music.
quickly.
You got to look at his music.
I just get technical with stuff. That's all I do. That's the same like when we was younger and we was getting into music and we was learning how to use sound cards and, you know, it was just turning knobs and pushing buttons, and then it turned into something that was actually articulated, and we started actually understanding what these processes are, what the compression does, the reverb, XYZ. Before you know it, you know, we're making our own sounds and programming machines, you know, so it's all the same thing. There is a science to it, but it's not rocket science. Like you could do it yourself. You just got to understand it, know what components go with what. Bang, you're in the game, innit? It's not. Come on, man. The guy who puts the windows in the car for flipping, you know them window technicians who come and put the window in the car. Like his job ain't rocket science. Come on, he gets two little squeegee things, sucks up two suction
and
cups,
it sticks it on a window. Boom, boom.
Make sure he digs out all the glass first, and then he gets these little rubber things and seals it around the edges. It's like, come on, it's not rocket science. I'm sure we could figure it out, lads. If you gave us the tools, you know, like that, we could have our own little business running that. Come on, man. That's the nature of the world we live in. Obviously, everything's regulated, though, isn't it? So where everything's regulated, you know, that's where things become tricky. But I'm sure,
It's the things they don't want the average person to know as well, isn't it? Because obviously they want us to spend money in the markets and stuff.
But the thing is now, most people, when they buy a computer, especially female, you know, like my daughter asked me for computer. She don't want computer. She wants laptop. Why do you want laptop? Because it looks pretty. It's cool. I can carry it around.
No, she could take it to her friends' yard.
And that's it. That's the thing now. But
yeah, but they would listen to music, bro. So they would download all the music on there and they would take it to their friends' yard and play the music and dance.
All right, but now the things slow down and mash up, because what they don't understand about laptop is now, you know, the laptop wasn't made to last. It's not built to last, isn't it? It's not upgradable neither. So
the CPU gets rinsed.
Yeah. All right. If you want the good laptop now, what they want to charge you? They want to charge you like £2,000, £3 grand, £5 grand. Stupidness for the good.
So what is there a way, Shiffa, that you can build laptops as well? Like,
yeah, you're telling me, man. The money on the iPad costs me, bro.
As far as like iPads and laptops and stuff are concerned, I'm pretty sure if people had the right components and the components were accessible, yeah, of course we could build laptops and build things like that. The only thing with laptops is the stability, because laptops they have all this parts soldered in place, so you know, to update them is going to be a mess, because you're going to have to, you know, break up all of that solder and then put the new part in, you know, which is going to damage components in the process of just trying to reassemble the thing. So, you know, as far as building laptops, you could build them, but it's not going to be no different to how the industry build them. They're not built to last. Do you know what I'm trying to say? It's not built to be upgradable. You can't build it that way, because it's built to be portable, isn't it? And you know, there's other things you get out of having a laptop. Do you know, like that? But ultimately, like, you're just gonna pay through the roof, innit? You're gonna pay like for an iMac. Come on, man. iMacs go for like £5 grand. Like the not iMac, the MacBook, the Pro MacBook, and stupidness. If you want the top spec, the proper one that does all the latest graphics, and it's got the 4-5K screen or whatever it is, you're paying, innit? Like, that's what more time you're paying for, though. You're paying for a screen.
Bro, if I pay £5 grand, I want that 8K.
Bertrand, I'm telling you, like, some of these screens are like OLED as well on some of these laptops as well. So they got proper screens, but that's what you're paying for. The technology inside that computer that's running the actual, you know, the programs and the processes you're doing ain't no better than, you know, than my computer or in it, but you just paid for the screen in it. But these times you can go and buy a big screen, you know, you can go and buy a big OLED. You might spend
Shifty's
like,
gone to buy the cold talk.
bro, you can buy an
Shifty's,
OLED for $1,000.
hold on. Shifty's in the Matrix. Take note.
Trust me, I'm in the Matrix right now, but it's real talk. You go and look at
Binary, bro.
you can buy the big OLED screen, yeah, for a couple of grand, innit? So why on earth would someone buy these laptops? Why would you do that? I don't get it. Like for the convenience of walking around, I get it. Like I'll get like to show off on that, but it's
No,
not.
not to show off. It's portable, bro.
It's
A
portable.
laptop is portable. You can take it to your. You can use one of them top ones that you was talking about.
Don't
Listen,
worry, bro. Shiffa
you can
carries
use
it in his boot, bro.
you can use one of them top ones you was talking about, and you can take it to someone's house and make music. So you can do a featuring track in someone else's house.
I hear you. You could also just say, do you know what? I'm not gonna go for the top spec MacBook, whatever it is. Bang. I'm gonna get myself a decent computer in my house, and you know, if I'm doing really heavy loads, I work on that, and I just get a simple laptop in it, £300, 400 max in it. Like, you know, what are them ones called? The Chromebook, and then Chromebooks are all right. They can run some program. You're nice. You're nice with the little Chromebooks, you know. And that can run music programs as well. It can run everything.
No, it can't. No, it can't run everything.
You got the good one. Get the good one.
Yeah, I'm needed, bro. I'm gonna have to buy.
Yeah, you can get a good one. I'm telling you, they got ones that can run the stuff, man. I'm telling you.
Big
But
up Shiffa, big up Dumpy. Just soon, bro.
Yeah. All right, my bro.
Big up Mossy, man. Peace, bro. I'm gonna ring you tomorrow anyway.
Yeah.
About that video was gonna do.
Yeah, do that, bro.
Therefore.
Yeah, man.
All right, bro.
All right, bro. I'll catch you tomorrow.
All right.
You can tell
stay lucky, stay safe. God bless you, bro.
Oh yeah, and guys, I just want to let you guys know as well. Yeah, make sure you add me on Instagram. So that's Panero. I got Panero's Mind, and I got Don Panero. Now at the moment, I go live more off my Don Panero account because I got more followers on there. You know what I'm saying? So I go live more on there. So we're gonna start doing some live shows as well. So look out for us there too. Go on, Shift. What you say?
Yeah, no, I was just saying that obviously you can tell I'm not a fan of laptops. I'm not a big fan at all. Like I just think like I've known many people over the years who've had laptops, and you know, especially when you're working on a budget and you buy something like that as your main workstation, the moment you start having problems, that's the end. Especially when you spend.
No, I've never known you. I've never known you to be a laptop guy.
No, I'm not a fan.
I've never known you to. You've always had a PC, always. As long as I've known you.
Yeah, I'm not a fan at all.
You might have had a laptop laying around. You might have had a couple laptops laying around. You know what I'm saying? But your PC was your main. Yeah.
Well, nowadays,
but that's why.
Especially for people doing music, you can run a lot of these programs, like even the Cubase. You can run it on your iPad. You never need a laptop.
Yeah. I've seen guys do that. I went to a studio once and one guy was showing me that. He had it all on his iPad. He was actually coming there to spit lyrics at the studio, but he was saying, "Yeah, I make beats too," and he had it all on his iPad.
Yeah. Yeah, it's mad.
That's the first time I saw it. That was years ago. East London. You got my East man.
Yeah, when I bought the program,
big up Stealth. Big up Stealth. Big up big shouts to Stealth.
Yeah,
big supporter of the channel, and Chevron, big supporter of the channel. Yes, sharing my videos to different people all over the place. Big up yourself. Yeah.
Yeah, but flipping I can't remember what I was saying. I lost my train of thought, man.
He's closed at the show. much respect, bro. Real huge fan of the channel and the show. I'm about all of this love and don't know. Yeah. Because you know, I only just realized you had the RTM thing there. Like he changed it again. It's like Reggie 8. V8 engine and a Tesla. We can't do shit to fix a Tesla. But Shiff, you said you're gonna go watch a movie.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Good show. Big up yourself. I'll put your holiday tomorrow.
Yeah, I see what Mossy's saying though, man. He's talking about the flipping the computer and the laptop again, isn't he?
I'm lost, bruv.
So one's
Explain.
like an engine, so the parts are replaceable in it if something breaks in it. With a Tesla, how do you repair one?
There's one guy on YouTube, yeah, one black guy,
Yeah,
one light skinned guy, and he repairs Tesla.
yeah.
Yeah. Just look for him, you'll find him. You'll find him. And he talks about the problem of repairing Teslas and blah, 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 but he actually repairs them. Yeah. He actually gets crushed ones. He actually gets salvaged Teslas.
When you say repairs them, I'm talking about the actual engine though.
Everything.
Yeah. So how
I'm talking about he goes as deep as taking out the have you ever seen, you know what, if it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have even seen a Tesla inside out. Have you seen a Tesla inside out? Have you seen the panels that come underneath the car? Like they look like solar panels, but they're not. There's some I don't know what they are, bro, but there's some panels that even down to taking out them and washing them out and refilling them.
What is the power source of the Tesla? What are the power cells? What are they?
Yeah, the power cells, yeah, because it's electric, isn't it?
Yeah, so the power cells.
But when you see the power cells, yeah, it looks crazy. It looks like the only way I can describe it, it looks like solar panels. Yeah, like solar panels, but only about this big and this long. Yeah.
So you see these power cells. If something goes wrong with the power cell, how are they?
Yeah. I don't know. What I'll do, I'll send you the link of this guy, and you know what I'm saying. But he talks about it on his channel freely.
That's what Mossy was talking about anyway. He said it as well. He said the battery cells. I was thinking it was that he was talking about because I did hear something about that. The power cells.
Is it the battery cells? But listen to what I'm saying to you there, yeah? The guy was saying, yeah, if you fix the Tesla on your own, yeah, you lose your warranty with Tesla. So you can fix it on your own, but you can't take it back to Tesla to fix it after that. After you touch it, that's it. That's what the guy was saying. Yeah. So he can deal with it, but he has to like basically you can't take it back to Tesla. They won't work on it again. You feel me? It's like, you know, when you get like a electrical equipment and it says don't take off the seal. Yeah? Or they won't touch it. It's that type. That's what they've got going on with the Tesla. It's not that you can't work on them on your own. It's that you can't bring them back to Tesla after that.
Okay.
You got to do it all on your own forever. That's it.
Well, at least we know now.
So if you ain't got the link, if you ain't got the hookup, and that guy's not even over here, bro. That guy's in America.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all, man. All right, say nothing. Well, big up to everyone for being in the show. We're about to sign out. I'm about to pour me some juice, throw something on the
Do that, man. Why not?
Relax, you get me? Relax.
I got that Grey Goose.
Come on, man. Have a blessed evening. You know,
Grey Goose bring back some memories, man.
Come on, make sure you don't forget to like and subscribe to the channel. Yeah. Make sure you're keeping up with the show, keeping up with the topics.
Tune in with the show as much as you can.
And that's it. You know, stay blessed and stay listening, stay watching, you know, and I hope you've been entertained. We're out.
Hey, God bless all of you.
Yeah, big up, my brother.
Bless, bro.
Don't know.